smiling folks.
Right out of the bush tip.
That's it. That's it. Well, welcome to our commission workshop. This is our 2019-2020 city manager recommended budget workshop. We're going to get started. It is 9:02 a.m. And let's please stand for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Show you how much I rely on that cheat sheet that I don't have, city manager.
Thank you all for coming to our budget workshop this morning.
Oh. I don't know. I don't have a cheat sheet. So, present.
Yes.
Our Commissioner Luke, Vice Mayor McDowell, myself, Mayor Hanks, Commissioner Emmerich, City Manager Lear. We have our City Attorney Michael Golem here. Chief of Police is in the back. Fire Chief is in the back. Katie Pito, and we have a whole heck of a lot of staff. So, all right, City Manager, it's back on you, sir. Yep.
So we are ready to start our budget workshops for this year. We're going to start off with Road and Drainage District. They have a brief presentation, as all departments have prepared them. I've asked them to come off in 10 minutes or less so that we can get through these. So it gives the department an opportunity to lay the groundwork of their budget for you. So we can go through those. We'll start with Road and Drainage. I'll turn it over to
Can I
Ms.
interrupt for a minute?
Question that.
We skipped over public comment. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any, and if there wasn't, can we have that stated on the record?
Do I have any public comment?
I do not see any cards.
Thank you.
We have no cards, no public comment. City Manager?
Yes, sir.
Stop recording these cheat sheets on them.
Yeah, desperate need of a cheat sheet.
Commissioner Luke had
Yes, Commissioner Luke.
Is this the entire budget, or is this just the CIP, capital, this presentation
This is the road drainage budget for their whole thing.
for the whole thing? I thought today was only going to be capital improvement.
Today's the districts and the CIP.
Thank you, sir.
For the three districts, it will be both their budgets and the CIP.
For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity to serve. We'd like to present the Department of Public Works Road and Drainage District Fiscal Year 2020 budget presentation. First, operations and maintenance. I would like to break the presentation down into two parts, and next will be infrastructure replacement. With respect to the operation and maintenance for roads, we'll look at costs associated with the road and drainage and administrative functions according to the proposed updated methodology and discuss the effects on the assessment rate. With respect to infrastructure, we'll review the condition of their critical structures and systems and consider funding options. First, operation and maintenance of roads. Sign, signals, and lights, proposing 1.5 million, slightly over. And this is broken down, of course, into the first category, which consists of 1,260 street lights, 31 school flashers, 14,862 traffic signs, and 22 traffic signals. Next is our landscaping along our main roadways, including Sumter, Toledo Blade, 41, Northport Boulevard, Talon Bay, Panacea and Plantation, for a cost of slightly over $1.5 million. Next is road rehabilitation, which is contracted, $4.7 million, and this is 813 miles of roads which will be rehabilitated. Next for in-house is road maintenance, slightly over $3 million, and that is to maintain our markings, sidewalks and bike paths, clear vegetation for safe line of sight, remove litter and dead animals, repair the edge of pavement, and fill potholes, and spray the weeds, for a total cost under roads of close to $11 million. Next is operation and maintenance for drainage. First is our swale maintenance, and that's for $3.6 million. Drainage services, of course, are divided into these three main categories listed above. And as we discussed in the methodology workshops, the old mowing function is now a drainage maintenance activity. We're going to be, as we discussed in the workshops, we are going to be maintaining our swales and cutting them and keeping them clear along the banks as well as in the center. It's going to be for the purpose of making sure that the water flows properly for the conveyance of the stormwater. It's no longer just based upon aesthetics. So with regard to the swale maintenance and the drainage areas, we have 1,613 miles of roadway swales, 4,676 roadway crossing pipes, 1,582 outfalls, and 132 miles of retention ditches. Operation and maintenance also includes the swale, retention ditch, and waterway rehabilitation and maintenance, which now includes the mowing, culvert pipe replacement, catch basin and outfall pipe installation, and weed spraying. So for the total, when we include all three, our drainage total is slightly over $8 million. Next is operation and maintenance administration. We are now kind of combining things, three categories into one. So administration is going to include all parcels and activities that everyone will receive a benefit from, including customer service, assessment methodology expenses, and Sarasota County tax collector activities. Next is our operation and maintenance budget. And this is where we have included all three categories: roads for close to $11 million, drainage slightly over $8 million, administration $584,000, for a total budget of $19,493,250. Overall, the fiscal year 2020 expenses are slightly over $900,000 in fiscal year 2019. Personnel has increased a little bit over $500,000, with new employees at $164,950, and the rest is attributed to merit and benefit increases. Our operations has increased by $61,470. Various expenses have gone either up or down. Our capital increase is $345,610,000, and our biggest contributor is $701,400,000 for our drainage system improvements. Now, what I'm going to talk about is this is very closely related and associated with our road and drainage methodology update, which we've been going through for the past year. Okay, that being said, we are going to need to, prior to the end of today, have commission direction on what our assessments from here will be. So right now our base revenue will be proposed at $11,789,840. Additional level of service, which is going to include, as we discussed in our workshops, the 6 times a year mowing on all lots, the banks, the sides, twice a year down the center of the swales. And in addition to that, it's going to include our vertical mowing for the line of sight. And also we're going to get that vegetation back from our drainage swales so that they can drain in a more positive manner. That being said, our base is $11,789,840. That includes the additional level of service through $302,310. The drainage system improvements, which is the project I spoke earlier about, that cost is $722,440,000. The San Mateo sidewalks, that's $165,320, less our 3% for early payment discount, $389,400. So the base reflects the same services as last year. The updated methodology, of course, brought the right-of-way mowing into the drainage, and as I alluded to earlier, also includes that line-of-sight trimming. It's now applied to all benefited properties. As road drainage maintains the swales and drainage right-of-way vacant and improved, we, of course, are getting that additional level of service, which will require the addition of 1 equipment operator 3, 1 equipment operator 2, and a boom mower. Last year, all the drainage system improvement expenses were covered by surtax. This year, however, the surtax allocation is $845,600, So the remainder is going to have to be out of the district budget. This is also the case with the San Mateo sidewalks. The surtax allocation is $276,500, so the remainder would need to be covered by the district. Next, we have our samples for our improvements with regard to the property impacts that we're going to have as a result of the new methodology and our enhanced level of service that we're adding with respect to the mowing 6 times a year, twice a year. So that first column is the current year. We'll start with this one, the vacant 0.23 acres. We're going to have a current year assessment, which we have now for 2019, is 183.60. When we're adding in the additional level of service with respect to the 6 times a year cutting all lots, the banks, the sides, twice down the center, and also your vertical mowing, that additional level of service on a vacant parcel of property would decrease that rate to 164.55. When we add in the drainage improvements that I mentioned earlier, that would then increase that rate to 175.13. If we add in the next column, the last column, both the additional level of service, your drainage improvements, and your San Mateo sidewalk, that would increase the rate on a vacant parcel of land, 0.23 acres, to 177.12. So each of these categories for each of these columns kind of reflects that. It's giving the commission options as to, we're showing our expenses, kind of showing our 2 bigger projects that we're short of, like on surtax money, so we would have to fund that by district money. That being said, that has to be reflected in the methodology and, of course, the rates. Single-family developed lot, of course, you start out at 127.97, this year's assessment. When you add in that additional level of service, it increases to 164.55. When you add in the drainage project, it goes to 175.13. And then the drainage and the sidewalk and the additional mowing services for drainage capacity, 177.12. Would you like me to go through each one, or you want me to go kind of skip over to the next?
Yeah, I think you can skip on.
Keep going? Okay,
Yeah, I think you can skip on.
all right. Okay, and then, of course, we also have the large non-residential and small residential and multifamily. Our road bond project, we are pleased to report, after nearly 5 years, is completed. $46 million for 25 years, 266 miles. Each property is assessed, of course, at $46, beginning in fiscal year 2013-14 through 2038-39. Next is our, this is one of the very important aspects of the city's drainage system. The city is a open swale, primarily open waterway drainage type system throughout most of the city. We manage our stormwater through gated water control structures. We have 23 gated and we have 41 fixed weir and drop structures. And what we've done is included for you recently replaced gated structures, which are 5. And we have the fixed weirs and drop structures, we've done 7 of them, completed them. Now, the following column, we have, of course, 0 that are in good condition of our gated structures. We have 13 that are in good condition on our fixed weir and drop structures that need to be replaced. Satisfactory condition, we have 2 water control structures that need to be replaced, and 19 fixed weirs and drop structures that are in satisfactory condition need to be replaced. The gated structures that are in poor condition, we still have to replace our 16 and 2 fixed weirs and drop structures. Now, the cost to replace the 18 water control structures is $33,751,000. What we try to do each year, as you know, we try to design 1 water control structure each year and replace 1 water control structure each year. The costs, of course, keep going up, and probably we're looking between $2.5 million to $4.5 million presently, depending on how many gates a structure has. So I just wanted to point that out. And this is where, as we get further down the road, what we'd like to do, excuse me, is we would like to, at the end of the day today, get Commission's blessing on to start exploring some other funding options that we might have available to us to start looking seriously at to fund. This is just one example of a very high expense for our department. Next is our stormwater drainage estimated rehabilitation cost. This is another example of an expensive endeavor we are going to be faced with, and that's drainage in subdivisions. You know, we have hundreds of thousands of pipes throughout the city, stormwater pipes that are 60 years old and are going to need to be replaced. Highland Ridge area, this is one example, and it's an example that we recently, this past year, had a road pipe failure, and we had to replace that. And of course, there's throughout the subdivision, and it's, you know, right off of the Myakatchee Creek, which is tidal waters, which that complicates matters further. So in there, we also have the warm mix roads, which we're going to have to contend with. Country Club Ridge area is another area we're going to have to be looking at as well. But these are the types of large-scale, expensive drainage projects we're going to have to be looking at funding sources as to how to take care of that and address. Next is replacement. This just gives you a little snapshot. 10 years cost per year for water control structures and stormwater drainage. We've just kind of put together an estimate of what that might look like. So for 10 years, $4,375,100, and that's $63.04 per parcel. 20 years is slightly over $2 million, and a cost per parcel at $31.52. And 30 years is slightly over $1.4 million at a yearly cost of $21.01 per parcel. Our drainage infrastructure funding. For 2015, for district funds, we had the $562,350, and 2016, $1.2 million, slightly over. And then we had matching funds with, no surtax funds in 16 and 17. So for 16, you can see it was slightly over 1.2 million and 1.3 million fiscal year 2017. For 2018, we had 2.2 million, slightly over, and matching with district funds for a total of slightly over 4 million, almost 4.5 million. And for 2019, we had surtax 2.1 million, slightly over, and district funds of $767,000, close to $3 million. So this just kind of gives you a little overview of a 5-year total of what we've had for surtax, district funds, and total funds of $10.5 million. So as I said earlier, we are going to, we would like to have Commission's blessing to look at some drainage infrastructure funding, which would include possibly a bond or possibly a capital assessment.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Luke, do you have any questions? I'll kind of start on one end and work our way around. Yeah?
I would like to know, Julie, on your simple property assessment, why is the last column including sidewalk?
There are two large projects that we do not have enough surtax money that we will need to supplement with district funding, and that is the San Mateo sidewalks and our drainage system improvement project. That's the reason we have the sidewalks in there.
So is that just temporarily?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It is included in one of the options. So in other words, if you look at our, just the budget with the additional level of service, which includes your 6 times per year mowing, of the banks sides, 2 in the center, and also your vertical mowing. That is one cost. Then the second, let's just say, if you wanna call it, I don't wanna really call it an option, but we could. That includes the additional level of service plus your drainage component, which is the drainage system improvements project. And the third includes all three. Additional level of service, the drainage system improvements project, and also the San Mateo sidewalk project, excuse me. The reason we put those 2 larger projects in there is because we had a certain amount of surtax money. It wasn't quite enough. So in order to fund that, we would need to include district funding for that.
But that would be a continuation, you're saying, though. It's not just temporary for when those 2 projects are being,
It would be for
Done.
this coming budget year, for fiscal 2020. That's correct. For the entire budget year, those 2 would be in there.
okay, but then next year you wouldn't, I mean, those would already
We
be
can
funded?
have that.
I'm wondering if switching to this makes it stay that way indefinitely, and we look at all sidewalk projects through doing something like this.
Monica Bramble, Assistant Public Works Director. So for the drainage system improvements, that is a yearly project. So the
Yeah.
funding level for that stays consistent, whether it's all surtax, all district, or a combination of both, which we're asking for. The sidewalks, San Mateo sidewalk would be, with this funding, would be complete next year. But every year we have a new sidewalk project. So in 2021, we have Price Boulevard, some additions on the sidewalk. So that is a continual project also, just at the location for sidewalks, as we try to increase the number of sidewalks in the city.
How do we, up to this point, how have we been funding sidewalks if it hasn't been through assessment?
The majority of it has been for surtax.
There's been a budget of a couple $100,000 a year or something, hasn't there? Give or take.
Minimal.
250
Yeah,
some.
250,
Yeah.
250,000, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, I don't have a question on it, so I'll skip. My mind is just
Spinning.
spinning on this, so I'll skip.
Commissioner McDowell?
On page 4, you were talking about vertical mowing.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, what properties are gonna be charged for vertical mowing? Is it all parcels? Is it improved? Is it vacant? Who's being charged for vertical mowing?
It's all parcels. Yes, ma'am, all parcels.
This is the methodology we discussed in the workshop,
Right.
and at the last workshop consensus was to move forward with all properties receiving mowing, both the right-of-ways and the vertical for drainage, the majority for drainage, a small proportion for roads, for the line of sight and safety.
I'm trying to understand this column chart that you have here.
Okay.
It seems very simple to you guys. You guys have been working
yeah.
on this
No,
for
no, no.
months. We're seeing
Okay.
it for the first time.
Okay.
So that first year is what is currently being assessed.
Yes, ma'am.
That's that first column.
Yes, ma'am.
That second column is based on commission direction with the new methodologies being in place.
Right, and with the new methodology, it includes the additional level of service, includes the 6 times of mowing the banks or the side slopes of all ditches for all properties throughout the city. It also includes twice per year the center of all those swales. In addition,
Swales or drainage ditches.
they're synonymous, drainage ditches and swales.
Okay.
Yeah,
And to me, they're not.
okay, the swales in front, the swales in the front of the homes.
In front of the vacant properties.
All of the properties, all properties, whether they're
Okay.
vacant or developed.
So the drainage, I have a drainage ditch behind my house, and they mow the side slopes.
Right.
And then they come in and do the center Yes, ma'am.
But they don't do that at the same time as the side slopes, they do that as a separate thing, only a couple times a year.
Yes, ma'am. So
So
the
that's-
weather permitting, we'll do it probably one in the spring, one in the fall,
Correct.
before the rainy season, and then in the winter when it's dry enough.
Okay, so that's why I wanted to double check, because I
Yes,
know you
ma'am.
only do those centers of the drainage ditches a
Right.
couple of times a year, so I wanted, okay, so what else? So we got 6 times mowing of ditches, 2 times center of swales.
Right.
Vertical mowing,
Yes, ma'am. The vertical mowing of all properties.
what else?
That is it for the base. That is
Okay.
it for that is it for the second column.
Okay,
Okay.
so then the third column,
Mhm.
what is included with that third column?
Okay, the third column is going to include your base budget, of course, your additional level of service, which I just spoke about, and we're going to add in the third column one more item. And that is our drainage system improvements project.
And I know you've said this all up there, but trying to process everything in that 10-minute little presentation was nearly impossible. Okay, so those drainage projects, quickly,
Okay, so that includes the grid project where we
Okay.
take a grid in the city and rehabilitate everything. It includes some of our retention ditches rehab, including some outfalls where we either line or repipe. It includes then some special projects. This year, a special project is some Deming driveway, so the street of Deming redoing their driveways. We have other specific, like on Salford doing some piping. So it includes kind of the whole yearly improvements in the city's drainage system.
so the column 3 that says budget drainage sidewalk, I think it's column 2, column 3 plus the San Mateo.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. Yes, ma'am.
All right. That answered that. Thank you for that clarification. I noticed that the vacant parcel is $177 if we went to all, if we did everything.
Yes,
And that's
ma'am.
the same price as a single family.
Mhm. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so basically the vacant is going down and improved properties is going up.
And the reason is currently vacant pay for mowing. And if you recall our current methodology, vacant parcels get charged per parcel. So it doesn't matter if it's a small 1/4 acre lot or a 5 acre lot, currently they all get charged the same for mowing.
Correct.
In the new methodology, our mowing, the majority of it goes to our drainage improvements, our drainage maintenance. Drainage is calculated by acres. So for a vacant 1/4 acre lot, they've kind of been subsidizing big parcels in their mowing. Now that expense goes and gets spread over all parcels, whether vacant or not, because the benefit now will be for all parcels. So that is why theirs goes down.
So this 1/4 acre lot, the minimum is based on 8 acre. So they're still subsidizing because they're only cutting 80 feet in front of it, but they're being charged to cut an acre. So that's 240 frontage feet.
The base for drainage is 1
Is
acre.
1 acre.
So yes, anything below that, you get charged 1
1
1
acre.
Above
That's
that,
the
then,
baseline.
it's calculated 1.1, 1.5, whatever the acres are.
I want to see if I have any other questions on this real quick. On the last page, number 6, you have the 23 gated structures and the 41 weirs. It's 33 million. Are you planning to do all that in 1 year? I was gonna say, what are you, Superman?
No, we were just trying to give you an idea of the total cost we are faced with.
How long, okay, so obviously it's not being done in a year, so the next question is, what is the time frame to do something like that?
Well, right now, our time frame is this. In order to
utilize the funding that we have with surtax and district funding, ranging from 2.5 million to 4.5 million today. We are at a time frame of designing and permitting one structure, and constructing one. Now, sometimes we've run into this, I think, once or twice over the past couple years. We just have, we just cannot afford to do it. We don't like to do that. I mean, my direction to my staff is, at all costs, we have to stay on that time frame. But even then, you're looking at 20-something years. Bearing in mind, these structures are already 60 years old. So at that pace, it's gonna take us till they're 80 years old. Many of them may not make it. And now we're gonna be faced with higher costs when we're under the gun to possibly make an emergency repair. So we are at a point now where we have to say, we need to look at other funding sources to fund these type things.
I'm
Okay,
glad.
go ahead.
That 33 million is only for
Water
the
control structures.
18
Right.
structures that are in the poor condition.
Yeah.
And that 33 million is at today's dollars. It does not include any interest, any inflation, and he's just giving you a snapshot of,
Right.
if we could replace them today, here's the price tag.
Okay, so if it's gonna take 20 years to fix these 18 water control structures, and then I saw something about the,
Drop structures.
I thought there was another thing. Okay, and then you have, wait, water control structures. So this next page on 7,
Mhm.
it says water control structures and water, stormwater drainage. Is that to do all of them compared to these are just these 18 are the bad condition, these are all of them?
That reflects the 18 for the 33 million, and then includes rehabilitating the Highland Ridge area that goes from 8 to 10 million. So you have the 43 million. And this is just to show you, as Ms. Leah said, currently we can only do one water control structure a year. They're not gonna last that long. If we had different funding, whether a bond, a capital assessment, and you decided, okay, we're gonna do this in 10 years, here's what it would be per parcel.
Just gives you an
If you
example.
decide 20 years is funding is what we need, there's the cost. If you go 30 years, now this isn't saying that those water control structures will last 30 years.
Right.
Or 20.
So if you had the power and you had the money right now, let's say we found a money tree and we had $34 million on this money tree. You have that money.
Can I get one too?
No, don't talk to them.
I think most people
Sorry,
think
Pete.
it's out back.
So if
I'm
if we had that money available right now, we had this money available right now
Yeah.
to do these projects citywide
Yes, ma'am.
for the water control structures and these weirs that are failing at this point. How would you go about doing it? Because right now, we only can do it one a year.
Well.
Is that because of funding or is that because of manpower?
It's
How?
because of funding.
Okay, so how, if funding was removed as an obstacle, how would you get those done in a more timely fashion other than 30 years or 20 years?
We would have to, with procurement, we would have to figure out, we would have to, of course, do an RFP, and we would have to go out and see, we might have more than one vendor to help us do that, because they take time, and you have to time it just so it's out of the rainy season, if you will. So we may have, more than one vendor doing them at once. But we would have to go through the procurement process, the bidding process.
similar, Vice Mayor, to the way we did the road bond.
Similar
was
to the road
With
bond,
my
yes.
question.
It's, even if we had all of the money right now, it's not gonna be a one-year project.
No.
It will
No.
be a multi-year project, but that being said, it would be done, the way the road bond was, we'd break it into chunks and do the ones, obviously, the worst ones first,
Yes,
as well as coordinating so that you're not shutting down this whole area of town.
right.
You pick the ones so that it's done strategically.
So, because there's 18 and in the next 5 years, you might identify 2 more. So I'm going to just call it 20 that need to be replaced. If you
Okay.
did 4 a year, you would have all of these caught up
Yes, ma'am.
with that huge money tree, that $33 million money tree in the back.
Yes, ma'am.
To do them then within the next 5 years.
And I think probably a very important component of this is public education, similar to how we did on the road bond. And it took a couple of years, probably 2 years, just to educate the public and go through the process. And then maybe in the third year, to process the actual bond, if you will. So that's why I was saying earlier about getting commission's blessing for us to take a look at whether it be a bond or a capital assessment. Because in either case, there's going to be a good amount of public education. So that the public, if they had to vote on it perhaps in a referendum, they would know all about that project and be in a good position to vote, however they wished.
So would we continue, if we got this water control structure bond, I'm gonna call it that, if we got that bond,
Yes, ma'am.
would you still do those projects that are slated to begin like next year or the year after? Or would you kind of lump them in with waiting for a possible bond?
Right now, we're gonna continue doing them.
Okay.
We can't stop, because like Ms. Belia stated, it's a 2 to 3 year process to do the education, get the bond issued, and then get the contract, the procurement process to hire somebody. And any one of those steps could stop that whole thing. Number one being, we can go through all the educational process, because it is an education, and we present both sides of, why you should and shouldn't vote for this. It's providing information. Now, public says no, we still need to continue to do the 1 or 2 a year that we're planning to do. They have to get done. The option to bond, that whole 2 to 3 year process Ms. Belia is talking about, it's not does it need to be done, it's how is it funded and how quickly can we do it. Similar to, again, back to the road bond like we've talked about before. We were still repairing roads all the way up through the education process, issuing of the bonds. It was a matter of how many roads could we do, and we were doing about 7 to 15 miles a year versus 266 over 5 years. So it was a matter of, it's a matter of speed,
All right. That's all the questions I have on this. Thank you for your patience in explaining that. I do have a lot of questions about the actual budget and CIP projects. So.
Can I ask one question relevant to that? If we do all of that work within 5 years, 60 years from now, we're gonna have to do it the same way, right?
It depends, it really does. The reason we're so far behind is we've been trying to maintain them, we haven't done them, and just like other projects, we've learned a lot over the years. For the longest time, I mean, Ms. Belia has been stating this as long as I've been here, the longest time our road and drainage assessment was stuck at, I think, $49 a year. So we've been behind the 8 ball since as long as I've been coming here. So we're trying to get caught up. Once we're caught up, it would be easier. I can't promise that in 60 years. Depends what happens over the next 60 years with the commission, with budgets and maintenance schedules. But hopefully, no, we would not get back in this position.
And maybe what I can look into is find out the life expectancy of the newly constructed water control structures and find out what that is in years as well.
And I would assume too, if the commission provides funding for this, you guys will have a plan, as you do with the roads,
Yes,
to
yes, sir.
maintain and to make sure that we don't have this problem again in 60 years.
Yes,
That
sir.
it's spread out over the next 30 to 40
Yes, sir.
months, spread out over that time.
Right, and
For
what I'm
maintenance
thinking is, we have better maintenance program, and hopefully better materials, similar to how the city was first, the piping is corrugated metal versus what we put in now, if we can, as much as we can, concrete, which your life expectancy is much longer, so, kinda like that.
Can I
And
ask
this would
one
have to
more?
go out for referendum, correct?
Oh, I see.
Yes,
Depending
ma'am.
on how the commission decides to fund it, a bond would without a doubt have to go for a referendum.
Can I ask a
Yeah.
quick question?
I'm over
Okay,
Commissioner Carey.
so you have 18 identified as being in poor or horrible condition.
Yes, ma'am.
How many total how many total water control structures do we have in the city? 64. How many have been replaced in the past?
Now that's water control structures and drop structures and fixed weirs. We have, 23 water control structures?
41 drop structure fixed fiscal years.
Yeah.
Okay, so this top picture is a water control structure.
Yes,
We
yes,
have
ma'am.
23, you said?
Yes,
And then
ma'am.
that means these things here, you have about 41?
Yeah, 41,
Okay.
yes, ma'am,
Okay.
41.
And of those 23 water control structures, how many have you replaced in about the past 10 years?
It says five.
5, yeah, we've got 5.
More than that. Just the water control structures down in the east end and really.
5, yes.
Oh,
We've
so
got
that-
5.
okay.
It's on the five.
It's on
Okay,
page
gotcha,
6.
gotcha,
Yes,
gotcha,
ma'am,
gotcha.
5.
I missed that part.
That's
Sorry,
okay,
guys.
sorry.
So we still have to plan for the ones that are considered in good to great condition. I don't know exactly how old those are, but those are gonna have to be replaced
Eventually.
sometime during the next 30 years. Even
Mm-hmm.
though we're concentrating on the ones that are in poor and horrible shape, we
Right.
still have to plan for the ones that are in good to great condition.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Commissioner Carson.
So this year, the road bond's done, correct?
Yes,
We're-
ma'am.
we're
The
done
road
with
bond's
that.
completed. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
and so the residents will not have to be paying on that anymore, or they
It's for 25
continues another, how many years?
I believe we're
25 years?
Well,
Total of roughly 25 years.
Yeah, it's for 25 years, and that'll be through fiscal year 2038, 39.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
2038? Oh, 39.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so they've already got that bond on their backs, all right,
Yes, ma'am.
so, what was the other option besides bond? I have it written down here.
Capital assessment.
Capital
assessment.
assessment,
Yes, ma'am.
that's what it was, okay. What was the impact if we did it by capital assessment?
It depends on the years, how many years you.
Give us
So-
the best scenario.
So this is very, very,
2163?
21 to
$63 if you did it.
Oh, I thought
Based-
you meant, we have to bring it out to 2163 to make it feasible. What?
So if you do it over
10 years, it was $63. If you do it over 30 years, it's $21.
So
Yeah,
that
same
is,
as either or, whether it's a bond or capital assessment.
oh, so there, this is what I was
Right.
trying to figure out, is one,
It's a rough.
one
Okay,
gives you a large amount
these-
of money right up
That's right.
These are estimates and
Yes.
no interest, no inflation, none of those costs are worked into this, just.
An rough estimate,
Yes.
yeah.
okay, what were you saying? That,
So the,
what's the difference?
The big difference there, though, is if you were to bond it,
um,
there's a few differences. One, if you were to bond it, now you have a debt obligation out there that you have to pay every year. There's no undoing that. Whereas if you do a capital assessment and for whatever reason, not our recommendation, but commission were to say, you know, this year we're not doing it, you could undo that in any one year. That being said, also though, the advantage side on the bond is you have all the money, you can get started on it right away. The capital assessment, you can only do it as the money comes in.
So if you, so when you do a bond, you're gonna get the whole chunk of change first, right?
correct.
That bond money can go into an account that will earn interest?
It can't earn more interest than what you're paying out. That's a fun little thing the IRS calls arbitrage.
And you can't do a capital assessment to pay off the bond?
You can do a capital assessment.
To pay off on, that's what we've done with the road bond.
For being stupid, uneducated. What is a capital assessment? What is that?
It is,
It's basically another assessment, like, if you look at your tax bill right now, you have the you have road and drainage capital assessment to pay back the road bond.
it's,
Restricted is money that comes in, that can only be for a capital project, and it's for a specific project. So, and a good example of that in this case is the road bond. It's on everybody's bill. It's specifically delineated, $46 per parcel.
there's some caveats.
Yes, to that, it was based on the number of parcels that were in the city the day it was passed. So if you've had combines and splits, which we have, some people do pay a different amount, depends on what you've done since that date. But that money is then also restricted for a specific purpose. The road bond capital assessment is restricted to pay back the road bond. The money, the money that we're charging residents, the $46, can only be used to pay off that debt.
Correct.
If
We did a capital assessment for this drainage, it would only be used to pay for drainage projects. You're not gonna come in here
But
and,
is it still a bond?
That it would, well,
How do
depends.
you get the money?
You can either issue bonds, or you can do a annual capital assessment, without issuing bonds and say, you know, we're just going to spend what we bring in every year. So it's basically, one is a payback method, and the other is collecting revenue, and you're just going to do it as the money comes in.
On the tax bill, it's gonna look
Same.
But if you do a capital assessment from, it doesn't sound like you have a plan.
Well, it could vary from year to year, so let's say
Exactly.
perhaps when
It's
you're the
not as good of a
commission.
plan.
Right.
Okay, so it's not as good
It's
as a
It's
plan.
just not as good of one.
Okay, because we can say 1 year, no, we're not doing it this year.
Exactly.
Well, then what's the
Exactly.
point of the whole thing if you're trying to get things fixed and, okay, thank you.
We're giving you options, if you wanna know the one that we recommend.
Commissioner
which-
Carousel?
Sorry.
Yeah, it's her
I
floor.
just had to understand
It's her
what a capital assessment was.
Okay,
before we
so
continue.
you still have to go through the study phase like we did on the road bond, the assessment phase like we did on the road bond, determine the length of, survival rate per se of some of these different types of drainage, infrastructure, and then you come back and give an actual estimate of, and timeline, and then continued maintenance on overall, and then we get a number, correct? Does this number
I would
reflect
say,
that?
I would say we already have
Okay.
our assessment complete. It's part of our stormwater, management plan, which we've developed. So we already know the conditions, so that's not an issue. As far as the public education
Oh, yeah, I
and
know,
all
that's
that, that is something that we would like to have permission to go forth with. I'm looking at either of those two options.
Okay, so then my next question is, say we went to the 30-year project, and I personally believe that the capital assessment is the best way to go, only because we already have a bond. And I think it's gonna be easier to sell versus another bond. Just thinking on the, and I agree that it's absolutely necessary to do something, because we have been behind the 8 ball in this particular district, but, where the hell was I going with that? My point is, question, let me give you another question. On our summaries of the fund balances, your total fund balance for 107 is 17 million and change. And,
The fund balance?
cash receipts summary by fund. No, it's not.
Where is the fund balances?
It says total, here, you tell me what the hell it is.
This morning there was.
I believe the projected at 9/30/20 is 109,000. And that is net of the 20% and the 5% budget stabilization.
As of a specific date.
Right, which was recent.
Yes.
So this is not fund balance related, because it's,
The downside. Well, that's, like I said, cash on hand on a specific date. As in the district scenario, most of their revenue for the year, all the assessments for the most part are already in. But they're still gonna have payroll throughout the rest of the year and all the
well, it
projects.
has disbursements, I thought that was encumbrances, but I gotcha, all right, so where is the fund balance in the big book?
It is not. I'm sorry.
What about in the little book?
It's not in the little book either.
They were emailed to you all this morning,
Just now.
and
Current fund balance,
the projected fund balance, the end of 9/30/2019, after the reserve policies is $109,904.
109 what?
904.
Okay, but, the policy is to keep how much? What's the percent in fund balance? Wasn't it a variable?
It is a minimum of 20 and then a stabilization of between 5 and 10%. And what that number includes is to have just the minimum 5%.
So this is just the 5%?
25.
It is
The
the max?
required, no, the max was 30.
Okay. so what you're saying is that this is at 25%. And our minimum was how much per policy?
It was 25, a 20% and a 5%. So the two combined is 25% at the end. So this projects that you'll have $109,904 more than the minimum.
But what was the maximum to keep in those funds?
Another, you'd need another $864,000 in order to get to the full 30%.
It was 30%. 30%, so it was 20% and 10% then?
Correct.
Okay, all right, that's what I was trying to get at. And then, the 20% holding is for what kind of general fund? Because you guys got all these funky names now, or we only have one. What is it?
Not quite sure what your question was.
I'm trying to find it
It's our,
here.
it's an email that city manager just sent this morning.
Okay, audited fund balance, amended reserve. So explain to me the difference between the reserve for contingency, emergency, disaster relief that we have at 20%, and then the reserve for budget stabilization. One is just for economic uncertainty, and then the other is in case we have a disaster, we need to loan ourselves that money in order to get through the disaster, but it gets paid back, correct? And usually 10, 15 years later, like in Hurricane Charlie and all the rest of those hurricanes.
Probably a good way to sum it up, yes.
Okay, just wanna make it very clear, okay. So, at the end of the day, the contingency fund is at 20%, and we don't have a min or a max on that. 20% was flat out what we decided in policy.
Correct.
The 5% is where there was wiggle room, it was 5 to 10%, correct? And we are coming in at the minimum amount, okay. There's no capital fund balance in here at all, nothing that we donate to as far as capital. I have to take this
CapEx
down.
fund.
That's not included in this, no.
No, okay, I need to know that number, and you'll have to move on, because I have to get this, sorry.
Commissioner Emmerich, do you have anything?
Yeah, just a couple simple questions. Back in the part of your maintenance and stuff, when it comes to your signage, your road, roads and stuff like that,
Yes, sir.
do you guys have in your plans to be looking into the River Road area over there with possibly some caution signage, some striping, where we have roads over by River Road, the city of Northport does.
Right.
So the maintenance of them,
We don't maintain River Road, though.
not River Road, but we have city of Northport roads over there on Winchester. It's just, we don't do the maintenance on them.
No, I believe the county does
No.
all of those.
County does all the
Yes,
maintenance?
yes, sir, that's the county, Sarasota County, yes, sir.
Okay, because I know that there was some dangerous intersections and stuff over there. If it was part of our property, I just wanted to make sure that we were doing the best that we possibly could.
Right.
So I just wanted to.
We
put
had
that out.
some city limit signs out there that we worked with the police department to make sure were properly spaced and that they were in excellent condition. But other than that, we have contacted Sarasota County probably several months ago when some issues came up with accidents and so forth, to make sure that they had the proper signage. But that is definitely Sarasota County and not the city.
Okay, very good.
Yes, sir.
And then and I just, because I'm new here, has to do with
Sure.
your numbers.
Okay.
On your your sample property impacts, what I'm looking at here is under the current year assessment, if you go to your single families, vacant and occupied, it says, you got your initial amount, then it drops down to 164.55, then 175.13, then 177.17. It just seems that, you have a differential in your first column. Why wouldn't there be a differential in the second, the third? Because there's like a $50 difference between 183 and 127. Then you go with, well, if we're gonna do the level of service, it comes out to be the same number. How is that so?
The current methodology is that vacant parcels get charged for mowing, which is a straight cost per parcel. The new methodology, mowing goes away, that service gets absorbed into our drainage services that everybody pays, and it's per acre.
Okay, I was just curious on how the numbers just matched
I
up
didn't
correctly
match
all the
those
way
two.
across.
Right, they were-
They're the
Instead of
same
it
size.
being
Yeah,
a
it's because
different.
of the new methodology. It doesn't matter if you're a vacant parcel or an improved, you're charged the same. So
Got it.
that's why
So-
everything
It's
across
because of the
is new.
acre, the baseline of the
The
acre.
baseline is
Right.
1, so that's why those .23s are coming
Right,
out the same.
acre, whether it's vacant or developed.
Right, and I
Yeah.
just wanted to know.
'Cause of the way the
where we
drainage
got with
calculation.
those numbers, cause it just looks like it might have been a misprint with the
Right.
same exact number going across the board,
It's-
so.
right.
That's why I said, I'm new, I'm asking
No,
questions.
no
so.
problem. Yes, sir.
That's all I had.
Okay.
Commissioner Luke, back to you.
I don't have any further questions. Are we allowed to discuss also, as long as this is a workshop? You guys have been putting Band-Aids on like crazy, just like the road bond was. I think we're gonna have to come up with a consensus as to how we start addressing, this type of infrastructure. I wish
And not
we-
just for today, for the next 100
That's what I was gonna
years.
say, I
Yes,
wish
ma'am.
we had
Yes, sir.
an 8 ball or crystal ball or whatever to look into for
Or
the
money tree in the
future.
backyard.
Exactly. We need that's right. So I think we're
The money
gonna.
tree in my backyard is yet to produce a single dollar bill. It's called a money tree. I put it back there just for feng shui.
Don't fertilize it, we have a ban going on.
We'll give
So
it
I
those
think we're
please,
gonna have to, discuss this. I'm thinking of the sidewalk thing, because that was something I wasn't aware was going to be on here. For the residents, it is only a couple of bucks, added to those, so, I think I'm all right. That's part of the city infrastructure is the sidewalks,
Yes,
and,
ma'am.
I don't mind, chipping in a couple bucks for another area of the city to have a sidewalk, because we're one city. So I'm all right with that. And then,
Commissioner Luke, I definitely think if you're looking at a 100-year future here and you're looking at the future, you're gonna have to look at the whole package.
yes,
If you're looking at the next 100 years.
I
Otherwise,
agree,
we'll continue to Band-Aid.
exactly.
I agree.
That's why I said that part I'm all right with. At first, it was like, what? Because we've always done it a different way. But we're using those surtax funds like it's water. And it needs to be used for what it needs to be. So at first, my reaction was, nope, this needs to be out of surtax. But it is an infrastructure. So I agree with Mayor Hanks. I think it's something that we need to do.
Well,
And then, I'm
One of
sorry.
the things, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but just to interject a little bit of information. One of the things we are working on is for sidewalk funding. And for example, on local roads, as people build their homes, is to, couple different options of how you could fund that. But one of the things is for them to put into a sidewalk fund. And then once a geographic area on a street is so much developed, the city would go in, Road and Drainage District would go in and have the contractor build the sidewalks. That way we can kind of control it and make sure it gets built according to a certain standard.
As opposed to requiring the homeowners to make sure.
Exactly, as opposed to having the homeowners do it. That is another option. Another option that some cities take is to have sidewalk districts, so that you would petition the city, if, let's say, everybody on your street wants a sidewalk, then you would set up these special districts for sidewalk fundings. For example, some people don't want sidewalks. Maybe they live out in the estates. I've heard from people that really don't particularly want sidewalks. So there's a couple different things, options you can look at, but our department will be doing that over the next year.
Okay, but currently, we're looking at 2 projects.
And that is for
sidewalks,
Arterials
then
and
we
Collectors
can look-
Road? Yes, ma'am.
Look for the future, maybe addressing it. in
And
a
that would be for
different manner.
local roads. This in here is for arterials and collectors, so that's gonna be a little different, but any local roads, we would do what I was talking about.
Well, it sounds like we actually have a consensus on a first decision, which is fiscal year 2020 base budget plus drainage plus sidewalk as a direction. Does that,
I agree.
Commissioner Lou, Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah,
And we'll move forward with your other
Yeah,
stuff,
no, that's
just
fine.
since we're right there.
Absolutely. This is gonna be a painful bullet for everybody to bite. But I went back and looked at the assessments just based on my home, for road and drainage over the years, and they've been minimal. And it just shows, we're not putting a Band-Aid on it, we're putting one of those little circle Band-Aids that fall off within a couple of hours. A Band-Aid sticks
These
for
are
a day.
corn removers?
This is just one of those circle Band-Aids. Yeah. So we really need to do what we need to do for this infrastructure. As far as the sidewalks go for San Mateo and Tropicare, personally, I'd like to see them pushed out a year to help free up some money. But at the same token, I understand that, you know, these are necessary projects. Is there enough homes on San Mateo to justify putting in the sidewalks? I don't know. People in Tropicare, it's kind of a 50-50, some want it, some don't. I personally, I think those 2 sidewalk projects could be pushed out one more year, free up some money so we can have a little bit more just in case. So, but that's my thinking on the sidewalk. But as far as this little chart, I'd say we have to go through column 1, 2, and 3.
I just want to clarify, this, funding is for the San Mateo sidewalk only. The Tropicare, when we
Is one and
discuss
two.
CIP,
Will be separate.
will be separate.
Yeah,
This is just for San Mateo.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think what we do is we've been put in a position as a GDC community and just, we almost kind of started off behind the ball, I think.
You did.
And so what that creates is it creates a right now mentality. And so you end up with 5-year plan, I just got to fix the next 5 years, just got to fix the next 5 years. And you can never get into that 100-year vision. And I think it's important. And to do that, you got to bite a bullet. But I think in order for us to move forward in the future, we're going to have to start saying, listen, let's look 100 years down the road. What do we need to do today to address that so that our children and our grandchildren are not going through the same things that we are?
Yeah, just real quick, I was looking at comparing the Tropicare sidewalk and bike path. It has $2.1 million in surtax. And then the other funding source, who knows what that is for another 4.2 million, since we can't identify that other funding source. If we push that out for another year, that frees up $2.1 million in surtax that can be used then for San Mateo. Because San Mateo, you're only asking for $250,000 for surtax funding. Am I reading this correctly? And then another 160 for road and drainage. So if you,
We already talked about the Tropicare sidewalks. Correct.
It's unfunded.
It's unfunded.
So the San Mateo, I believe we needed another 165,000.
Correct.
Not much on that, so
If-
I'm not sure how the changing.
if you go to page 725 in the CIP, and then 726. 725 is the Tropicare pedestrian sidewalk.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
And
I
it
did not
has,
hear it.
Tropicare has 2.1 in surtax and 4.2 in other funding. So to me, it's not funded. Because we still have to come up with $4.2 million somewhere. So why don't we just push that project out another year to see about funding for that project and use that 2.1 that's now available in surtax to do this San Mateo sidewalk completely? Thank you. And then that is actually freeing up $2 million in surtax for other projects.
And if you do that, that means instead of being short $4.2 million, you're gonna be short $6.3 million. If you use that 2.1 for something else, then it's gone. Care shared use path then is short, not 4.2, but that additional 2.1.
I understand, but if we,
It'll just appear next year, because it doesn't.
well, we could always push it out to fund it next year.
But there's not funding coming in next year to cover it either.
We got surtax money coming in next year, right?
And that surtax money, the surtax is planned all the way to the end.
Oh.
So while there's some that comes in more or projects come in under budget, the surtax is designed to all be used.
It was just an idea, that's all it was. Where are we gonna get the 4.1 then for Tropicana?
For as well. So, you know, you can take the $160,000, was that what it was roughly? Everybody knows that you spend money out of Ohio, it's gone.
I'm gonna throw this out because we do have surtax going for the Spring Haven properties. There was 1.5 in there, and I don't think it's gonna take 1.5 to purchase it. So you will probably have some left over there. I mean, you can assign it at this point, because you haven't finished the deal, but I don't think it's gonna take all that, so some of that can be used in other places too.
And that's correct too.
And it's not switching anything for the future because that is designated for this year, so.
Correct.
Thank you.
So, but I agree, if we're gonna do this, we need to do it entirely for the columns 1, 2, and 3. I was just looking at another option instead of for funding for the sidewalk for San Mateo, that's all.
So it looks like we have a consensus for that. McDowell? So you had.
Well, since we're talking about solving a big problem, I'd hate to have this opportunity disappear about discussing about a bond for the water control structures and the weirs and stuff, if we wanna have that conversation and maybe have them bring back more information or workshop or something. Obviously, we can't make a decision today, there's just way too much information that's missing, but I do think that we need to give them
Well,
kind
we
of a
definitely get
consensus.
direction on
Yeah,
to
Well, I think
look
that's what
into-
they asked for.
To look into what is the best route to go and give us all those options, so I think that's good.
Yes.
Carasone?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, so you have a consensus to go over
Me
each other. All right.
Those were the only two things they needed.
I think Commissioner McDowell had a couple of things.
I have a lot of
CIP.
questions about the CIP and some of the budgeting stuff, I mean, it's,
Oh, we got them here.
all right, so let me get to that page. I'm in the CIP book.
Actually, I apologize, I misstated, the CIP portion actually for them is this afternoon.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I apologize for stating that incorrectly earlier, I was trying to read it as quickly as we were getting my device started.
so we're just in the budget part of it? Okay, well, let me go to the budget part of the district.
Do you know what page that is in the HD version? I keep looking and looking and for some reason.
107, starts on page 107. Oddly enough.
Oh, I saw it. Okay, thank you so much.
But I had to say it.
You did it. Very good.
So since you mentioned the HTE, on page 107, what is this transportation tax in the 331.40 account? And it has $64,900. What is that?
Actually, the tax is for the line above, it's a summary of the ones above it. Transportation, that 33140, those are grants, that's,
I'm sorry.
the 33140, those would be grants that we've received historically. You'll notice there's nothing in the current year.
Correct.
We don't budget for grants until we actually have them approved.
Gotcha, thank you for that. I wasn't sure what that was, so I appreciate that. And I do see that we have a municipal gas tax. I asked that during one of our commission meetings, and we gave direction to see about doing that. When I
Or
asked,
to add more to
You
it.
actually have one of the memos that was sent out to you all. We already have that tax at your, or-
right,
so.
I see that. Well, when I asked the question, we were told, well, I don't know, or it was no. I don't
We
remember.
had to find out for sure.
Yeah,
Because
so-
you looked at, can we get an additional one? We already have it.
That was what I remember, because I knew we already were receiving it, but I thought she was talking about adding more to it, so I didn't know if something had changed in the state or not.
In the HTE on page 111 and 112, there's a category other professional services for 123,000, and then there's other contracted services. What is the difference between those two?
Basically the type of service. Contract, one is a professional, I mean, it's an accounting difference, they're the same thing basically as far as y'all are concerned.
So why don't you just put them all together?
Because we have an accounting rule that says they have to be in separate lines. It depends literally on the specific service that is contracted out. Certain want to be professional,
If
others
it's like a
do not.
financial service, it would be under professional. If it's a contractor.
I can contract to hire, no disrespect to anybody's profession, but the chart of accounts literally states which ones are considered professional and which one you're just contracting out. And like the mayor just said, if we hired accountants, that would be a professional service, whereas if I hired a plumber, that would be a contracted service.
Page 115 in the HTE, this is the light pole painting.
115?
115. There's a thing in there, it's under streetlights right at the very beginning. And it says $75,000 for light pole painting. Just need to verify what exactly that is, because there is no SLA for it.
That's for all the streetlight poles that need to be repainted.
That need to be repainted. So where's the funding for painting the other light poles that we gave direction to have painted?
That's this year.
Oh, it is
That
in
was
this year's?
Yes, ma'am. The one that you gave direction for is
Oh.
in this year's. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought we were waiting until this year's budget. Okay.
No, ma'am.
That's all I have in the HTE. In the budget, there, on page 313 in the actual budget. On page 313, you guys are asking for an assistant operations and maintenance manager. What exactly are they going to be doing? Because I'm reading it and it says that they're going to be doing work orders and monthly operational work orders. What does that mean in my English or your greater detail?
So last year, right about this time, the city manager had asked if our department would be interested in taking on a certain amount of people from the property maintenance division. And mainly the crews that maintain all the city buildings, some of the grounds, and quite honestly, it was quite an endeavor. So the operations and maintenance manager, Mr. Speak, it was decided, and I discussed that with him, if he would be interested and have the capability to assume the basically additional division, as well as the administrative staff. So we just agreed to do that, and it was for a 1-year period. And with the departure of the former property maintenance manager, some of the staff went to the Parks and Recreation Department, and some of the staff came to our department. So now, Mr. Speak has, as the operations and maintenance manager, he has basically 2 divisions that he oversees. So he's been handling that for a year, and it was agreed that at the end of the year, we would decide on how we would proceed from there. So we're still fine with him being the manager overseeing. He's up to 81 employees now. That is a very large span of control to take on. That being said, we've done a little bit of internal efficiencies with respect to his supervisors, section administrators, and so forth. And basically, the assistant operations manager would assist Mr. Speak with the management of the 81 staff, as well as primary responsibility would be to oversee a lot of the functions of the facilities maintenance division. So that is the purpose of this position.
It'd be nice to see a hierarchy of your department.
Yes, ma'am.
All the different
Yes, ma'am.
managers and stuff.
Yes,
It'd
ma'am.
be nice to have that.
Can I just say that since you guys took it over, it's been nice to see the maintenance the difference in the maintenance, the level of maintenance in the, you know, city buildings and such. They've done a fantastic job. I just want to tell you that.
Thank you.
Kudos.
We'll pass that along. Thank you.
Just need to stop mowing on the days we come here. You're killing me.
Okay.
So 25%,
Raise.
About this time of year,
Yeah, I know.
you're here so many days.
I know, right? Killing me.
so 25% is going through road and drainage, and 75% is going through the general fund?
I believe that's opposite.
I'm sorry.
75% is gonna be road and drainage, and 25% will be general fund. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's my understanding this is more of an office position, because you're managing and you're inputting work orders and stuff like that. It's a management position in an office, and I
It's
don't
not-
understand,
Okay,
so
it's
what am
not,
I-
it's not a, it is a management position, but you're overseeing, both office staff and field staff, and you're overseeing the processes for both. So that being said, you're gonna be out in the field also, because you have to be checking on your staff's work, coordinating it, things like that. But it is a mid-management position, you're correct. Because not only are you gonna oversee that facilities maintenance staff as your primary function, well, your primary function, I take that back, is to assist Mr. Speak with the management of 81 staff. The secondary function is gonna be to specifically oversee the facilities maintenance staff and their projects.
so it sounds like it's a heck of a lot more than just inputting work orders like this, like the SLA
That is correct.
shows.
That is correct.
Okay. Alright. If you go to 317, it's just more of a comment. This is for the janitorial, this contract, to include the aquatic center.
Yes, ma'am.
You're on facilities maintenance now, I believe.
Isn't that you guys?
We're currently discussing the road and drainage.
Only the road and drainage district.
So those facilities start on 335.
Because you know, it's a different division, so it'll be a different, it's gonna come up in.
Well, it's all under public works.
Give
me a break.
Okay.
Maybe we can answer.
Yeah, it's up to
All
you.
right, so starting at 3,
Okay, all right, we can do it, sure.
This week anyway.
Okay, so go ahead. All right, sorry.
I don't have an issue with whichever
Order you want to go in.
Okay,
okay, I was just going under public works because.
okay, sure.
Because it's,
Same people who have answered the same questions, whether they do it now or
but it's funded
on
through road
Wednesday.
and drainage, right?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, that's
It's actually funded in the
general fund.
Oh,
Even though we manage the staff.
Gotcha.
And they're under our department.
so do you, Mayor, do you want me to continue or do you want me to just, okay. So, 317, this is because they're opening the aquatic center, this is for contracted services, for janitorial services, basically? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's
Okay.
correct. Yes,
So,
ma'am.
contracted services maintain and repair the building systems, the fire system, and HVAC? Okay, well, this is a brand-new facility. I sure hope that those things are under warranty.
Check it.
Chuck Speak, Operations Manager.
Annual maintenance of things.
Right,
Things are gonna break beyond the,
we pay for monitoring of those systems, and then there's also testing that has to be done annually to make sure that they're compliant. So that's what those funds are for, as well as pest control, that sort of thing.
but it's unlikely it's gonna be the complete 21,500.
And we don't know that. I mean, we pay a fee up front, where they give you a contract price for monitoring. I mean, that doesn't change whether it's new or old. Our repair budget will be less, of course, hopefully under warranty and not have to worry with any of that. But the testing will always be the same for those systems.
Okay, didn't we just recently go out to bid for these contracted services for janitorial stuff?
We did.
And is it one contract for janitorial, or is it one contract for janitorial and monitoring?
Each system
Or is it-
has its own contract. So we have HVAC, we have elevator, repair and maintenance, we have the fire suppression systems, we have janitorial. Each one of those is its own contract. Those are all different contractors that perform that work.
And is the janitorial part of it, is that done citywide for not just the aquatic center or city hall or the bathrooms at Garden of Five
Citywide.
Senses, so it is citywide?
Correct. The restrooms at the parks are a different contractor, because that's a different type of contract.
Okay.
But the main facilities, the main buildings are all under one contract.
The next page is City Hall security assessment for $10,000. Why is that going through this instead of the PD or the fire department? I would think that the police department knows the latest and greatest security things.
This is to bring in a consultant. We've discussed with PD, and they have their ideas. We feel it's best to bring in a consultant to give us a direction and give us the options. And then commission can decide which way to go, because there's options that go from the bare minimum to, bust the bank.
Now, that being said, facilities maintenance, however, will still oversee whatever option is chosen. It will not be the police department that will oversee the, let's just say, the installation of the security measures. It will be facilities maintenance.
So last year, I remember when we had the conversation with PD that it was more of a priority citywide, not just City Hall, but Public Works buildings, utilities buildings. And I'm gonna say it right now, I'm just disappointed that nothing has been done. I've been asking the city manager for months now to find out what is going on and why isn't this done?
Well-
Police department came by and was looking through City Hall area, saying, we need to fix this stuff now, and there's areas in the city that needed to be fixed now, and
Well-
nothing's changed.
Well, with all due respect, we have been doing some things. For example, at my building, we are taking as many measures as we can to make some security within our budget. This is bigger picture, and having a consultant come in and identify and tell us, based upon what we've got, their recommendations, what we should do. And yes, kudos to the police department for pushing that we do need to have some type of security system. But now planning it all out, identifying the buildings, identifying the types of security. Actually, we have some security measures that were put in place at the city manager's office. So we have been doing things as much as we can. We did looked at some things here on the second floor as well, looked at this facility. It's just that in order to do it properly, we just feel like it's better to have a study done by a professional company and tell us all of our city buildings what they would recommend. So on the bigger picture level, this is what we're presenting to today, but we have done some smaller things the best we could with the funding we have in place.
And the concern is to do it piecemeal. These systems are not gonna talk to each other. When we finally decide to have a global system,
Right.
you're gonna have all these little pieces that aren't gonna talk, and you're gonna have spent money now that is worthless. So the consultant can give us the direction, we can come up with a plan, and then we can move forward.
There was talk, I think it was last budget cycle, about doing a maintenance program citywide to assess, when does the air conditioner need to be replaced at City Hall? How much life is left on it, or whatever buildings in the city. And I know that was a big contentious item. Some people said, no, we can do it in-house. Some people said, no, we have to hire a consultant. Where are we on that?
If I'm not mistaken, we pulled the money from that out of the budget last year. There was to hire a consultant to do it, and as we stated, it was one of those things that says, we're not gonna do it that year. It was a matter of balancing the budget. Like I stated last year, we do not have staff in-house that can do that. And it was decided not to put it in the budget last year, so it wasn't done.
Now, also, just to interject a little bit here, with the way Mr. Speak has been managing and starting to put together long-term plans for the management of the facilities, for example, with the roofs on these buildings, he is going to have a company come in and, kind of take a look at the roofs. He's already begun that, to kind of prioritize which ones need to be done. So although we may not be able to do it on a large scale, he at least can get some things started and going to put together plans for different aspects of the maintenance of each building.
Flipping over to road and drainage,
Okay.
331. So I'm looking at this revenue detail. and I don't see anything that says non-ad valorem taxes collected. And if somebody can help me determine where that is?
Line 344, the one that starts with 344 on the side, says transportation.
Those are the non-ad valorem assessments.
So why does it say transportation instead of non-ad valorem?
That's, again, that's out of the listing of what they're called.
Alrighty.
It's transportation assessments.
Transportation, okay. I don't get it. All right. What's that? Already talked about that. All right. So there's on page 339 a request for a new personnel. Is that my understanding what this is? It looks like for new personnel that start in January? So. I had requested a sheet for personnel vacancies in the citywide. And I see a lot of equipment operators that are not filled. There's a lot of positions. I'm not sure what a section administrator is, but there's equipment 2 operators and equipment 1 operators. And basically, you're looking at about 120 days of vacancy. So for all intents and purposes, about a half a year, between 4 months to 6 months. So if we don't have full staff, how do we know we need a new position? This has been one of my biggest concerns. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 positions in road and drainage that are vacant. Those are 6 or 7 positions that are being budgeted yearly, and the majority of them are not just average turnover, because they're excessive amounts of time, over 90 days. And I'm wondering, why then do you need a new position when you have all of these vacancies and you don't have full staff?
Okay, are you speaking about the
339.
infrastructure inspector?
339.
339?
I understand the infrastructure inspector. I'm
Okay.
looking at 339. Because you're looking for an operator 2
Okay, I got you.
and an operator 3.
Yes,
I don't
ma'am.
know why.
I can tell you why. This is for the new additional level of service that we spoke about earlier for the mowing of the swales, 6 times a year, and then twice a year the centers, and also your vertical mowing. This would be a crew assigned specifically for that task. Now, in reference to the first part of your question, well, if you got these vacancies, why do you really need this? And if you've been with that, we historically will go, we'll have vacancies, we'll fill, and it's part of the cycle. Part of the issue we have kind of going up against us right now is the economy. When the economy's good, now we're competing with the other construction fields. So getting positions filled now for us is very difficult because of that. It's not about how much money we pay, excuse me, necessarily. It's that we're competing with others. So even if they pay a little bit more, the person may be more apt to go to that job. So it's not uncommon for us to have these vacancies, but it's a constant cycle. We're filling them, we have vacancies, filling them, we'll have vacancies. Right now, we just, the other day, filled a couple more, and we'll still have a couple vacancies.
I'll add to that too, is that there's work to be done. The number of positions we have right now are tasked with work. That work either gets postponed or there's overtime that has to be done, but that work doesn't go away. And as we get more people, the tree crew is a great example where we got that in last year's budget. They're now full up with equipment. They have a backlog of work to be done in maintaining the trees upon our trails and collectors. So there's the work that we need to get done. This, we're adding a whole new level of service we don't have the personnel to add what is being asked for the additional mowing. There's, like I said, a backlog of work that we need to be doing right now with our current staff.
And I appreciate that, but I am seeing vacancies, which means you don't have the staff to begin with, and now you're adding another position that you can't staff those other ones. So if you don't have the staff to have the current level of service, how can you add another one to increase the level of service? Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's why we're falling behind on the work, is because of the vacancies. And then if you want to add more service, you're just going to make them fall. Even if those positions that we currently have get filled, you're adding more work.
But we don't have the positions filled for the work that we have.
Which is why we're falling behind.
But it's a different type of work.
Right.
It's a different type of work.
Different position, different qualifications.
Right.
I don't agree with that one, but, I just have a couple more.
I was gonna say, I wanna move on to a couple others here. and we'll
It's fine.
come back
That's
to-
perfectly fine.
Commissioner Pearson, do you have anything you wanna move forward with?
I wanna know how much of that, the project funding or work funding, along with the funding for employees that will not be filled by October, is gonna roll over into the fund balance.
That's very hard to tell right now.
Well, maybe before our next meeting, we can kind of get line by line on how much of it there is. And an estimate, it won't be true and accurate, but we can have an estimate of how much money is going to go back in.
We'll work on an estimate.
All you got?
Yeah.
Commissioner Emmerich? Commissioner Lou?
I have a couple of things. Can we go to 321? Can I get an explanation as to where we sit with this? I know when the Braves first game came about, we couldn't put up the Braves banners and stuff because of FDOT. So where do we sit with this? I mean, there were a lot of citizens, had a problem because we didn't have Christmas decorations up. And we got several emails in regards to that. So just wondering, are we still battling with FDOT?
We have run into issues, yes, I know that we used to historically put up a lot of decorations along the poles. And Mr. Speak, if you want to come up and try to address some of this as well, that'd be great. But on the same note, we were doing things we weren't allowed to be doing, is really what it came down to.
Right.
There was decorations on poles that, they're not our poles, they're FDOT's poles. And they said no. And, I get it, we got away with it for a really long time. But we now know the rule, we have to follow it. Now we're working with them, if you want to give an update on, I know that you guys were reaching out to FDOT.
Talking about flags and veterans flags and things like that.
Exactly. There's a lot involved in it.
We did that program. I know we did.
For flags
And the decorations.
and the decorations.
Yeah.
Maybe we can find that documentation.
Yeah, well, anything that goes up now, on any structure is that needs an engineer to qualify the structure, that it will handle wind load. If there is any kind of storm, they've made it very difficult to do that sort of thing. The decorations that were there previously were wired into the poles. They weren't,
Right.
I wasn't happy with the way that was done. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I'm sure that it wasn't FDOT that did that. They were wired in to step-down transformers in the bottom of the poles, and it just wasn't compliant. And that's why the ones that we were able to do it to, we didn't do it to. It's just not a safe situation. I think banners are probably an option, but there will be a process. It would be easier for us to do banners on our own poles, and that's what I would recommend.
Yeah.
Sumter, Toledo, where we have control of those. And that's the direction we wanted to go, banners or decorations there, it would be easier for everybody involved.
Where are our own poles on 41?
We don't have any
Exactly,
of our own poles on 41.
exactly.
Well, what about incorporating, like, maybe decorating our welcome signs too, coming in and out of the,
Absolutely, and we
out
have,
of the town? This way, you know, if we can't do all of 41, at least we can say hello and goodbye.
right,
You know?
again,
I like that idea.
Merry Christmas one way, Happy New Year the other.
You know, but I mean, any little bit can enhance that up there, that's all I was trying to get at.
sure,
Well-
it would be easier to decorate anything that's not a light pole or a traffic signal.
That's owned by the city.
Yes, if we own it, then we have a little more leeway.
What I'm thinking of, especially along the lines of the Braves, are the same thing that the Rays do over at Port Charlotte. And that's those temporary,
They call them excuse me, the sails.
the what?
They call them sails,
Yeah, sail.
the little, they're on kind of like
Flags.
a
Yeah.
standalone. Those still require, if they are on a state highway, they will require DOT approval. And technically, because I've checked with DOT, they are supposed to be taken down every single day after a game. And they're only allowed up the day of the game. But I know for example, I've seen them up, they last longer than that. But if we were to do it on 41, we would have to have a DOT permit, and we'd have to comply with whatever their rules are.
Sounds like it'd be easier to maybe work with West Village's Improvement District to put something in there too, working with them about, for the Brave stuff closer to the stadium and in our,
Well, I mean, they're doing that.
They have to do FDOT as
Yeah.
well.
no,
I mean,
not,
there's
not
no-
talking on
Side of the-
on
you're talking
West
side of the
Village's
subdivision?
Parkway, yeah, West
Yeah,
Village's
they're
Parkway.
doing that.
Okay, I wanted an update on that. On 327, is that 11,000 coming out of what we make at Warm Meadow Springs?
Mr. Mandelis?
Yes.
It's not coming from Warm Meadow Springs, it was put in with different funding sources, or actually, you'll see on your June 25th agenda coming up as well, are applying for a grant to cover half of that. But this would not it's not scheduled to come out of, the Warm Meadow Springs Fund.
Would it come out of the art fund then?
This will not, because it's restoration. The original purchase part of it, I believe, did.
Correct.
As well as other sources. But the art funds aren't supposed to be, if I'm remembering correctly, for repairs and maintenance of something. They're supposed to be for the installation of it, which they already did.
This sounds like a tree fund situation. We might have to address all this in the ULDC.
Can I ask a question about
You're
this?
talking about drawing that 11,000 out of the general fund or getting a.
General.
Right, John.
Commissioner Luke, can you carry some, piggyback off that really quick?
Oh, of course.
Go ahead.
Yeah, isn't this what we had the discussion over and we decided to do something differently?
You gave direction to actually, we took it down. We're working with the gentleman to get it fixed. Right now, it's in storage. He's not in town. And in the meantime, it was directed to try to get some grants, try to get somebody else to pay for it, which we're doing. And like I said, that's.
And this doesn't have a historical value to it, it's just something that.
I'm not gonna say whether it has a historical value or not.
It was put in 2012.
Can you put
It's
your
not
head
like-
in this noose?
Oh,
Will this fit better for you?
It was
You are
developed
correct.
in 2012, it was put up in 2012.
It's not old.
It has like a Chinese theme to it, and I'm still not understanding why this is something we need to restore if it wasn't even part of the original complex. I mean, I thought the whole idea was, it's $11,000, that's a lot of money, so, I don't know.
It's not being fixed because of a historical nature, it's being fixed because it was something that the city put in a joint effort. We raised money, it was funded, I believe, partially by, might have originally been funded by Gulf Coast, I'm not positive, it was 7 years ago. I know that we collected donations, there was all kinds of things. It was an approved project, we brought it back to you all. It's not It was brought to this group earlier this year about fixing it. With the amount of $11,000, and we were directed to do this, so we're putting the money in the budget so that when the gentleman who we were told to work with comes back to town, we have the money to do it. In the meantime, like I said, we're also following the direction to try to get somebody else to help pay for it. And right now, the grant that we've applied for will cover half of it.
Let me ask you one other thing. I remember, bless you. You taking your medicine? You're killing me. I don't know, don't spread that stuff my way. So, as I remember, we had given him a quote, or he had given us a quote, then by the time he came back, that quote raised exponentially. Now, are we gonna be in the same situation that this isn't even gonna cut what he now wants? Now he's out of town again?
Well, one of the
You
reasons.
get what I mean?
Yeah, I'd suggest no, since he's the one that's out of town and not us.
Well, that's what happened the first time.
Well, and also the thing deteriorated between the first and the second time. And that's why we have taken it down. With his oversight, it's being stored in, so it doesn't get any further damage. So I believe that, I'm hoping that the price doesn't change between now and then. I don't believe it will because we've done everything that we were asked to do. So it's not deteriorating any more than it has. It was over a year's time, being exposed to the elements.
All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Commissioner Lou?
The only, I'll finish up with just this topic. The only thing that I questioned, because it was supposed to be being repaired, during the restoration, so that it could be hung back up in a proper place when the restoration was complete. So I don't know if it needs to go in this year or next year, but to me, that's up to you guys, but it does need to be addressed, in my opinion. Thank you, I'm done.
All right, Commissioner McDowell, go back to you.
343, this has to do with phosphate mining water quality samples. Just a general question, we gave authorization to start doing this in June of 18. I just want to make sure, have we started to do those water quality samples in June of 18-ish? Or are we starting it once October 1st?
No, ma'am, they were started as directed.
Thank you for that. So this will be a common theme when it comes to software programs. You have a request on page 345. Sorry, you guys are the first ones to hear this.
It's okay.
We have purchased software in the past through various departments that after we purchase it, we find issues and problems and compatibility things and storage problems and these problems and that problems. I want to make sure before we go any further with purchasing softwares that it is thoroughly, completely, 1,000,000% vetted before we purchase it. These surprises have got to stop. And this software that is being asked for, that's $5,600. And I don't know who would be in charge of vetting all of this. I mean, obviously you work with IT and other departments and.
I believe on this particular software, there's an upgrade, version 4, that we need to get for our stormwater manager. And the reason we need to get that is because when the plans are designed by engineers and so forth, and she's going to review them, she has to make sure she has the up-to-date software that's compatible with how they've designed it. And this is, of course, for it's a 3-day training session for 2 of our staff to attend. That would be the stormwater manager and also the engineering division manager to attend those trainings. That's the additional.
And I appreciate that you guys want to do this.
Yes,
I am
ma'am.
expressing this concern, and again, this will be throughout these budget talks.
Yes, ma'am.
Of us purchasing software or upgrading software, that we make sure before we purchase it that it is thoroughly vetted. Because we're spending way too much money on software that we find out we can't use, because then we have to upgrade that and then we have to change this and that costs more. I just really want a concerted effort before we start buying this stuff and not able to use it. It's ridiculous, the amount of software we purchase that is not being able to implement.
This is just a module, right?
Vice
It's just
Mayor-
an attachment
Vice
to
Mayor,
what
this-
we already
right,
have, right?
Right, this is for two things. It's for both the upgrade and the training session. It's not just something we forgot to add or didn't realize we had to
But
have
this
as a training.
upgrade may require additional things also be upgraded that we're not thinking about.
We'll vet it through IT before we purchase to make sure our systems.
We'll make sure, yes, ma'am. We'll make sure.
All right, on page 353, this welder fabricator, is this this welder, I guess it's part going between solid waste and road and drainage?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they just doing welding, or are
The-
they doing mechanic?
I can explain what they're doing. The, for the road drainage, district, their main function for our district is going to be to repair, the water control structures. As I stated earlier, they're 60 years old. Right now, we're paying a vendor
Okay.
who has worked with us for over 30 years. He is getting ready to retire. He gives us an extremely good price because he fabricates our gates. Most companies do not do that, and it's 10 times the amount of money to have that done. So we have looked at it, and for our road and drainage district, it's more cost efficient and beneficial to have a staff member on staff to do that work. Along with that, solid waste district is also going to use him for welding of various things that they have in respect to their dumpsters and other things. So we're gonna share the costs with the solid waste district.
All right.
I will add on that. So this position will be in the fleet division. They have the means to allocate to the departments that are utilizing it. So that's why you see the cost in road and drainage and solid waste, but
Right.
the person will be in fleet.
Yeah, he'll actually be supervised and all his work will be transmitted from fleet.
Flipping over to the CIPs, I just have a few questions.
Can I ask one question on this last topic before you move on? Do you already have a welder as personnel in-house right now? So that would require a position as well then, correct?
We do not have a welder in-house, no, sir.
So,
We have, yeah, we're gonna have a position and his equipment.
and then the welder, and now is this a mobile welder that goes into the back of the truck? Or is it a stationary welder? Because you're saying it's for weir and control structure maintenance, so it's gotta be mobile to get out there.
Yes, sir, it's mobile.
Price for the welder and a vehicle, or just the welder?
Okay, when you talk welder, so you have the person who will be in fleet, and that's where you will see that FTE added in fleet. Then you have the welder equipment that you will, and the vehicle that you see now in road and drainage, and you will see some in solid waste. So the portable welder, the plasma welder, the compressor, the mobile devices, and the piece of equipment will be in solid waste and road and drainage.
Okay, just moving forward a little quickly, just making sure it
That's
was all
okay.
there.
Yep, it's all,
Oh, sorry, Mike. Oh, I thought.
three pieces.
Commissioners, as we move forward, I just found our schedule, and we're about an hour behind.
Oh, that's okay.
I just found it, so, but anyways, I just want to say that we do have 1, 2, 3 more before we're scheduled to get into the CIP, which we're not going to be able to get
So I'll
right
save CIP
away.
for later then.
Yes. So what I'd like to do is move on to solid waste, and then we'll have a working lunch, since I just found this.
I didn't know
And
we
I
had a
apologize.
schedule.
I didn't, I just asked, and there it is. Yeah.
When was the schedule pushed out?
It's in the legislative text. Yeah, it's in the legislative text. I just didn't, I didn't look before the meeting. So just a follow-up. Do we have any follow-up for road and drainage here? And if not, we'll move on to solid waste. Okay, thank you. Well, actually, because we are going to take a lunch break in about 40 minutes anyways, I figure we'll take our 15 minutes of getting our stuff for our working lunch. You guys can do whatever it is you guys do, you know? And then we'll head back. Is that all right?
Oh, I don't care, I'm just saying, I've been here 2 hours already.
Yeah. No,
We're just 30
minutes.
minutes.
Just 30, oh no, now.
30 to 40.
Wow, okay, well, at least we're negotiable.
Okay.
spent a lot of time, because we also gave direction on what they needed to hear for the methodology stuff, so
I just didn't know what the schedule was, so I wasn't able to.
I didn't know we even had a schedule.
That was the quickest part. Giving consensus to that was the quickest part.
Thank you, ma'am.
No, she gave it to me.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Julie wanted to introduce me, but, okay.
I'll introduce, this is Frank Lama.
Hello, everybody. Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager. Thank you for having us here today. We're going to talk today about the Solid Waste District fiscal year 2020 budget presentation. So we're going to talk about today how the Solid Waste Division is service-focused. Our accomplishments in fiscal year 2019, our average estimated work requests were 719 per week, 37,405 annually. Our estimated increase of garbage collected is 1,380 tons. Our household hazardous waste collection increase of 8 tons. Our goals for fiscal year 2020, we're planning for collection reroute, managing our waste, research transfer station, and that would be property, archaeological, cultural resources, hiring an engineer, is much involved in that. Also, we're looking for 1 employee this year, 1 assistant to work at the recycling center. So let's get into recycling. It's been a big topic all year. So our accomplishments for fiscal year 2019 is the recycling center implementation, purchase of the ClearSpan building, engineering and building permits, purchase of the telescopic loader, negotiations with the processor, and transportation. This year we did a reduction of calendar stickers printed, 29,000 were reduction, and that's because of the use of the Recycle Coach mobile app, okay? So far 16,500 users, and they interacted 66,000 times. We do have 1,300 subscribers. The goals for fiscal year 2020, operating our recycling center procedures, sorting recyclings of contaminants, transferring material to a processor. Next in line, locating a future yard waste processor. The ranch, which we will be coming to see the commissioner next month, the commissioners next month. They're offering 1-year extension. And the only 2 after that would be Sarasota County Landfill and Charlotte County Landfill, which they have yard waste processing there. We're also going to continue our recycling education for our citizens, which are very important. So let's get into the bones here of the recycling. Okay, in 2019, our final cost is estimated to be $900,000. So we'll talk about recycling tons for fiscal year 2020. We're looking at 8,300 tons. The recycling cost will decrease $570,000. The material share will decrease also $90,000, and the reason why, because of that, it depends on how the market's going. Could go up, could go down. The final cost is going to be $480,000 cheaper than what we did in fiscal year 2019 at $900,000. So let's talk about, there's been a lot of talk about recycling being tossed in the garbage, okay? There's a charter out there in Sarasota County. You cannot throw any garbage in the recycling, okay? So if say we did dispose of this garbage, it would only cost us $401,000. So we're pretty close to the final cost of us making sure the recyclable material is recycled compared to throwing it away. So it's very important, that's what we're looking at. So let's talk about vehicles and equipment. So solid waste replacement and renewal account. This account we started 12, 13 years ago. Before that, these are the trucks we drove. Okay, we were in the red, the vehicles were leased, we were paying double, and we had no ability to buy. So this is what it was before this. So that's the reason why we do this account. So, I know we talked about it for the last few years. I said, let's try to get into the bones of how this works, right? So, as you can see up top, the top line operation, CID number, the year it was purchased, the type, the make, the replacement year, and then it goes 2019 to 2030. And I'm using only 6 here, and it's, each piece of equipment is different. So a roll-off truck, okay, they last 10 years. A claw truck, it lasts about 7 years. A garbage or recycling truck lasts 7 years. A Karata can lasts about 4 years. A pickup truck goes 10 years, and a rear loader goes 10 years, which does the yard waste here. Now remember, each year, 19 to 30, it goes up 3%. 3% each year. So 324 budgeted fund. Okay, in 2019 was $132,850, and that was 5 Karata cans. So we transferred the capital fund from the 120 operating fund, $450,000. Now the R&R fund investment income depends. It usually stays about $25,000 throughout the year, depending on how much money you have in there. So that's an average. So the remaining funding needed for this year was in the plus, $342,150. Our current R&R fund balance is $4,291,280. So the new R&R fund balance, you would add the $4,291,280 plus the $342,150, brings you to $4,633,430. So as you can see, the following next year, which is in 2020, we're looking to go ahead and replace $2,694,190 worth of equipment. Okay? And if you add the $688,680, which we are looking to put in the 120 fund, plus the R&R fund investment income, the remaining funded needed is $1,980,510. So our current R&R fund balance, which would be $4,633,430, will leave us with a new R&R fund balance of $2,652,920. So you kind of see it goes on every year, same way. So let's talk about the past transfer of funds to the R&R. Back in 15, we placed $1,440,000. 19, we placed $450,000 in there, and you see 2020, we're looking at $688,680. It's very important what you put in there. It's our fund for the future, okay? Replacing vehicles. We're not asking for anybody else to do it except us. We're responsible for that. So, thank you very much. In additions to fleet, we replaced 6 trucks, 2 Karata cans, $1,377,310. We did also go into the fund, our renewal fund, for 5 Karata cans this year, $132,000. Our goals for fiscal year 2020, the additions to the fleet, which would be 1 roll-off truck, which is very important for our commercial and residential, because we're very busy there, be $202,260. And we're looking to replace 9 vehicles, 2 Karata cans, and the replacements will be $2,694,190. So let's talk about our outreach, because that's what we love to do, outreach. Okay, that's solid waste. We need to discuss about recycling and the garbage and what to do. So, accomplishments in fiscal year 2019. Okay, the 12 Days of Garbage Christmas video. It was fun. The drivers had a good time. Hopefully everybody else enjoyed it. Viewed 31,000 times. 7th Annual Rodeo, 2,400 residents attended. Let's Recycle Right educational videos. I know that guy, and he's pretty good. He's a good guy. He loves doing those videos. All right? So also, what we like to do is humanize with Facebook posts. I mean, we humanize with our drivers, the people who work there, and it really hits hard. It hits the people at home, you know, so it's real cool. The growth in users of Recycling Coach app. I just looked at the numbers this morning, and they are ready. I believe it was 17,500 users, 74,000 interactions. This is something the commissioners, thank you for doing that. This took over for the calendar, and it's getting better and better. Every week we look at that, so it's great. Public events, schools, organizations, annuals, and cleanups. Our goals for fiscal year 2020 are 8th Annual Rodeo, 2,500 residents estimated to attend. We're going to continue our outreach, education, videos, public events, very important. And this year we're going to update our mailing and our solid waste guide, because it hasn't been done in 3 years, and it's time to update that. Send it out to all the folks. So, overview. Solid waste assessment returning to $249 from $230. That is an additional 36.5 cents per week for collection. That would mean $19 more a year per household. So our increase in personnel expenditures of $163,540. Increase in fleet repair and maintenance, $355,080. Increase in contractual services, $321,000. Increase in tipping fees, $159,290. So we'll go into the revenues for fiscal year 2020 preliminary. Rate fee for service, $7,939,720. Disposal of fixed assets, we're thinking when we go ahead and trade in the 9 vehicles, we'll get $110,000. The miscellaneous fees is gonna be $277,100, and that's special pickups, initiation fees. Also, the reserve fund balance, this year, okay, we are borrowing $465,050 out of that fund, out of the reserve balance fund, because we're at 230. Next year, in 2020, we're looking to be at 249 and place $52,990 in there. Our commercial revenue, we're looking at an increase of $50,000, $1,690,000, totaling $9,963,830. So our expenditures, personnel will go up a little bit, merits, we are adding the 1 person for the recycling center. Operating, $5,844,390. Now, the operating did go up, and that's fleet, tipping fees, fuel, things like that. Additions to fleet, like we talked about, I know the welder is gonna get some of that, and also our new roll-off truck for $202,000. So the renewal replacement fund, like I said, like we talked about, $450,000 last year, $688,860 this year. The capital outlay, we're looking for $95,000, and that is for hopefully putting aside for the future for a new building for Public Works. All right, any questions?
Commissioner Lucas,
Find the page. The money that you put in, page 5, the money that you put into your R&R fund,
Yes, ma'am.
why is it so low this year and next year compared to previous years?
Well, what happens is, at that point in time, the assessment was $249. And when we dropped it to $230, because the department was making too much money, that's where it goes. It goes in there. It's for the future. So that's the reason why the decrease. Because it's
Okay,
gone up
so
one.
there was some extra, it went in the past, but you're at a good break even right now.
At the 249.
Okay. That's all I've got.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so looking at my historical chart that I made of payouts for solid waste, 2008 to 2012, for 5 years, the citizens were paying $267.
Correct.
And then it dropped in 2013 for 4 years to $249.
Correct.
2017 and 2018, it dropped to $230.
Right.
So while costs have increased exponentially, we have reduced the amount of the non-ad valorem rate exponentially.
Correct.
So realistically, is the 249, is it enough? I mean, we were at 267, dropped it to 249,
You're right.
dropped it to 230, and now we're going back up to 249.
Thank you, that's great. The way I look at it, let's see what happens this year, and then we'll make that decision next year with the new recycling center coming in, and seeing if we can make a difference, so. let's give us a
And
chance.
because of growth, and,
Oh, well, we know about the growth, yes.
yeah, we know
We
about,
should-
so with all that growth, we've been reducing, and we weren't collecting the impact fees.
Right.
So we have to keep the level of service. Believe me, if we don't pick up trash, not only are you getting phone calls, but everybody in the city is gonna get phone calls.
To interject something here that Mr. Lama referenced, in the solid waste business, you know, he mentioned we're making too much money, it lowered. It's not about making too much money. If we have that revenue, we need to put that in our renewal replacement account to accommodate, so when the growth does come, as it did, we have the money to afford to buy the equipment and hire on the personnel, because we have to pick up the trash every day.
Yeah.
It's not like in road and drainage, if I have to do a ditch a little later or something like that, or pave a road a little later, I can. garbage has to be picked up every day.
Absolutely. Mayor, I don't have any other questions on the PowerPoint, but I do have a couple questions on the budget itself. I don't know if you want to hear from the others
Yeah.
at this point on the
We'll
PowerPoint.
go through. Commissioner Carrasone, do you have anything?
Here we go. It is on, I'm looking at the HTE version, by the way, and it's about the,
Do you know what page you're on, Commissioner?
here we go. It is page 141. Took me a minute to make sure I was in the right place. I didn't tab it yet. Talk about the contractual services and
Thank you.
temporary personnel for recycling center, transportation, service engineer, transfer study, recycling composition study, all this to the tune of $324,000.
Correct.
I assume that some of these are personnel?
No, just
All
the,
studies.
well, the temporary personnel services on the bottom, the 4,000, that could be, say, if office staffs, we need an office staff person.
Okay, but it's gonna take a year to build anyways, so.
Well, I'm sorry, the office staff right now at Public Works.
Okay,
because
so it has nothing to do with the,
Correct.
oh my God,
Yep.
recycling center.
Now, the recycling composition study, that does have something to do with it, because what our study comes back determines our share. So it's very important, because that hasn't been done in many years. The transfer station study, we'll be talking about on the 25th. The engineer consultant, the transportation contract, recyclable materials, that'll happen as soon as we have the processor replaced. We'll go out and get transfer station transportation for that.
Other professional services, other contracted services. Okay, the other contracted services are these, 1, 2, 3, 4, essentially 5 pieces put together, but you have here that temporary personnel, and the 9,000 is not broken down, so.
Oh, it's other contractual services.
So the 9,000 is the temporary personnel?
Sorry, no, it's 4,000 there and then 5,000 for that. Now, the other contractual services for the 5,000 is damages. Just in case we do damage something, we have the money.
Well, that would be under insurance, wouldn't it?
Well, a lot of times you might damage something, it might only cost $100 or $200.
Ah.
For example,
So
if
we
you get a
don't go through it.
mailbox, something like that.
Even though we don't do that.
Yes, we do, Frank. And we take care of it when we do.
We do, but, I mean, mistakes have happened. They're in the truck a long time, so things can happen.
Now, Frank, back in the day, we did have on-call mailman repairman.
There you go, thank you.
But that's, so that's the reason for the 5,000.
I'm trying to find the recycling center transportation. What is that supposed to mean?
That's the contract, so when our recyclable materials are dropped here and we go through it, we'll get a trip. Right now, we're gonna take our time, we're gonna go ahead and do a contract out for the materials, so we'll put it into the truck and trailer, and they'll drive it to that property. In the future, right now, we're just walking, we're gonna run.
So we're gonna have to have a transporter initially. We're not gonna just go ahead and buy a semi and do it ourselves.
Right,
We
not
need
yet.
to, we need to get our feet wet, we need to get
Develop some
the,
processes
yes,
and all.
You do.
exactly. And then hopefully the following fiscal year, we'll be in the position to undertake that endeavor. But right now, we need to hire a service,
A couple of years.
or a couple of years, excuse me, being a little bit too aggressive.
You're running way too fast.
So you're saying we have to spend this for the next 2 years until we get our own recycling center up?
No,
No.
no. Okay, at the recycling center, we're gonna have to load up a semi, and that semi will deliver it to the recycling center,
Processor.
processor up in Sarasota.
Why don't we do that now?
Because with everything to establish the recycling center and get it going, and all the moving parts that we're gonna have to be responsible for, adding that component in is a little bit too much. So we're
There's
gonna.
a cost to that.
There's a cost to
There's a
that.
cost to have
There's
two
a cost to
trucks, three
that, right,
trailers.
exactly. So rather than do all those things, we're gonna concentrate on getting the recycling center up and running. And we'll just have a transporter come to the recycling center. It'll get loaded up, and that company will be responsible for transporting for the first couple years.
Okay,
Then by
so-
then, we should be able to undertake that ourselves and get our equipment and personnel for that purpose.
So, with that said, won't that reduce our tipping fees then? The cost?
To the recycling center? Of course,
Yes.
because you're going directly
I
to
don't
it.
see that in here. That's what my concern is.
You don't
The
see the,
tipping, I don't see a reduction, I see it going up.
Well, there
yeah,
won't, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Frank.
Do you remember what the slide I just had there, what we're paying today, this year, what we're gonna pay? The final cost is gonna be 900,000. That's what it's estimated at. And that's because we're in the contract with the county. When we have our own contract, you will see a difference. You'll see $570,000 difference. It's in the slide.
But if you're
When you-
diverting the amount that goes to the county by bringing in this subcontractor who's gonna take those items now to
The
either
processor.
Sarasota or wherever the
Okay, yeah.
processor, our tipping fees are gonna be reduced, cause that's less that's going to
The
Right.
landfill.
the landfill.
It will, and that's where you're gonna cover the cost of the transportation.
But I don't see the washout. Like, one should be saving and the other should be the expenditure, and it should be either a smaller impact, or it should be minimal impact, or it should be the same, or maybe it's not. That's what I'm trying to get at.
What you see in FY19 budget for tipping fees, the recycling tipping fee has far exceeded that because of us taking it to the county transfer station and paying $177 per ton. We are having to adjust that budget this year. Next year, the tipping fees will be less than the $177,000, but they're in line with what was budgeted. If we did not do the recycling center, you would see those tipping fees go up dramatically. So you're not seeing a big cut here compared to this year because we're taking that hit and with other savings from other areas trying to, just get through this year for the recycling tipping fee.
Yeah.
Next year, it is reflected, there is a savings over what we are paying right now, the $177 a ton.
So how much was this underestimated by in your recycling tipping fees?
Well, the county's contract was supposed to be already in place about 5-6 months ago, and it never happened. So it's gonna end September 30th.
Okay, but what I heard, now correct me if I'm wrong, is that we estimated that it would actually be about 1.8 for the tipping fees. It's page 141 on the.
That's.
The current year adopted budget is 2.2 million, almost 2.3. The 1.8 million is
On page
17, 18.
141?
Yep.
Right. So, I'm sorry, yes, I'm reading the wrong number. Okay, 2.2, say 2.3 million, it's close enough. Okay, but I just heard that the recycling tipping fees far exceeded that 2.27.
Yes, because of the $177 a ton, the contract we're in right now, correct. So
we just assumed that we would get a reduced amount.
No, we were expecting the Sarasota County to have a contract in place that would be nice for all of us. And we budgeted $359,374. That's what we budgeted for this year for recyclables. Now, that's compared to many cities out there that didn't even budget anything. We kind of were looking for we were looking in the future. I mean, think about it, we were doing this 6 months before we knew even things were gonna go right down the toilet, so. Yep. So we did put the 359, 374. Now you're talking about the 1.8 million. That you're talking about the landfill.
So out of the 2.273, how much was the difference? Was it 159,000? Is that what you're saying? That's what the difference is between what we budgeted and what?
No, No.
We can get you that
We
number,
can
right?
get, it's 900 minus the 359. It's estimated around 900,000 right now, minus the 359, 374.
So can, yeah,
500.
just give,
Get you the number.
so it is about
560.
100,
Yeah.
159?
550 over is what will be for the year.
What
I
was
believe
it,
it was,
550?
didn't I have that, yeah, it was 570, 570,000. It was in there. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
So ultimately,
Help yourself.
by putting our own recycling center in here,
Mm-hmm.
we are going to save,
You're gonna save money, because right now what's happening is if you bring it to a contractor and say the contractor charges you $100 a ton, you go drop it off there, he would charge you, if it's contaminated, anything over 20%, you're getting charged 180 ton.
It almost doubles.
And
They're
getting nothing for the
Yeah.
recycling
Not a
material
share.
revenue.
Because they're not a landfill. That's their biggest thing. They're not a landfill. If you're gonna do that, then bring it to the landfill.
how do you even know what was and what wasn't? I'm sure that gets a little hanky too when you're talking about independent contractors. They're probably, oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
25% was, yeah, so there's really no way to
Regular.
have an accountability for that,
We're
so.
gonna have accountability with the recycling centers.
No, I know, that's what,
Right.
that's what I meant,
So
okay.
those cost savings gonna be exponential
Mm-hmm,
on that.
okay, that's it, for now.
Mr. Emrich?
Nah, just solid waste does a, exceptional job each year, especially with all the planning and talking with the community and the education and everything.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys do fantastic. I'm looking forward to the future and keeping the monies down. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's challenging, but you can't just sit there and not think of, you have to keep thinking about things, it's challenges, keep coming up with ideas. That's the main thing.
Staying on the budget, Mr. Luke, do you have anything else?
I think the 249 is very fair. We ate that increase this year when everything, the bottom fell out of it. So we ate that, or you guys ate that within your budget. I think the 249 is very fair. It sets us back to that playing field. I know the savings from the recycle isn't good. I mean, it's gonna save us. It's not gonna save us millions or anything like that. But it prepares us for that future again. We don't know where recycling is going to go. We may end up, within 5 years, being paid for it again,
Yeah,
depending upon how technology
domestically,
goes.
about a year or 2 years, things are starting to come back around here.
But the thing that I like most is we are responsible for Earth. And we are
Oh, we
not
are.
feeding Earth, these things that it can't swallow. So I appreciate what you do and the way you look forward to the future. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. McDowell?
Yeah, if you go to page 361 in the budget book, so when we were talking about the transfer station, we were told that you still needed to we were told you needed to find a recycling processor.
Correct, and we're working on that, yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
so have you found one?
we have, and we're in negotiations right now.
Okay, because we were asked to be kept informed as to if you found one or you didn't find one and what the problem was and what the delays were, and we haven't heard
We
anything.
apologize. As soon as the contract's kind of good to go, we'll bring it to you. You would be the first to know.
Okay, but we talked about this in like November or December, if I remember.
That was December 6th.
Okay.
Yep.
And it was my understanding that you were gonna have a processor in place within like 3 or 4 months.
Correct.
And we don't have the contract
Even
yet,
if
is
we
what I'm
had the
hearing.
processor in place at that time, it would have still been an issue because our trucks would have still had to drive to wherever his destination is. There's nowhere for us to transport the material.
But I thought you were getting a hauler.
Okay, without the recycling center, we
Right.
can't get a hauler.
Gotcha. So when is the
So-
recycling center gonna be up and running?
Hopefully, we're thinking by October 1st, it should be up and running.
What, this year?
Ooh. That's my official response.
I like it.
All right.
Your response, I
We
don't
would
know.
love to have things move faster.
I think that's
So even if we did get
pipe
the
dreams.
contract with Sarasota, or whoever we went with, you would still have to take all the material in our trucks and drive it up there, okay? You drive all the way up there, drop it on the floor, and they can charge you $195 a ton, because it's all garbage, contaminated. It's 20%. They don't fool around. Once you open the tailgate, it comes out. That's it.
I'm gonna make a shameless comment here on page 365, new roll-off.
Yeah.
Couldn't we have used impact fees for this?
We use the impact fees for...
Could you have?
Oh, of course. Yes.
If they were there.
Yeah, they're not
If they were there.
They're not
What
there.
a,
They're not there.
unfortunately,
There's a lot of things
We
you can do
took
with
care
that.
of that.
only to 75. I was hoping we could take care of it to
I
100.
mean, hopefully there's money in the impact
But
fees
that's
in
all right.
3 to 5 years, put it towards a transfer station, you know, something, make a
That's all I have.
difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you go back, what are you saying about the impact fees? I'm a little confused. Was there a
wanna know whether-
conversation earlier that I missed, or?
Yeah,
No,
so
not
when we were in approved second reading of the impact fees at the 75% mark, that's what we had agreed on at the first reading to 75%. Second reading came back and I made a motion to increase law enforcement and solid waste to see about increasing it to 100%. Correct, that's what I was talking
I'm
about.
getting confused with the budget and what's actually coming in now, and, okay, all right.
Just
All
trying
right.
to bring in more money, that's all.
Gotcha.
Instead of leaving it sitting
So
on
the recycling center you talk about is planned to be open October of this year, but don't you have to get like Swift Mud permits, EPA?
That
No
would be
EPA?
for the transfer station,
Two different things.
2 different things.
Makes sense. Okay,
And
forget it. Forget all I
so-
said.
If it's gonna be operational October 1st and you're asking for somebody to start January 1st, who's gonna be manning the transfer station for those
And we had discussed.
He
that
is.
already.
4, 5 months, 3 months?
Right.
Well, it's gonna probably be 4 to 6 months by the
I
time you
will-
actually hire.
We'll be there. What's happening now is we have an assistant, which we hired last year, and thank you, commissioners, for giving us that opportunity. We gave them a chance to get their CDL, okay? So, once they achieve their CDL, there will be an opening waiting for them, which I have 1 spot open. They will take that spot, which will be an equipment operator, okay? That assistant will become available. That's the one that's gonna go there, and then the one I'm looking for in January will go back out in the field,
Okay,
all right?
thank you.
Can I ask
Yep.
one final? Were they able to, this is to Pete, were they able to get the new impact fees after we pass that? I mean, are the new levels of impact fees in this budget?
No.
Okay.
That ordinance was adopted after this book was put together.
Exactly.
So this book will be updated. I can tell you right now, because of the time it takes and that having just been approved, I think the last meeting or the one before, yeah, this document was prepared before those new amounts were done,
Thank you.
Will it be updated for the next book?
updated for the second book.
Will you be able to show us a before and after so we can see what the increases are? I would appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Well, wonderful. Well, thank you. We have about 10 minutes before we're going to take our break, so I'd like to get our EMS and fire presentation done, and then we'll head off to our break.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Now we're going to get caught up. Now we're going to start getting caught up. You want me to get you a dolly? We get you a dolly for your.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Miss Tam. How are you?
City manager, do we have enough of these for anybody that's sitting in the audience to look through, or? I'm just asking if we got extras.
Yeah.
should have asked that before, but.
All right, Chief, our city manager, don't let me instruct, you go ahead. Let's go ahead and make this official.
Good morning, Scott Titus, your Chief of the Fire Rescue District. I see we're a little behind schedule, so I'm gonna breeze through this quickly. I'm sure you guys have some questions.
You're my
There's a
man.
couple things I wanna point out, but I'll try to be very quick.
Get out
So,
there.
Keep going.
As you know, exceptional public safety, safe, compassionate, professional manner, that's our goal. Our accomplishments, can I breeze through those? Engine tanker or rescues, West Village's personnel are in place, and our training captain positions are in place this year, which has been phenomenal. One of our goals for
Yeah, at least
staffing.
going slow enough so I can turn these pages.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
No problem. One of our goals for staffing for fiscal year '20 is a business manager. If you remember, we came to you the year before last with, actually it was last year's budget with Fitch and Associates, who'd done a management study for us and looked at some of our things about streamlining positions, finding efficiencies. This was one of those positions that was recommended. That position was put off until fiscal year '20, so we reintroduced that and are looking for that. Other goals, fiscal sustainability. As you all know, you're very familiar with what our growth is that's going on right now. One of the things that I wanted to point out is as we develop our budget, you're gonna see some things that are a little different with our revenue numbers. We estimated our revenues, we had this discussion with the city manager and with finance as we went into budget. We estimate our revenues very conservatively because I'd rather be in a better position than in a worse position. So we will have updated revenue numbers for you. They are not in this presentation, but I can speak to them a little bit. And they are included in our fiscal sustainability plan of what we plan to put into action. Facilities Commander Security System, we're looking for 2 locks at each station that work on the card system. That is one of the CIP projects. Emergency vehicle replacement, we're looking for a truck and a F-550 to pull our technical rescue team trailer, and also an expedition for the emergency manager. Public safety training facility, we've actually got more information in even since this slide was developed. The letter has come back from the school board, back to the police department. They have agreed, they have relinquished that property. And one of the things we are doing right now is researching the possibility. The sheriff has said that they would come forward and spend some money on resurfacing the driving track that is out there. The amount of money they were looking to put into that, if you all remember from our previous discussions, that driving track is grandfathered in. It's as an FDLA certified track. Current standards for a certified track are a 300 by 600, which obviously there's some cost to that. So one of the things we're looking at is the amount of money that the sheriff's department's willing to put in to resurface it. How far would that get us towards a 300 by 600 so that we're not being penny wise and pound foolish? We expect to have those answers in the next 45 to 60 days. At the same time, we're working on getting the fire training complex shovel ready and everything else out there. Either way, we expect to have some progress and development going on there by the fall. Station alerting system, you all have, I think, seen this for a while. This is going to come to fruition this year with the new radio system. It will do a number of things. It'll give us sending tones, which is better for long-term health for our firefighters. It starts out, instead of a loud klaxon waking them up out of a dead sleep at full volume, starts out a little bit softer, escalates slowly. Also, I know it's...
Goes in and rubs her back first, and, you know, just gently.
Whisper sweet nothings.
Well, it's much better than just
That's
dumping their
Chief
bed into a
Garrison.
bucket
Yes,
of
sir.
water.
Out the bed and down the pole.
We'll move on from there.
Yeah, please.
Probably a good idea right now.
Next is a technical rescue team equipment cache. That money that is in there is to get our technical rescue team. One of the difficulties that we've had over the years is maintaining proficiency of all of our personnel and keeping stuff in that program. So now this will give us the ability to get the rest of the equipment that we need so we can put our hands on all the things that we're supposed to be doing. Captain Hurley, who's in the audience today, is a subject matter expert. He's also an instructor for that. We've added quite a few people even just since he's come on this year to that team and those qualifications. So we're excited about where that's going. Recommended budgets. One of the things that we did to bring our budget into line, firefighter recruit positions, we appreciate the flexibility that you all gave us in the previous years. If you remember, we talked about the recruit positions, being able to bring somebody on that was maybe a firefighter EMT, and we could pick them up if they were in paramedic school as a recruit, or if they were a paramedic, pick them up in fire school. We kept those positions, but what we did was we defunded them, because those positions were in addition to our normal operating people. In case we hired them on and they were in school all the time, we defunded those. We're keeping the positions though, so if we were to hire somebody, it gives us flexibility. We can still hire somebody, but we just wouldn't fill then a firefighter paramedic slot. But we can pick up a recruit in school, and when they finish, they would just convert. So that flexibility still gives us the ability to do that, and we're thankful for that. We talked about the new business manager, the importance of that. Our operations, station time clock replacements, our time clocks at the stations are just outdated. We're continuing to have problems with them, that is in there. Station messaging center is one of the things that we have found. It goes with the Fitch study, and it also goes with just consistency of messaging to our personnel, is as they walk through to be able to have a message that fire administration can put out. It goes to the common areas at all times for any updated stuff, hydrants out of service, things that are going on throughout the city. If there's a change in policy, we can put that out. It will also show them what calls are going on in the city and where vehicles are located so that they can be ready to move. They need to move to adjust stations and things like that. Suncoast Technical College mannequin and operator. The amount of money there is they have mannequins that are pretty state of the art. They bleed, they breathe. I know Commissioner's laughing at me.
You weren't sitting at our table the other night.
Oh, I think I may have heard something about this. So anyway, that money is, those are very high tech. That's training money to go ahead and allow our paramedics to be able to go ahead and do that training there. And then the firefighter physicals, that's actually just a correction. One of the things that happened as we transitioned budget years, you know, we have our baseline budget. Last year, those physicals had gotten pulled out instead of put back in. So we needed to readjust that and do it as an SLA so that it showed. We talked about the facilities commander system. I'm going to go back to this really quick because one of the things we spoke to earlier was when we talked about fiscal sustainability and the difference of our revenues coming in. Our revenues are going to come in higher than what we showed on these slides. Our goal for that, and what I think we need to do, we've showed you all, I think, over the past several years of where our capital program is and what our needs are. In the development of this budget, you will see we're still pulling money out of fund balance to balance the budget. So as we look at those additional revenues above what these slides show, our first goal would be to eliminate taking money out of fund balance so that we're not spending one-time, money on recurring costs. Then also look, if you remember, we had a capital program, and for our capital vehicle replacement, a number of years ago, we did a study, and at that time, we were at about $1 million a year that was going to be necessary to continue to buy just our fire apparatus on into the future. We've adjusted that. It's about $1.3 million a year. Last year, we put $650,000 into that account. This year, what you'll see on these plans, we adjusted that to $750,000. We still think that that's short of where we need to be. With the purchases we've had over the last couple of years, that balance is very low, and it's time while we're in this process, it's time to kind of build that back up so we can take care of those things in the future. One of the things that this does not adjust, and I will bring it up now, and we'll talk about it in future budgets. I know we have surtax coming, and next surtax coming in, I believe it's in 2025. But one of the things that would hit between surtax or between the general fund would be ambulance replacements. We've just done a tremendous job of replacing those ambulances and the fleet that we have right now, but there is no provision in the out years for how we replace those. So we're going to be looking for funding mechanisms on how we do those things. We talked about impact fees for the emergency manager's vehicle and for the F-550. General fund revenues, EMS transports, when we looked at where we were last year, we looked at where we're going. We think we were low on estimating our revenues. We're in a good position right now, so that increase we showed there, we've adjusted it for a total of 19% increases. In our EMS, general fund expenditures, if you look, our personnel percentage is an 18% increase. That involves a number of things. One that involves obviously contractual things. That involves the transfer of, excuse me, let me get to my notes. A shift of salary and benefits for as we begin to move towards a 50-50 transfer. If you all remember, we talked before 50-50 expenditures for Fire Rescue District and EMS, but our salaries were not 50-50. They have not been in the past, and we've been working towards that. So this year, we will transition to a 55-45, and then next year we'll be towards to a 50-50, so that those salaries are split as appropriate. And then some of that, not quite as much, but some of that is additional paramedics that we've picked up from our West Villages personnel. One of the things that you don't see on these slides is, again, a 2.9% increase. Our initial submission from when we first met with finance until now, we've reduced that amount by $250,000. Our fire rescue revenues, as you can see right here, that 10.4, we just got updated numbers from Stantec right now. We believe what you will see next week or later this week is a 10% not to exceed is what we proposed. That 10% not to exceed is a little over $11 million of realized revenue. So when we talk about trying to take that money, again, getting rid of spending our fund balance down anymore, make sure that our capital program is solidified the way that it should be, and also looking at transitioning to, and the discussion with you all, instead of 25% to that 30%, so that as we transition into that final year, that same year that we're going to be taking on full loaded salaries of all of those 21 personnel from the SAFER grant, that's the same year we've got some things going on with Parks and Rec. There's some additional costs there and some other stuff that's going to hit the general fund. So we're trying to think ahead now so that if we solidify that, we can absorb that impact a little bit better in those out years. And when we go to, as we get closer, as you all remember, Stantec will come back when you guys go to adopt the budget. He will talk to you, and we'll look at that interactive model, and you can see kind of how, if you manipulate or move those numbers, what happens. If you remember last year, the final report, the recommendation was a 9%. We went with an 8%. Just by changing that one percentage changes our out years. So last year, the final report showed, I believe, 9% for fiscal year 19, 9% for 20, 9% for 21. Then I believe it went to 8%, and then it dropped down. That change of 1% and other things going on, just changes in the economy and things like that, we're at a not to exceed by 10. I still think we can get by with a 9 this year, but it raised next year's from an 8 to a 9 recommended. And again, we're always looking for savings throughout the budget time so that we don't spend our budget, and that's why we look at this annually too. So we see, can we reduce more? Can we do some other things? Again, from our initial submission on the Fire Rescue District to now, we cut almost $200,000 out of that as well. So you can see our overall Fire Rescue District budget is actually increased. This is where I kind of bring you back around to, this is that 10%. This is what it shows in 1920, that 10%, 8645 and 556, Tier 1 and Tier 2. That amount equates to, it is about $23 for a regular average single-family home. It's about $7.86 for a vacant lot, if 10% were to be levied. If you remember last year, we talked a lot, and we've talked the last couple of years about this kind of kick the can down the road. We had the ability, and through the wisdom of the commission and with help of the city manager and finance department for a number of years, we did this strategic spend down of reserves, and we were able to do that. We were able to absorb some of the things. The problem is that compounded our future issues. So although we did this, what's called just-in-time budgeting, we were able to get through those things. And that's why, if you remember last year, as I stood before you and told you it was really difficult, but that's why we were at such a high rate. That rate continues for a number of years to kind of get us back to where we need to be. And I put this slide up to show you all, just so you have an idea. If we had just done, the goal is to not have these huge peaks and values and increases with assessments, taxes, as you all know. I did the slide as an illustration to show, had we just done a 3% escalator from the first year that Stantec recommended it until fiscal year 20, we pretty much would have gotten by this year with a 3%. Okay, actually, this year would have been less. It would have been just over 0%.
I think you and I are the only ones that said that too.
So I bring this back up, you all know this, you've been through this. I bring this up because for the public that's watching and things like that, so that they're educated and they understand how we got to where we are. This wasn't an overnight change from last year or a change in management philosophies or anything like that. This is a change of a lot of years of absorbing some of that impact, spending down strategic reserves, which is basically like your savings account, but spending money on recurring costs without recurring revenues. So our total expenditure budget, EMS and fire, total combined, is a 6.8% reduction. Now, some of those big costs, some of the questions might come up, some of those big changes in the operating budget are because of one-time expenditures last year when we brought on the Safer Grant people. So it hit us all at once, big time, like buying all those extra sets of bunker gear as an example. So we will buy those again, but we'll spread those costs out over every 5 years. Okay. That's it.
All right.
And I'm gonna come.
So Commissioners, would you like to go ahead and take this break now? We'll take a 15-minute break. That'll give time for the food, and we'll be able to get food. We'll come back, we'll have a working lunch, if that sounds fine.
It's not here.
Well,
It is
you got
running
15
late.
minutes. To get it? Yeah?
It's not here yet, sorry.
That's all right, but it'll be here in 4 minutes, you said.
I'm hoping so.
Okay. We're gonna take a break for 15, get our lunch once it's here, and then we'll be back. So I suggest we be back by 12.
12 o'clock.
Yeah, 12 o'clock will be 12:10.
That's more than 15.
Oh, well, no, I meant, well, give us time to get food and all that. So I was adding another 10, 15 for everybody standing in line to get food.
Okay, so we're gonna be back here.
Like 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, 30-minute break. Thank you.
Wow. How'd we double down?
Well, that
Yeah,
includes
phone
getting your
calls
food
made.
and everything. we're here to get started. Moving on to questions. We will start with Commissioner Luke.
When you said you might be able to do it at a 9%, not to exceed, have you looked at any of the numbers? I mean, have you calculated that out?
We have, we've put everything in right now. I'm waiting for the final report from Stantec. The numbers from June came back, so I have the numbers. I just don't have, I haven't looked through the whole thing to see how it applied. But we've applied some of those things, and I'm comfortable here today to tell you that I think if we did a 9% not to exceed, we would be okay. You will see what is submitted is a 10% not to exceed.
Correct.
As you all know, that's the maximum, the maximum that you could go. So if we're adopted at 10 or go to a 9, I think we're going to be okay. Beyond that, I would feel more comfortable having the rest of our budget time and working with the city manager on that additional revenue and where that plugs in, so that it solidifies that capital acquisition fund, so that it stops taking money out of our fund balance.
I had another note, and I can't find it where I put it. This is dealing, can I talk about the CapEx type stuff?
Huh?
Can I talk about the CapEx too, or just this?
Yeah, you can talk about budget. We're just not going to CIP or anything.
Okay. I'm sorry, I meant CIP.
Oh, yeah.
All right. You talked about the 3 positions. You were gonna keep it on, but you weren't gonna fund them. So when we look to see if your department is fully staffed, is that gonna always show you 3 short?
No. So, right, if you took a snapshot today of positions, and I actually brought a list with me of all the vacancies we have right now. We've had several people over the last couple of months resign because of job performance, not able to get there, newer employees. We've had some retirements. We have some retirements that are coming up this summer. So we're actually in the process right now of compiling that list. We've done some interviews. I think we did our last round of interviews on Friday. So we'll be coming forward to fill those positions. The reason I tell you that is because some of those interviews that we did on Friday were for recruit positions. So if our recruit positions in fiscal year 19 are funded. So if we hired somebody right now and they were gonna convert by September 30th, say all they had left to do was their state exam, we could hire them as a recruit, and we just wouldn't fill that firefighter paramedic position, it would convert. After October 1st, it would be the same thing. We wouldn't, in the past, we had the ability, if somebody was retiring in 3 months, we could hire somebody now with a recruit position that gave us actually overstaffing, an allowance of overstaffing, so that we could get them in, get them trained, get them up to speed. As this person's leaving, that person's, up to speed. So, in the future and going into next year's budget, we just won't fill that position. We won't fill that position early. So, and if we did, we'd have to find savings to do that. So, our full number of positions prior to, we had basically six positions of overstaffing for the recruit position. We won't have those anymore, so it would be one or the other. If we hired a recruit, we wouldn't fill the firefighter paramedic. We would just transfer them over once they converted. Did I explain that okay?
Yeah, it's probably overkill.
Kind of like the Windows ticket with overkill.
That you're leaving on. If you've got 10 positions that are open and available, are those 3 still gonna show in that 10 openings?
Let's say we were to hire, I'll make it easy. If we were to hire 3 recruits, we would only hire 7 positions and 3 recruits. That would be our 10 openings.
So you still leave it kind of sort of open just for?
It's just, it's the funding mechanism. So before we had funding for all of our positions, and then we had funding for recruit positions in addition to our normal staffing. We're pulling that funding out now for fiscal year 20. So instead of, in the past, we could have hired 10 with the idea that these 3 would convert 4, 5, 6 months down the road, and we had other people leaving. So we could actually hire them overstaffing, and we had the funding to do that. Now we would have to find savings in our regular staffing to be able to fund those positions.
I saw that note in there about that. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. That's great.
Vice Mayor?
So just double checking, you're unfunding 3 recruit
I believe-
positions or all 6?
I believe it's 6.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
So
6.
you're defunding 6 recruit positions?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you. These numbers here are based on the 9%, or is it based on the 10% not to exceed? I just need to double check that because we kind of bounced around 9 and 10, which one?
The rate that it shows, so the dollar rate for tier 1 and tier 2 are based on the 10% not to exceed. The revenue number is different. Okay?
Okay, hold on, I gotta get to the tier 1, tier 2. Okay, that's, I don't see a page number, sorry.
Okay, so I'm sorry, so if you go
Okay, so
to,
that is at 9% tier 1, tier 2.
that actually shows at 10%.
10%.
Yes.
Budget book is based on a 9%?
The not to exceed is set at 10%. When we did the budget book and showed the revenues, so this is how conservative I was. I took last year's net revenues, I added 9% to it, so this was in the very early stages of budget. I discounted that by 3% because of a 9% discount. But in essence, it was discounted twice, okay, because I took last year's net, but I wanted to be very conservative in our estimates. So when you look at the fire district revenue page where it shows 10,496,000, if you look to the right-hand side and you see the equivalent percentage there, it says 5.7. That's what that works out to, the rate increase. So I'm sorry, it's in your presentation.
I wish these were page numbers.
So if we were, we'll still have some adjustments prior to the finalization of the budget. But right now, a 9% net would be a little over $11 million, as opposed to that 10.4.
You said 9%?
Mm-hmm.
So this is at 9%, the revenues.
It's actually, what it equated to was 5.7. Again, and I apologize for the confusion, but our whole budget we based on for this revenue amount. Again, because we did that early before we got the numbers in, so I had to build on that. But that's why we show using money out of our fund balance. That's why we didn't fund our capital acquisitions to the level we thought we should. And that's why we didn't solidify that to that 10% max versus the 5%. So I had discussions with the city manager early on and said, we would like to continue to show it this way with the intent that we know the revenues will come in higher. I wasn't sure how much higher. So in talking with Stantec, we got these numbers in, and again, we'd come back and give you that presentation, but you figure there's about $600,000 greater revenues coming in at 9% than what we show right here. The expenditures, won't change anything on the expenditure side because we balance the budget using fund balance.
So
Okay,
this,
and we spent less, we put less in the capital acquisitions. We increased by 100, but if you remember last year, we cut it down, and we're still not to that point where we should be.
so if the revenues come in at 9%, let's say we go to the 9%,
Yes, ma'am.
or even the 10%, that additional money would be going to,
That additional money would, one, it would stop taking money out of our fund balance, which would be our first goal. so
I'm
that
trying to
we're-
get to that page, hang on. God, I wish we had these ahead of time.
That's okay.
'Cause
I can tell you, so we changed that significantly from our first submission till now. but
right now, your fund balance is fully funded, according to the sheet that I have. Oh, I see.
So
You're
I
using
only have an estimate.
185,000 for this year's.
I have an estimate as of 3/6 of 19, which shows if we were to go projected available fund balance in excess of policy at 5%, which would be the minimum where we should be, that we would have a deficit of $193,000 of making that 5%.
But
And if we were to go to 10%, it would be $859,000. So,
what do you have as your growth numbers? Like, all of this can be played with, considering what
you're right, which is
they
why.
put in.
Which is why the growth numbers now are reflecting the number that I'm giving you, the revenue number that I'm telling you at 9%, is that just over $11 million. Our first goal for that would be to change I'm sorry, 6 pictures. Let me grab this. We have. It's just under there it is. 185,660 is appropriated fund balance.
It's in the email that city manager sent to us this morning.
Oh, it's not,
It's broke down in
This is in the HTE budget, and I'm sorry, it's,
Page 124.
my pages don't match yours. It's not my stomach, I promise. Thank you. So that 185,660, that's appropriated fund balance, that's money coming out of our savings account, that basically to balance the budget.
But it's not. I'm looking at the report from the city manager that says that we've met the 20% and we've met the 5% and we have a balance of 17,000, even using.
I think you guys are saying the same things differently.
Yes.
We have met the 5% of the fund balance policy. We are using the 185. Chief's recommendation is to not use the 185, which will get you closer to remember the 5 to 10% goal? He's trying to get you all the way up to the full 10%.
Oh, I see.
So if you don't use the 185 that's in the budget right now, you will get closer to having the full 10%.
in other words, you don't want to use the fund balance for consistent annual,
Recurring costs.
thank you, recurring costs.
So, and I apologize for not explaining that well. The overhead goal is as we continue to, with our safer positions. So as we come off of the safer positions and absorb those, we're gonna be looking at how we fund those future positions for the next station, because growth is still going. Obviously, things can change, and you know everything is a plan. So we adjust every year, that's why we look at everything every year. Our goal would be able to obviously absorb and fund those positions. We think the best way to do that is move towards that 10%. So we have 25 plus 5 to that 30%. Before doing that, we would want to fund our capital acquisitions the way that it should be, so that we can buy fire trucks in the future and all the things that we need to do, and to not be spending fund balance to balance that.
Don't you have a capital acquisition fund?
We do, but we have spent that down pretty significantly.
I don't have that number
Possible
either.
to get that. How much is in each one of the CapEx funds from prior, you know, what the actual was from 2018, what was proposed for this year, 2019, what was proposed for this year, and what is that balance? That's information that is really helpful to have, to be able to make this kind of a decision as to what we're gonna be doing. I feel like there's little pieces of this whole budget process that are missing this year, and I'm having a hard time trying to wrap my head around it.
Well, and for all of your benefit, I know Commissioner Emmett wasn't maybe through this last year, but just as a brief reminder, capital acquisitions for us is an account that it has separate things in it. So one, it's a capital acquisition vehicle account. It also is an account for our things like, I'll use our life pack monitors as an example. So those are $45,000, $50,000 a piece, and they have they have a set lifetime that they're good for. So what we try and do is when we make a purchase like that, we buy it initially. Of course, we always try to get grant money, but we buy it. We look at what it would cost. Again, it's a plan. What would it cost to replace it in X year? And so we try and put that money aside for all those big ticket items. So we have stretchers in there. You'll see one of the things in the SLAs, you'll see an increase to stretchers. And it's because as we're coming closer to replacing some of those, we realize that we're gonna be short, and we added ambulances. So the original plan was this many stretchers. The new plan has more stretchers because there's gonna be more ambulances. So, so there's two things in there. It's not just vehicles, but it's equipment as well.
That information is in the book. It starts on page 658. Each one of the funds, because we remember last year you guys directed them to be broken out. They used to be in one. They're in there.
Oh, wait, in the big budget book, okay. You got me all confused.
Lots of notes on that.
That's what you're looking for. You have notes on it. You saw it.
I didn't realize that that was CapEx because it's called the fund and projection summary. I wasn't aware that that was CapEx, and I do have that in my notes. So that is the CapEx fund? Okay, just a different, same thing, different title. Gotcha.
Yes.
I still have questions on that.
I don't have any other questions on the PowerPoint. I do have questions about the actual budget, though.
Commissioner Carrasco?
Yeah, I have a, first of all, the prevention of using the fund balance, so now we know where we are. It was, the 20 and the 5%. Again, we're keeping the maximum amount, the 20% and the 5%, correct? Is there a range in the fire?
The 5 was 5 to 10. We're maintaining the 5, but we're not up to the 10 yet.
Okay, and the 20% was fixed?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. You mentioned something about parks affecting us in the district. What did you mean?
Not the district, just general, I'm sorry.
What's upcoming is, the interlocal with the county and the parks they're turning over to us. That interlocal ends in '21. So we're going to have to plan to take those costs on, because when the interlocal ends, those parks become ours to maintain. And I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it's roughly, I think, $1 to $1.2 million a year.
But how does that have anything to do with the fire district?
Thank you.
I brought it up in my conversation because of talking about ambulances and because part of us does touch the general fund, and I did not want to be, so I'm always trying to look forward on what things are gonna impact us and make sure that if we have the ability to plan ahead, instead of having everything hit us in the year of, as you all know, if you think back on that slide that I showed where it's kind of that 3% growth, ideally, if we could get to a point where some of those things are controlled to the point where we can plan ahead and have that kind of steady increase instead of the peaks and valleys, that's what's ideal, so. That's what I brought up for.
The tier 1 versus tier 2, remind me just in layman's terms, what's the difference?
Okay, so tier 1 is availability of service, fire protection service, and first response service, and tier 1 is for unimproved properties, so vacant lot.
Okay, so tier 1 is for a building, tier 2 is for vacant lot.
No, opposite way.
Tier 1, whether it's a vacant lot or an improved lot. Tier 2 is based on a formula for the value of what's on the lot. So tier 2 is the building.
Okay, so we're looking at a significant increase to the average taxpayer then. You're looking at probably $100.
No.
Well, if you add tier 1 and 2.
Well, tier 1, they're already paying tier 1.
But
So-
there's an increase to that.
Yeah, so today, tier 1 is $78.59, tier 2 is $5.05. All right, so let's say we went to, well, I'll use the slide for the 10% not to exceed. 10% for tier 1, it would go from $78.59 to $86.45.
And the difference of that is?
I'm sorry, I have that, it's $7.86, I believe.
786, all right. And then 51 cents. Okay, but that's for an average 80 by 120 lot, correct?
Mhm.
All right, so if you have a house on acreage, that's gonna go up significantly to $30?
No, so I'll give an example. A single-family residential, 5 acres, Northport Estates is going from, it would go from about $260.39 to $286.61.
So we're only talking about the maximum out-of-pocket for the average citizen on an annual rate with this 10% increase is $20. Am I correct in saying
I
that?
think the average was $23.16 for an average residential, single-family, quarter acre in like Lakeside Plantation.
Okay, but I'm talking about if you average the different size lots, I'm not talking about an average of the 80 by 120, I'm talking about averaging, I guess it's not even an average. I was not an accountant. I don't play one on TV.
Well, then you're a contractor, not a professional services.
That's true.
When we talk about the average that $23 increase, and the reason they quantify that with it being a single-family home on a quarter acre lot in Lakeside Plantation is because obviously if you have a home, there's some homes out in the estates that are 18,000 square foot homes that are significantly bigger, so they're obviously, they're gonna have a larger impact than.
$50 range versus 23. Okay, okay, that's what I was trying to get at. All right, so is this the one where it didn't matter if you had more than one lot? Say you had 4 lots that were, and then the one building on those 4 lots?
So if you have gone through the process, if you own 4 lots and you went through the process to have them combined, which you can
Right.
do, it's a legal process, it becomes one parcel ID. So
What it
one
is.
parcel ID
And so you
gets a
don't
tier
get,
1 assessment.
yeah, so
If
you
you
don't
have
get
4
a,
lots with your house on one lot and the other 3 are there and you have not combined them, you have 4 different parcel IDs. So 3 of those you would pay tier 1, and on the 4th you would pay tier 1 and tier 2.
I
And
got
tier
you.
2 is for the improved property. And the concept behind that, just to remind you all who've been through it, but somebody that might be listening for the first time, is it takes more resources to fight a fire on an improved property than it does an unimproved property. And that's
Correct.
basically the very simple layman's term.
This budget does not have any of the new impact fees accounted for, correct? Nor does any of the others.
Correct.
Okay, and so the addition of the impact fees and some of the capital improvements that you're talking about, I would imagine that some of these things that you need that are affecting this 10% may actually be able to be offset with those impact fees. I mean, isn't there an impact for,
I will say right now, so one of the things, and we've talked about this, but it's, where do you place things? So there's not money in future budgets for future fire stations. We're hoping the next surtax is successful when it goes into place and we can do some things from there. But
I'm talking impact fees,
I
the
understand.
impact of growth.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is, so fire stations typically, to buy a fire station, we use impact fees to help fund that. We can use impact fees to help buy a fire apparatus or
But
some other
don't you have
things,
a
but
building fund?
we have to have,
You have the CapEx fund.
you have to have,
It's for the vehicles.
yeah, we would have to put a whole lot more money in it to be able to fund.
The most
Fire
recent
station.
fire stations have pretty much all been surtax with a little bit of impact fee in
Yes.
them.
Okay. Looking at your, this is it. You said it was on your capital, and your CapEx fund is on 651 for the fire department? No, that's general government.
660?
So on 660, it says you have over, you only have $737,000 in your capital.
That's at the end of fiscal year 20.
Oh, that's right. And this is for the new station in West Villages, I would assume.
No, so the new station in West Villages actually will end up being, the only money that's really shown in the budget right now is actually some of the design costs. And then I think there's an in and out. But basically that project, we decided not to put that in this year's budget. The reason being, it was very cumbersome last year. If you remember, the ladder truck is in there, and we've carried that over because that hasn't been funded, so we didn't buy it yet. It made the budgeting process very difficult. So when we get an agreement inked with West Villages, a location, a building and things like that, then we would come back to the commissioner if we were able, to the commission, with permission of the city manager and finance, to actually do a budget amendment at that time. But right now, it's a moving target.
So to
And
clarify, what is the balance as of today in this fund, the capital improvement?
it's actually a negative balance of $65,000.
And that's because of,
Cost of equipment.
Yeah, I mean, that's because we have, again, last year, if I remember correctly, we cut, I believe it was $100,000 out of the contribution to that, the 11th hour to make budget, but these are things that.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, on this CapEx, there's no expenses coming out. Capital project expenses, there's no expenses, there's no vehicles, there's no nothing coming out of that. And you're saying that instead of $737,000, there's a negative 65?
The 730.
7 is after 795 gets put in. So if you- the carryover fund balance is at the top of negative $65,000. Then we're budgeting to put in $795,000.
To 737. Any CapEx money for any vehicle replacement, any stretcher replacement, any expenses?
At least that year.
What about in 2021?
And when the next one is scheduled to be replaced.
According to this chart, there's nothing scheduled to be replaced in the next 5 years. And I find that hard to believe, as often as we replace vehicles around here.
Well, and I will tell you, so.
And stretchers.
You're absolutely right, and that's why we have to build that fund up right now. It's hard to budget for things out in the future that we don't have any money for right now, but we've gotten down to, said we've spent down to
So
that money not being there.
you're asking us to help you budget, but if we don't know what the expenses are projected to be in these next 5 years, how can we help you budget it correctly this year?
Well, we have that plan with
This
the fleet
page.
replacement
We'll get it
program,
done.
and we have.
We'll get this page updated. This page should have had what was in those out years.
And if you could have that updated for all the others, because I've got the exact same question on every single page. There's nothing projected or even allotted for this year. It's blank.
Get those updated.
Thank you. All right, that's all I had piggybacking off of that one. Sorry.
Commissioner, were you done?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Emmerich?
Yeah, I had one question. When, we were talking about the numbers and stuff, and we came out to the $23-ish on the impact to the citizens. Is that per month or per year?
Per year.
That's per year, sir.
Okay. Just to clarify it out on the record, because I'm sure somebody's, $20 a month could be a big hike. $20 a year is different.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Luke, we want to move on to the budget side of this? If you have anything?
I ran into an individual, and this, I mean, it goes along with capital improvement also. You're talking about the training area and stuff. This gentleman was proposing that you have the equipment to take horses, to save horses, take them out of mud or ditches or something that they might be. And are you looking at that, and is that in the budget?
So, yes, we are looking at it. It was one of, actually, if you remember the community conversations, even though we didn't have great showing as far as numbers go, that was a recurrent theme through both of the community conversations. I think I introduced Captain Hurley earlier. He's right here. He's our tech rescue guy, and he's actually working right now with, we've got a couple of different agencies. That class to do the training is about $10,000. So we're working on some grant money and some other agencies to help fly that, and we will supplement that. We have some money in our training budget to supplement that, and then it would be a matter of getting the equipment. But yes, we plan on moving forward with that. And we're waiting to see right now, with budget approval, whether or not some of that technical rescue equipment money, whether there will be money left to do that. If not, we will see that in future budget, but we need to get the people, our personnel trained first.
It seemed like it was a good opportunity for this department, and made me feel very proud when he said, your fire department is the one that I think would be the excellent department to handle this, so.
Thank you. Captain Hurley did some research, and I think the closest agency is Pasco. Hernando County is the other closest agency that has a resource like that. So although the numbers of calls is not significant, certainly we have great potential in our community for something like that happening. So.
Okay, I'm done.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm looking at the HTE on page 71, and I need to have, help trying to wrap my head around this increase of almost $40 million in overtime. I know in the past couple of years, we haven't been fully staffed, and I get that we had to, page 71. And I know that we've had to use overtime because we weren't staffed. We have conquered that obstacle, but I see that it has gone up again. And I'm wondering why.
So we have just increased our staffing. The number of people that we've increased means opening another fire station. That also entails allowing more people to be off. So overtime involves several things. There's just scheduled overtime. If you remember firefighters, they work a 24/48. So in a 21-day cycle, all right, they work Monday, Thursday, and then they work Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday, Tuesday, Friday. That works out to, in that middle week, when they work a Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday, it's a 72-hour work week. 19 hours of that is beyond the FSLA threshold for overtime. So when they hit 53 hours, it's time and a half automatically from them. So when, just by adding 21 positions, anytime those people work that third week, it's 19 hours of overtime for them. Every time, no questions asked.
19 hours every 3 weeks
Yes, ma'am?
per
person.
person.
300 and some odd hours of mandatory overtime.
I'm gonna say 323.
323, I believe was the number.
It's in my head right now, but
Yeah.
I'd have to confirm that.
Per officer of mandatory overtime.
Yes.
And
And
that's
that's-
state statute, it's
Yeah.
not us.
Well,
Because we
Schedule.
work 24 on, 48 off, that 19 hours basically equates to about 323. If they don't work a single extra moment throughout the year, everybody comes to work every day, we don't call anybody in. Every firefighter, with the exception of the admin staff, has 323 hours a year of overtime.
And so, fire
Is
departments.
that, okay, is that done by state statute? Is that,
Federal.
But it's only a law because they do the,
Because the 24, 48, because like Chief was saying, every third week, they have 19 hours. If you equate, if you do it annually, it comes out to 323 hours.
departments are trying to slide to the 8-hour, aren't they?
So there are a number of ways to combat paying that overtime, but those involve additional people and more time off. So, and I'll use Sarasota County as an example. Sarasota County has what's called a Kelly Day. So instead of working 10 shifts in a month, I believe they work 9 shifts a month. So they have off an additional, it's 24 hours less a month they work than our firefighters. That lowers their threshold of overtime. But to be able to do that, they have to hire people to be able to fill those slots. So it's one of those things where, and the system that, well, and the system we're at right now, if we were to give a Kelly Day, it would probably cost us more money to hire those people, put them on board, than it would be to pay that scheduled overtime. So,
Yeah, 'cause
So-
you gotta include the benefits and all that stuff too, have to be included.
yes, sir.
so using that explanation, which I appreciate you explaining that, when you started to explain it, it started to click and register, so I do appreciate that. So how does it work for special detail? So if you have a firefighter paramedic that's, let's say, doing the Braves game, and they have to do a special detail, and they're not in their required overtime time period, but they do get overtime for doing special detail?
So, and I appreciate you, I wasn't finished answering how all the overtime
Sorry.
figures out. No, that's okay. When our personnel work overtime, if they're working, so we talked about that Monday, Thursday week, or that Tuesday, Friday week, so that particular week, they're working, that's a 48-hour week for them. So if they got hired back to do special detail at the Braves Stadium, the first 5 hours during that week that they worked would be straight time, whatever their hourly rate is, until they hit that threshold, that 53-hour threshold. So if they did one game, they're probably not gonna surpass it. They might, if it was 5 hours, they would go to 53 hours of straight time for that week, which would be a little bit of an addition to their paycheck, but it's not time and a half. Once they cross over that threshold of 53 hours, that's when the time and a half kicks back in. We don't have a separate, I know the police department is a little bit different. They have this, what's
I
called a
planned to ask
special
that one.
detail. Our personnel, they're working their job. They're hired back. That's how we're covering that position and those. And so a couple of things that you'll see. One, last year, if I remember correctly, and I'm sorry I don't have it in front of me, but last year, I believe we were over on overtime budget. So we increased, what we budgeted per person with consideration, number one, of the 21 new positions, and then also with the idea that we know we're gonna be doing special detail at the Braves Stadium. And we know that that's gonna be somewhat of an in and out. It won't be a complete balance. There'll be more overtime that they'll be working, but the Braves will also be paying for that, so.
So do the Braves pay for that overtime rate, or do they just pay straight time rate to reimburse us?
So what we proposed was, with the Braves, basically, we mirrored the model that the police department submitted to you all. And again, because it was with a special detail. So we took our positions and broke them down to see what would be comparable at time and a half, and they're off by a little bit here and there. But we basically did the same breakdown, so we would be charging them the same rates that the police department did for a command level position, for a paramedic, you know, versus one of their officers, versus a base firefighter and base police officer.
So the Braves would have to pay time and a half?
Well, technically, the hourly rates that they're working out, that's where I said they're somewhat comparable. We're gonna pay our personnel time and a half, but when you look at what that reimbursement is on the fee structure, like I said, it's close, but we don't figure it at exactly a time and a half rate. What we didn't wanna do is, we didn't wanna try and go and give them a whole nother set of numbers, police versus fire. We figured the easiest way to do it was, we looked at what the police department was doing, we looked at the numbers, and the numbers, when we figured out our personnel at time and a half, were very comparable. It was very close. So
Okay.
we just adopted those same numbers for ease, so that they're getting the same stuff from us that they're getting from the police department.
Fantastic.
Can I ask a question off of that? Sure. Your overtime, I know last year we had gone a little bit above, most likely because of the fire and Irma, and
Yes.
when we get the money back from FEMA, will that compensate that overtime?
So that's probably more of a finance question, but yes, that money comes back in. Whatever money we recoup goes back into those appropriate.
Goes to wherever it came from, so.
Right, and
for
so where are we at with that, and are we, because I know they were trying to get those returns quicker to the municipalities and the counties, are we even close to that?
There is no way for us to predict how fast they're gonna do it. I can tell you our, Valerie, the grant writer, who's also doing all of the reimbursements for this, I know there's been a ton go by, probably within the past month, of the forms and the actual grant documents. I'd hate to say that means the money will come in the next year, because I really don't know.
I thought they were reimbursements, not grants.
Well, they're still considered a grant.
Oh, really?
Yep, they are
didn't know
reimbursements,
that.
but, the federal government still considers it a grant.
And this is a great opportunity to plug Valerie. She's done an awesome job with following that process. She's been,
With FEMA?
yes, ma'am.
Grants. She's also done it.
Yes, absolutely. But in this particular process, so she jumped in, if you remember, that process started underneath.
She didn't jump in, she was stolen, let's be real.
Well, no,
Okay?
before that even,
Well, she was stolen from me first.
she was still at Public Works when she jumped in and started taking this over, because the previous emergency manager had started that process and then kind of left.
Right.
And so she jumped in and figured out, was instrumental in helping us get that done. We are in the process right now of processing paperwork too for Hurricane Michael. And
Yeah.
again, same thing, it's not a windfall of money. There's some, we're not sure how long that will take to get that back.
A little bit counts.
Absolutely.
And then, at one point when we were, it's something I meant to ask you the other day when we were talking about our emergency management plan. The commission had to take the, what is it, and the national disaster, whatever, through FEMA. Actually, I don't even think it was through FEMA, I think it's now through the, NIMS, through, Homeland Security now, right?
Yep.
Does the commission have to take that? Because remember, we used to.
There's a list, it was actually put out recently, and I can get that to you all on 4 different level positions, which classes, which ICS classes to make sure that you have. I'll be happy to provide that, send that back to the city manager. Well, yes, you have to take that.
Yeah, the challenge is, yes, there's some that commissioners should take. I believe it's offered, like in Tallahassee or somewhere.
We used to have them come down and do it here.
And we're working on that.
We're working on that, getting the people who are capable and willing to teach it,
And most of them are online now.
except for these.
So the
ones we've
lower
done.
level ones, ICS, I believe 100, 200, and maybe 700 are online, 300,
Yeah.
400 you have to travel for. We're hooked in with the county. If they offer them locally, we put it out, the emergency manager will put something out to everybody and let them know if they need it, that it's being offered locally. Right now,
They
those
don't
classes,
expire either, right?
they don't, but the curriculum is changing for 300 and 400. So if you've had 300 and 400, even the instructors can't teach it right now. It changes July 1st. So all the instructors have to go through the new curriculum after July 1st, and then they can get back to teaching it. So we have some people right now that don't have 300, 400 that are kind of, we're in that waiting pattern.
So you're gonna send us that list?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm good. I was just curious. I know, I think I have 1, 2, 3.
That's right. On page 395, business manager. Last year, city manager, you had made that a not recommended. And I'm wondering what changed from last year not recommended to this year being recommended?
Last year, it would have been recommended had we had more money available. At some point, I mean, this position has, their study came through, not only that, just the workload that they have over there, growing department, need for a, this position. It really just wasn't recommended last year because we just didn't have the money. And at some point, I can't keep kicking that down the road.
Who's doing it now?
All of us.
Okay. All right, you got me on that one.
So I will tell you, one of the positions that last year that we actually, we got rid of, and we're all working on doing that right now, was the QA/QI position. We did that so that we could get the emergency manager. So we felt that that was a greater need. The city manager was great in helping us get that, and that's one of those kind of trade-offs that we did. So this year, not recommending the budget was a QA/QI position. We're still making it through that. At some point in time, we hope to have that in the future, but we can make it through this year without it.
Flipping over to page 399 about the mannequin. Didn't we replace one last year?
No, actually, we had money in the budget,
Right.
but it was a very, so to buy a new mannequin
$1,000.
was a, I want to say it was $8,000 or $9,000 to actually buy a mannequin, but it was not to the technology level of what we're putting in for this year. We left $1,000 in there when we went through budget process. We reduced it to $1,000 in case we were able to get a grant. Then we left $1,000 in there for a matching. And once we started looking into it, we really decided that with Suncoast Technical College right here and the advancements that they have and the mannequins that they have, we chose not to buy a less technological mannequin and to go actually to their facility to use theirs. The ones that they have are pretty phenomenal, and they're very realistic for starting IVs, doing intubations, for advanced procedures. So that's why you see that as an SRA in the budget right now. It's a great question.
So we didn't get a grant, and we didn't do anything with this mannequin that was in the budget last year. So this is like $1,000 free extra money.
Well, in savings is what we like to call it.
Okay.
But
Free
yes,
extra
ma'am.
money. Okay. All right, let me just, real quick. The time clock replacement. City manager, are they on executive time?
Yes.
Why is this?
Because there are field personnel like theirs. We do have time clocks in the executive time system. And we've had,
Punching time clocks or computerized time clocks?
it's, you wave your badge in front of it, I believe. But it is an actual time clock. And we put executive time in when I started here, right after I started, so in 2008. And a lot of these time clocks have not been replaced since then. It's been an easy target every year to eliminate them from the budget. It's happened. At some point, they break more than they work, and we have to replace them.
So they don't sign in the computer to, your employee ID number, whatever clocks you in, you just use your little swipey thing? Okay.
That is the technical term for it.
You think? That's what it's called, little swipey thing. Page 411. So this is for the command security system. This is for the doors to be able, okay. So last year we approved the wireless door locks. And this year we're doing this. What's the difference? Why?
Great question. We haven't spent the money this year. So
The wireless door
the
locks
wireless
didn't
door locks that we
happen?
got last year, if you remember, this program started with the city a number of years ago. And we, with IT's recommendation, we were kind of trying to go parallel with them. So we have this similar type system. And we stopped because they weren't sure if the system was gonna continue being useful or not. So we have a mix of locks throughout, and some of our locks can't be reprogrammed easily. Some of them take 2 hours to take apart and reprogram. Last year, we had some money in the budget because we were going to do, I believe it was 2 stations? We were gonna do 2 stations last year and kind of do a phased approach. We did not spend that money, we were waiting to get with IT, but what you'll see there in the SLA is actually 5 of the 6 stations, because obviously West Villages isn't taken care of yet. That gets us 2 locks at each facility.
So the money that we allocated in the last budget, the 18-19 budget, wasn't used.
Not yet, that's correct.
So you're going to use that money for this system in next year?
Those are for actually the
I mean,
stations.
the
What we may
1920.
use the money in this year's budget for is we may use that for the same thing for the locks, but some of the locks on the EMS supply rooms don't have that ability. So here's, the difficult thing right now is if we have an employee, somebody that leaves the employment in the city, we have to go to every single lock in every single location to be able to change that. It's cumbersome, it takes time, and if there's an issue and they leave under adverse terms, it causes some consternation, possibly some safety issues. So these new type locks will give us the ability, just like you all have here at City Hall, where it's input into a system. If somebody leaves, it can be done on the computer and it takes care of it. It pushes that out to all of those locks simultaneously instead of having to go to each one.
So last year's security concern never got resolved, and now we're kicking the can down the road, it sounds like.
Well, no, I mean, we wanted to make sure that we were buying the right locks, and there was some stuff with the city. One of the things that we found out is the locks that we were gonna just buy last year were battery powered. It didn't involve hardwire power. So 3 days, 4 days, when the battery goes dead, and you still have the same issue. So the money you see there is a little bit more in the budget. It's for all 5 stations that we had, and IT helped us. We had the company come out and look to see what it would cost to have them actually hardwired, have them available for use all the time, so we don't have recurring issues.
So what happens if the hardwire power goes out and your battery is dead? What do you do then?
I believe there's still a battery backup, but it's not the primary system. I can confirm that, but that's my understanding. Good question, thank you.
Just a couple more. As far as your emergency messaging center for almost $7,800, it sounds like an old-fashioned bulletin board.
Well, it's not.
It's all good.
Well, an old-fashioned bulletin board won't tell us what calls are going on in the city, where the units are in real time, and what's happening on calls. It also doesn't, an old-fashioned bulletin board doesn't give us the ability to immediately post something that everybody sees in all the stations at their location. One of the things that I stressed last year and will stress again this year and probably a couple years running is our success long-term right now. In the last 2 years, and I may be off by a couple of numbers, so please forgive me, but out of 111 firefighters from battalion chief down, we have 40, mid-40s number that have less than 2 years of experience. So us being able to solidify the base to get messaging out to make sure, so if we hear something or get a piece of information or somebody missed something, we want to in real time be able to send out a message that goes to all the stations and say, hey, this policy has changed and here's why. When utilities contact us and there's a hydrant out, you know, there's a lot of our people that if I call them up and I say, hey, I don't know, pick a road, you know, there's a hydrant out at such and such location. Some of our senior staff know where that is. They don't have to think about it. If they get dispatched to a call, they're going to know going in. A lot of our new people who haven't been in the city for a long time, there's a lot of streets and hydrants throughout the city. So it's something they're going to walk past every time that they're in the station. If a hydrant's out of service, they're going to see it. Hydrant such and such location, zone, whatever. It's a constant reminder of those types of things that we want to make sure that we can put those out in real time and have that constant thing. And life gets busy. You know, our policy is check your email twice a day. All right, but if they check it in the morning and they check it at night, anything that happens during the daytime, if there's a message that comes from you all, the commission, a high alert, something from the city manager, something from the finance department, whatever. Some of our personnel may not see that until that night. This gives us the ability, if it's important and they need to know right now, it gives us the ability to put something in. I appreciate what you're saying about bulletin board, and it is kind of like a bulletin board, but it's way, way more advanced than an old-fashioned bulletin board, and I think that real-time messaging is really, really important for us, and that's what we're trying to do.
I'm just concerned that people are gonna get lax of looking at it for that information, just like you get lax of looking at the bulletin board. So
Me too. We're trying to make it loud and proud. Like, I mean, we want it to be displayed in an area where they're looking at all the time. And again,
But isn't part of that also the management staff's role and responsibility to make sure that those critical messages get sent to their staff under them? I mean, isn't LT supposed to, hey,
absolutely. The difference,
So
I think,
I-
between what we do in the fire department, police department's a little bit like this, and some of the other jobs is sometimes our personnel come in at 10 minutes till 8, sometimes they come in at 7:30 and a call comes in and they leave. They might not get to the back to the station for 4 hours. So the lieutenant might be gone, but the ambulance crew's in the station. So for that 4 hours, if the lieutenant hasn't gotten the information down through the chain of command from the battalion chief, I've got a crew there that's operating and functioning independently that I can get a message to without that person, without that supervisor there in their absence. Again, it's a check and balance system and making sure, we want to make sure that we don't have any big misses. And we talked about as a staff, how to best ensure that we can get our message out, get it out quickly, and make sure that it's consistently applied across all of the stations, and this was the solution that we came up with. I'm confident that I think it will be a good one, but time will tell.
So it's your turn to hear my little spiel about technology.
Okay.
445. You want to, something about an inspection software system for the use on the iPads,
Yes, ma'am.
page 445. You're forced to use a web-based application with cell phone connectivity, but cell phones aren't always reliable. Oh, there's a shocker. So you guys are gonna be using this new software? You want to implement a new software?
We actually have, the software. It's
Okay.
I believe it's the hardware that we're looking at changing right now. So it's the iPads that actually are not working well with this application. So,
It just confirms my whole thing about technology.
iPad versus Microsoft, is that what the issue is? The
outdated
conflict?
Yes, and I can
Because
tell you,
usually
so
it
the
is,
iPads
yeah.
were bought under a previous program. It was bought under Firehouse. And we tried to hold, I think you were very well versed in what our issues with Firehouse were for a long time. And it took us a while to overcome that. The new program, it's not functioning as it should with the hardware that we have. So that's what that recommendation is that we change it. Can they make it work without that hardware? The answer is yes. It causes issues with efficiency. It causes issues with transfer of information. We also believe we have something out. I haven't heard back. I don't know about other departments. One of those iPads that would be replaced, we would be using with our trades worker position because Chuck, who was here earlier, talked about the program that they use for reporting issues and stuff. Our person would be using that same software program and have access to it to be able to put in facilities maintenance issues directly into that. And for the other ones, we have something out to IT to find out if those other iPads can be used elsewhere in the city. They have a couple of years, I'm not sure how old they are, though.
But will that software, does that software connect with the building department? Is it integrated with the building department
Is
software?
everything
'Cause that's,
compatible?
yeah, because that's one of the biggest complaints
Yes.
is that your software will not hook up to the building department software, the road and drainage won't hook
Won't hook
up, you
up
know
to
what I
the
mean?
vehicle.
So our software is specific, this program that we're talking about is specific to fire inspections, but what I can tell you is
Right.
the program that the building department is using, there's two programs, Track It is one, and the other is,
Don't get me started on that yet.
the other is Bluebeam. And we're waiting for that to be implemented, but yes, the hardware will work with those programs. And-
With both of them, okay.
Well, Bluebeam, I think, is a little different. Bluebeam's for in the station, and we're set up in the fire marshal's office to be able to review plans there at that location as soon as Bluebeam's up and running.
So it sounds like you have the software, you're having a hardware problem.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you had found that the software isn't compatible and doesn't work with the existing hardware, so now you have to get new hardware. Which then brings me back full circle to, why isn't this stuff checked at the very beginning, before you purchase the software or purchase the hardware, to make sure everything is compatible citywide with everything?
This is the software, it was all compatible. We had a software, we had a hardware, they both worked fine together. If I'm remembering right, this is the software that was bought by another company after we already had everything and everything was working. They didn't maintain the software. We had software issues as far as it actually working at that point in time because the company we bought it from, that we got our software from, was bought by another company and they decided they didn't like it anymore, so they stopped maintaining it. So we came to you all to actually buy the new software, and it was supposed to work on our existing hardware, but the new software that we bought we're finding now actually isn't Apple compatible, but it is the software we need. So this is the second part of a process of basically something that was beyond our control.
It was supposed to be compatible. You were told it was compatible, is what you're saying.
So if I can give a little analogy, so Henry Ford, you could buy a Model A, Model T, whatever. Whatever
it's
color you
black.
wanted, as long as it was black. So as time has gone on and diversification, and one of the things that we found out is, and your question is great, and believe you me, we spent a lot of time with Chief Turner, with Andrew, our new IT person, and our IT department. Every year we sit down and talk about, are there efficiencies that we can do? Are there things that we can do to work together? One of the things we found with Firehouse is we were so heavily invested in Firehouse because we bought it as a fire-based reporting EMS system. Then we bought an inspections program. Then we bought something for hydrants to go onto it. So it had all these modules, and what we found out over time is one of the things that we thought was great, we got so heavily invested, it was difficult to get away from it. It's very rare to find one software program that does everything great. So we actually, the program that we have for our inspection division is a separate program now. So when we got rid of Firehouse, we went to Image Trend for our fire-based and EMS reporting program. Image Trend is not the provider for our inspections. It's a separate software program. The reason is Image Trend does okay for what we needed for this, but when you start adding those modules, one, you become so heavily invested, it's difficult to get away from it when it becomes problematic, and two, everybody has kind of their core competency, and as they begin to add other things, sometimes it gets difficult, and I think that's what, if you talk to IT or talk to some of the other departments, it would be great if there was one software program that did it all, and everything communicated.
Would be nice.
It would, I would love it.
In my house. Nothing works together in there either.
Emergency manager position, is that the same one as the business manager?
No.
So what is this emergency manager position?
That is the emergency manager, the vehicle that's in, are you speaking of the vehicle? So the emergency manager is the position that this year that we kind of traded out. We eliminated the QA/QI position, we hired a standalone emergency manager. That position used to be our emergency manager, logistics, jack of all trades, our master of none. It created some great dysfunction for us. We have a standalone emergency manager position now. That vehicle is for that position. That's, you guys may have seen it, but I think you met Eric Tiefenthaler.
Okay, that's,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, so that's, well, didn't he have a vehicle with his other position that he was in?
He was a lieutenant with us. He did
Oh,
not.
That's why he's in the post.
I'm done.
Commissioner Carrison?
Nope.
Commissioner Emmerich? Commissioner Luke, any follow-up? Okay, then we're gonna move on to our CIP overview. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
City manager, where in the HC version is the, general fund emergency? I can't find it for the life of me.
Emergency manager,
A vehicle?
We never got the QA.
it's an EMS part to the emergency manager.
No, just the EMS part.
No, that was
In the-
Furman's position. Rich was,
Didn't he have a vehicle?
Rich had a vehicle. He was the
At
division chief of-
approximately page 71.
Took that position now, and we separate the emergency management from it.
Guys in your vehicles.
Did, I think he did very
Thank you.
good. He cut back, there's a lot
No
of cuts
kidding.
last year, so being able to
Thank you. We tried very hard.
pick up some of that stuff we dropped last year, I think it was a good job.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. I think maybe I might be up soon on CFP, so maybe.
CIP, you're actually next, after the overview. You and, please.
Okay, I just didn't go backwards enough. That makes sense.
Only had a couple ago.
Ready for you, city manager?
He came up short on his figures. He was just short.
All right. Well, as you see, we have a capital improvement program. I don't know if, a presentation to go through on this, or? I really just wanted to open this up for questions.
Okay.
Rather than do a whole bunch of little presentations on the CIP, it looks like.
Yeah, I just said overview for 30 minutes, so that's why I was giving it to you.
Trying to save that 30 minutes right now.
All right, we'll move on to fire rescue and police CIP.
What page does that start on, do you know?
your handout that you have right there, I believe it starts on page 4.
Oh, you're talking about
In the CIP, where's fire rescue in the CIP? I know.
623, isn't that where it starts? In the back? Talking about fires?
Yeah, individual fire CIPs.
That's it.
651.
It starts on,
Oh, that's public works.
668 is the, 668.
Okay. Starting out here on this list again.
Is that, where's that in the HTE version?
Calculating,
Oh,
and
okay.
so skip it
Vice
for right
Mayor?
now, I don't have it. open.
Yeah, 668, can you give us an update on this emergency generator and city hall stuff?
I sure can.
I know last year we put money in it, we got 1.7, has it all been done? What's going on with that?
Nope, we've actually just gone through the process to, procurement helped us with getting somebody that will actually manage that grant to make sure that we are cross all the Ts, dot all the Is with a process that we're very unfamiliar with.
Back up just a little bit. Yes, you put all the money in there.
First word I hear is what?
But rather than, again, as one of the other multiple times we've all had this conversation, we're gonna use other people's money before we use ours, so we applied for grants. And that process took a while, so I didn't want you to think that this was just sitting, because commission did completely fund this project. But I believe it was 700 or 500.
It was a matching grant, 750 was the total, but a portion of it was,
So we got, over $500,000 worth of grant, but the downside to grants is it can't be for money you've already spent. So rather than start this, we applied for a grant and waited for the grant money to get awarded, which it was not that long ago. Commission saw the grant when we accepted it, about $500,000 roughly. So.
We were approved for $500,000 grant.
Yes. During this fiscal year. So that's why this was on hold, while we waited to find out if we were going to actually get that grant. We did. It is a grant that comes with some intense knowledge on how to manage one of these grants because of what it takes. It's not one of the easier grants to manage, is probably the nicest way to put it. So now this is where the fire chief's story starts, to catch you up to that point.
so we went through the process with procurement to select a company that will actually help us manage the grant. And it's more than just making sure the quarterly reports are right and the ins and outs, but there's a lot of technical expertise that's required on the vendors that you get, the subs that you can use, and it's very, very detailed. So we selected a company that will help, and on the construction side of things, they will help Derek, who's the project manager for the city. They'll help make sure that we're getting the right vendors, that we're following the process appropriately. And then on the back end of it, they'll make sure that we're going through, that reimbursements are okay, and that all of that is being managed well. So that grant is for the generator itself and the hookup to City Hall. The additional monies that were in there were for some build out to City Hall, which we would be doing, that is not a part of the grant, but is a part of the project, if that makes sense. And that was, I think, to provide some build out of locker rooms, possibly restroom facilities and things like that, so that as City Hall is being utilized as an EOC in the future, until we come up with a different plan long-term, that there would be some of those facilities so that people could actually go shower, clean, be able to do some stuff.
Okay. So, did we receive $500,000?
We received a grant for
It's a
$500,000.
reimbursable grant.
That,
Reimbursable grant.
Yes, ma'am. And so it's not, you don't automatically get 500,000, you get a portion of what you spend. It's a matching.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay. So Irma came through. We had this conversation last budget cycle to make this happen. Applied for the grant, great. Do we have a generator yet for this hurricane season?
no, we have a generator here. It's not hooked up to do, basically, we would survive the way we did before. Yep.
now, the generator we had operates parts of this building. this generator that we're applied for the grant for will hopefully operate the plan is to operate the rest of the building.
We got
One of
that
the
yet.
things we have done with the existing generator we already had is improve our maintenance and testing of that generator. One of the things we learned from Irma is we've got this generator that if you're here on the day that they start it up, there's no missing it. It puts out a nice plume of black smoke every time you start it. And unfortunately, the process we had was, does it start up? Yep, all right, generator works. Rather than, Mr. Speak's been given the pleasure of, when he took all this over, of, we need to actually test the generator. And testing it doesn't mean, you know, just like with your car, you don't go outside, start your car, turn it right back off and say, yep, it works. Because then when you want to use it, you'll find out it works in third gear. And that's pretty much what we ended up finding out was there were some issues with the generator. So we're testing it better, maintaining it better, so that the portions of this building that are actually supposed to work on that generator will still work. Again, it hasn't fixed all of the issues. Getting this generator that we now have a grant for installed is designed to fix the rest of the issues.
So what's the ETA for getting this new and updated, fancy, workable generator?
We literally just, we haven't even talked to the vendor yet. They were just awarded, the company that's gonna manage the grant was just awarded this in the past 10 days, week. So we're hoping that they will help us with that process, and I can give you a better answer, but right now I would just be guessing. Obviously, into hurricane season, it's not ideal. We are where we are.
And I can tell you, if I remember right, this grant doesn't have an extensive time period either. That's part of the other reason for hiring the person to help manage it, is because the time frame that we have to spend that money isn't unlimited.
So there's a deadline, is what I'm hearing, okay.
I believe the primary deadline was November of 20. We can apply for an extension, and there's a possibility that we might because of how long it took to get the grant award and to be able to do this. So, but our target would be to try and complete it within that time frame.
Can I ask a question in relation to that, Commissioner? You talked about hiring a grant manager, specifically for this. That is not the same as a grant writer, correct?
This individual is managing this specific grant. We got $500,000, and some grants, like the one we applied for the mandalas, it's gonna be simple. Did you spend it? Yes. Here's where we spent the money. Other grants,
Someone who's managed federal grants before, it is not something that you can have a person do both at the same time. Okay.
grants like this.
Just wanted to make
is an
sure,
actual job.
because it
So
doesn't
how
work
much-
that way.
So are we going, is this an actual job that we have to hire for? Or are
The
we,
chief just mentioned, we actually hired a contractor. This is what they do. We didn't hire an employee.
I mean,
Minuscule amount compared to what you're gonna,
It's
Probably 10
a little
grand.
over $22,000, I believe, is what the award is for. I think we guesstimated in the $70,000 range. We were gonna come in way below that, so.
so we're adding 87,000 for our new training complex
Yes.
for when we're actually able to do it, so we're starting to kind of fund it a little bit here and there.
And that was just, whatever that percentage was of increase for construction costs, that's what that number represents.
Can I ask the question? Are you filing for any type of grants for this? Because the training facility could be utilized throughout the area.
We,
writer for that, just
well,
saying.
we talked about, gosh, I hate to even say this, so we talked about that. Here's the difficulty. The best time to get a grant is when you don't have the money. We have a long history of having this funded, but not being able to spend the money. It's difficult to turn around and show the need or say, we need this when it's been funded for that long. And if that money were to be eliminated suddenly for the budget, the question would be, why did you do that? It looks a little suspect. So we, if you look at the title of this project, it's Public Safety Training Complex. Our goal would be to pursue grant funding mutually between the police department and ourselves, because we are hoping to become a regional training complex. And for tech rescue, for police, for fire rescue, I think there's a lot of opportunities there with that property and the neighboring properties between the school board utilities and what's already there to do some phenomenal things in the future, and we absolutely would be pursuing grant funding for that.
You all have heard me mention that that's the reason we like that location, is utilities abandoning that area when their new facility is built. Its goal is to make it a regional asset. And we will benefit on a lot of aspects from that. And, you know, the fire, both chiefs have heard me say, you talked about the driving course. That driving course, if we build it right, could also be used by the tax collector's office to do car driving tests. So when your child turns 16 and they need to get their driver's license, right now there's only one place in the county to go to get that done. They just recently moved that to the Clark Road area. Prior to that, it was up on Fruitville. We have 10,000 school-age children in this city that have to go all the way there and hope they can get an appointment when they turn 16 to go get their driver's license. Obviously, you all know my child is 17 now. I understand what that was like. It was not fun. And you legally are allowed to go to other counties, but they won't take your appointment. So it's not illegal to go there, but you do have to have an appointment. And the first question they ask you on the phone is, where do you live? Oh, you don't live in Charlotte County? You don't live in DeSoto County? Sorry, we're full.
I was just wanting to make sure we, because of that potential going regional, that we were looking at grants. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Page 670, the Fire Station 81 renovation. That's been going on a long time. I haven't seen much progress. We're adding more money to it. Can you give us an update?
Yes, I can. Great question, and it has been going on for a fiscal year now, a little over that. One of the reasons we haven't spent really much money on it yet is because we were trying to make a determination of how to proceed. I think as you all know, and you've seen, I'd rather be cautious. We don't want to spend money and then turn around and find out that it was the wrong thing to do. We know that Station 81 needs to be renovated. What we don't have all the answers to is exactly how many pieces are going to go in there. So I think, I don't want to speak too much out of turn. However, I know that the police department did a study. We also did a study. The study shows that we need more space, but how those things get configured and where we move to in the future and how we do that, I think those are still discussions that are open with the city manager. I think that some of that for fire rescue anyway may be resolved a little bit faster than it is with the police department. A long-term, EOC, is there some other things? So one of the things we did find out is the money that was budgeted in the Station 81 project right now, just to do what we wanted without changing anything, without adding EOC, just really refurbishment and doing things. We didn't have enough money in the budget based on the study that they did. I learned a valuable lesson. I will tell you, we will never do a study again like that. We would just go out and get an architect and say, this is what we need, have them design it, figure out what the cost is, and then figure out how to fund that in the future. I think that study for us didn't help a whole lot. It told us we needed more space. We already knew that. It told us.
It's like hotels. You need hotels. Thanks.
Yeah, and so,
50,000 later.
it wasn't quite that bad. Please don't mistake what I'm saying. But I think for value-added service in the future, something that, for us anyway, for what our needs were, I think our money would have been better spent with. So through discussions in this coming budget year with the city manager and with the police chief and things like that, we'll make a determination as to whether we move forward and get an architect, have them design it, and then figure out, do we have enough money? Do we not have enough money for what we do? And do we do a phased project? And I think that would be the goal, is to do a phased project, to do part of it and get it done. And if we need to find additional funding in the future, that we would be coming back to you all, whether it be through surtax or something else, to try and complete that project.
Gotcha. The fire station alerting system, is that the one that instead of it throwing cold water on you while you're sleeping, it kind of?
Yes, ma'am. Did you see that? Chief, I mean, no, you were watching.
Yeah, that's exactly what, Chief, you.
You notice how he said that nice and soft like that, and he went like this, instead of, hey, get up, there's a call.
That's exactly what I.
So,
How is that increasing efficiency if when you hear that tone go off and it bolts you out of bed and makes you jump and scares the bejeebers out of you, as opposed to, hey, it's time to get up,
Well,
you
it's
have a call.
so the joke is, hey, it's time to get up. The reality is,
So how is it different?
the difference is about, I believe it's a 4-second difference from the tone starting to being at full volume. The difference isn't really efficiency. The difference is health and welfare of our responders. So if you can imagine when you're sleeping and that tone goes off at full volume and you wake up, it's an immediate adrenaline dump to everything. And one of the things that they've linked over time is the difficulty of the stress that causes on the heart, the cardiovascular systems, things like that. That's why firefighters have a greater incidence of heart issues over the course of their career than the general population, and that's one of the reasons they've attributed to. So one of the things they've talked about is what can we do differently to try and soften that still doesn't take away from our efficiency. And that is 3-4 seconds difference from the time that tone goes off. It's called an ascending tone, so it starts out kind of slow. So your subconscious hears it, and then as it's coming up,
You kind of come out of that.
okay, the lights that turn on are red instead of white, so it's not that shocking. You don't immediately, if anybody's ever walked in the room while you're sleeping and yelled at you and flipped the light on, I know my mother did that a couple of times. When I came home at an odd time, you remember that feeling that you got? Well, imagine getting that every time there's a call that goes out in the middle of the night. Do that over a number of years, you can imagine.
I can't remember the last time I woke up from my alarm, because I have an aversion to that sucker going off, and I wake up an hour before it goes off every time. It goes off 5 minutes at a time. I couldn't imagine not knowing when that thing would go off, and it just happened.
And so one of the things that's changed over time is those systems used to be, and you can spend a ton of money on those systems, but one of the things that's gotten easier over time, and that's why we've actually reduced that project a little bit, we were able to find savings to fund that other project, is now it's really just a trigger, it's a relay. So it's a matter of running the wires, putting red lights in, and a box that they build, it's an electronic box that does those ascending tones, which is still a crazy amount of money for what it is, honestly, but the long-term health effects are dramatic, but those costs have significantly come down.
Does that kind of play with your insurance rate too? I mean, like, if it was in the personal, private world, the more improvements you made, the lower your insurance would be.
I don't know that there's a direct correlation for us. We obviously haven't had these discussions with risk. I don't know that it would be attributable as a whole population of firefighters. Yeah, there's a difference, but I think if you were to look at it as a singular department, I don't know that it's a measurable or identifiable number, if that makes sense. To say, okay, well, it's going to save you, this much money in claims over time. So it's a good question, though. We certainly could ask that question.
Yeah, I'd definitely ask it, see if it doesn't take away some of the liability for the long term.
I just have one question, it's more of a, on page 676, are the communication replacement radios, it looks like. The picture has the radios on it.
Oh yeah, this is the one
Yeah,
long-term?
it's
Yes, ma'am.
it's way out there. $1.6 million you want to come up with in 23-24. Why don't you start setting a little bit aside each year as opposed to trying to come up with 1.6 million in 1 year? I mean, geez, we have a hard enough time.
This goes back to the conversation we had earlier when I mentioned that the surtax is programmed. So in that year, we've set that much of the surtax. We could set aside, I get what you're saying, it's roughly say 320,000 a year for 5 years instead of 1.6. But since we know we don't need it that year, there are better things in the other years I could use the 320 for.
And I appreciate that, but city manager, here's my point. We don't know what's going to happen in 23-24. And we may need that surtax money for fixing a water control structure or buying a new ambulance because one got totaled. We don't know. And if you have it a little bit set aside, instead of trying to come up with that 1.6, I'm just.
Yeah, both are good ways to do it. Just to let you know, that's why we did what we did is, rather than spread everything, there are times if rates had to be increased, yes, I'd be on the same page with you all day long. Let's smooth it out. But because this is something that comes in large chunks, needing the surtax, and there's not a way for us to adjust it. Like, I don't have any control over what comes in on surtax. In that year, say I'm getting $10 million, that's what we're gonna get. But you are right, if for whatever reason we get to 2023, 24, and the fire truck jumps, gets hit by a bus and gets totaled instead of me, yes, that $1.6 million is a lot to come up with in 1 year.
And surtax, and the other concern that I have is, God forbid we have a Hurricane Michael hit Sarasota County. And everybody leaves. We are trying to rebuild like Hurricane Michael, and we have no money because nobody's here to buy goods and services. How are you gonna come up with 1.6 in surtax for that year?
Valid question, and if that was the case, though, we'd have a lot of other things that were going as well. And
So these radios these are for police and fire. I believe this number is for for both of us combined. So if we were to take district money and general fund money every year and do like we do for the capital acquisitions program, we could, but that would be in addition to what we're budgeting right now. And so this is, I think it's looking at, you bring up about, we actually used to do it that way. We had some projects where we did it annually, but one of the things that the previous finance manager looked at, and we had some discussions over it, was the most efficient use of your money at the proper time. And so some projects that might hit in this year that require all the surtax money that's coming in right now, all right, well, they're fixed and resolved this year. And so next year that frees up some money for the radio project that we had in for next year. So even though it's a bigger chunk, instead of taking a little bit this year and a little bit next year, we did a little bit this year, then this project would be short. And so this project would have to wait until the second year. Does that make sense?
Okay, so surtax, the money coming in from surtax right now is not finalized, correct? That there's new numbers that are gonna be coming out in July?
Right here.
Okay, so this is a conservative surtax amount.
Correct, the amount short of, well, all of them are right now. The ones for this upcoming year will be much better numbers in July. The numbers for 23, 24 are a much worse guess than the ones that we have for the current year.
So if, maybe when we get those accurate numbers and we see that we have a lot more money to play with, for lack of another term, because I don't know another term, can we use some of that excess money then to start doing these kind of projects to set money aside?
Yes, we certainly can, unless there's something else that the commission says that they would like to spend the money on. If that money, let's just say we're off by $100,000. At that point in time, you have $100,000 to decide what do you want to do with it. If the direction of the commission is to put it aside so that this isn't $1.6 million at the end of the 5 years, we can certainly do that. And it will be sitting there and it will grow. That's entirely a commission decision at that point, though.
Gotcha. Just making a comment on it. Thank you.
Can you invest that money? Is that legal?
It is invested very conservatively, but it is invested, and by law, it has to be invested conservatively. Just so, since you brought up the investment, governments will never earn what you could earn, because by our number one rule by state law is not increase investment earnings, is preservation of capital. So if we have $1 million to invest, you could pick the riskiest thing out there and invest in futures. I can't do that. I have to maintain that $1 million. It has to be the number one priority, is to not lose money. So as a result, when the market's doing great, like it has been the last several years, and you hear people talking, they're earning 10, 15, 20% return in the market, and we're earning 2.5%. It's because when they lose 10, 15, 20% in the bad market, we're not. We're invested in it.
10 times, and every 30 days, all I need is a small investment. Oh.
Mr. Hansi. Can I switch subject for just a second?
And you find someone else.
Yes, go ahead.
We just got an email from Josh Taylor that we had a little 2-year-old drown.
Oh, no.
I thought that happened last year at this exact
It
time.
did. Within your first days, another little child drowned, so.
Can we take a moment?
Moment of
Yeah.
silence, please.
Well, I'm gonna pray. Father, I thank you, Lord, for, I thank you for our children. Lord, I thank you for the parents, and I thank you for just those who care for these children. I thank you for police officers and firefighters, Lord, that have to, Lord, step into these moments that just rend a person's heart. And I ask God for strength for our first responders. I ask God for strength for the family, Lord. And I ask God that you just please be with each and every one of these people, Lord, that have something to do here. And I just ask God that you just continue to protect our children, protect our citizens, protect us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I know.
Spooky, I don't know if I want to do budgets anymore.
No more budgets.
Twice in 1 year. Oh my gosh. Every year.
So I think you just need someone else to come Yeah, I really do. It was his first.
I really
Yeah.
You know, thank
He
you.
goes, wow, how did I get that?
Where's that approved button at?
I
don't need to show up.
There's that easy button, right? That's an easy decision. I had nothing else, that was it.
Commissioner Pearson.
No.
Commissioner Rich? Commissioner Luke?
Honestly,
Okay.
I was gonna say, I can't really address any of this until I know where our impact fees are gonna be with the increase and where everything else is gonna be, considering the proposition of increasing the money, so I think I'll just wait.
Okay.
I think we're gonna have a lot bigger discussion come July once we get a lot more of the information. But
All right. Well, thank you guys very much. We're gonna move on to IT and Parks. CIP. See you soon.
Hey, good seeing you.
Thank you very much.
Don't come again, just saying.
anybody here have a family? Anybody here have families? I know our people are with them right now. Good, thank you. IT and Parks, okay, so going with us.
All right, which one are we on now?
IT and Parks.
And, okay. Hell or no. IT is on,
Page 677.
yeah, I got that. Are we just doing their capital improvements? Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Thanks, sir. Actually, I'll turn it over to IT, who's here, and then Parks can come up and answer theirs as well right afterwards. Start with IT.
Appreciate you being the middleman.
Yeah, right.
For the record. Go ahead.
All right, so am I just gonna do a breakdown of each CIP, or just?
Oh, no, you know what? I think we just start with questioning.
Okay.
I think that'll work. Commissioner Luke, you good? Are you good?
Yeah, on your first page, you're talking about the fiber along Pan American.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we also gonna put fiber in on Tropicare as we do that project?
It
The
is,
sidewalk?
yes, I believe that's a Public Works initiative.
Project, they are.
To that when it goes to be laid, I mean, does it go through them or does it go through Public Works?
That will be part of Public Works. It'll be part of the Tropicare project, so it won't be through IT.
Okay, and then this one is part of IT because of what reason?
It connects to city facilities.
That's correct, okay, thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Yes, hope, going off of what Commissioner Luke was saying, so you're gonna lay dark fiber out on Tropicare?
Public Works is going to do that portion.
What we're looking at on Tropicare is, and eventually Julie's gonna decide where she wants to sit, but,
Come on down.
what we're looking at is, we all know we have an internet issue out in the estates. We're looking at, since we're going to be redoing Tropicare Boulevard, why don't we put the conduit and the wires in there, or if nothing else, at least conduit in the pole boxes, so that when a Frontier, when a Comcast, when a internet provider that we don't even know about right now, somebody is willing to run internet out there, it will save a significant amount of money, because we will have already put it underneath the road, so at least part of the capital expenditure is done.
What's great about that is we've done that, so we understand the cost of laying that fiber.
Yep. And we'll have the road already be torn up, so it will, and ultimately, we literally, last night I think it was, or early this morning, Ben Newman got some information from the town of Longboat Key, because they're doing the same thing. And what we're looking to do is, we'll put that in, and then we'll lease that out to the provider. So we'll recoup our money.
Which then gets us out of being the utility, because we're leasing to the provider, so we don't have that 4-year payback.
It will hopefully incentivize the problem to be solved.
Their biggest excuse is the infrastructure that they would
It's
have to
not-
put in
And
when
they-
it's already there.
Yeah, and I think they said their recoup rate was like 100 years or something out there, I don't know.
Well, they don't know our numbers either, and that's the bigger
that's true,
problem, is
yeah.
that they're going off of what is old information, old data,
We've
or.
given them all of the latest GIS stuff. the most recent conversation that I had with Frontier was pretty much what we're doing is if you guys put the infrastructure in, we'll run it. We put this infrastructure, we will then lease them the space in our conduit, whether it be Frontier or Xfinity, somebody will run fiber in there if we put the wires.
And I'm all about fiber, because fiber hooks up the world. You and I had a discussion about another company. Have we made any more progress on, I believe that was wireless?
We
Yes.
are still working with the companies that run the cell towers that are on the 4 city properties. They wanted to renegotiate the leases. I'm working on renegotiating those still, because they want to extend them. And so we contacted another company who can run wireless internet off those towers if we had space for them. So the companies that own the towers want longer land leases. We want space on the tower. So we'll kind of want something, it sounds like a pretty good offset.
The one at least out here
We need
at the,
specific dedicated space on each of the towers at a certain height, and that's what we're gonna get in the extended agreements. And there's a company that will come in and they'll put, so that basically the entire estate's area would be covered wirelessly. Still not as great as fiber,
I don't know.
but it's 10 times better than what you have now, which is
Right,
next to nothing.
that's what I'm saying, it is an improvement.
When that contract,
Good as what hooks into it.
Exactly.
Cell tower companies.
it wasn't it like October or November that contract ended?
No, that contract actually doesn't end for about anywhere from 5 to 20 years from now. They want to extend it to be a 30-year land lease, because then they can do better stuff if they have a longer lease. For instance, say AT&T wanted to put a spot on one of those towers. Well, they're not willing to invest a whole lot if they know that the underlying land lease is only for the next 5 years, because they're not going to recoup their money. But if the underlying land lease for the cell tower itself is 30 years, they're more willing to put more infrastructure on that tower themselves as well.
So it's a negotiation that's gonna be going on. For them to get what they want. Thank you for clarifying that.
Do they own every single one of them? The same company?
No.
Or is it,
There's
it's
two
all
different
different?
companies.
It's only two?
It's American Tower and I think Crown Castle, I believe, are the two companies.
So they must have bought the others throughout the years.
I believe they did, I'm not positive though.
Because we just
We've
did
been
the
dealing with
Morgan one, not Morgan, we just did the Denison Field, like in '07, so.
Only in '07.
Idea of when I went after her. Do you have an idea of when that's going to be done at the same,
Because right now it's with them. We've sent it to them.
about laying the conduit at the same time as the sidewalk project?
Sidewalks, the road project.
Road rehabilitation project? It's not for the sidewalks, it's for the road rehabilitation, that's different, because I
Yeah,
thought it was gonna be.
sidewalks.
I thought it was for the sidewalks.
Yeah, me too.
Why you keep?
I have my book. Juliana, Public Works Director. Early spring in 2020, the roadway, we will have the conduit and all the fiber put in prior to the roadway base repairs and resurfacing. Spring of 2020.
I really thought it was gonna be done at the same time as the sidewalks, so thank you, I'm glad I asked that question.
Originally, we were contemplating putting it under the sidewalk in that area and doing it at the time of that project. But because of the future of the sidewalk and a lot of unknowns, we requested through the city manager's office to change it to the roadway project.
So, and to fast track it, I appreciate that, but at some point, Tropicana is just gonna be 2-lane road now, but at some point, we're gonna be widening it to 4. So are we then gonna have to move everything?
No, ma'am.
We're gonna have dark fiber underneath the asphalt of the road?
Yeah, it would be a considerable bet.
I'm just asking, I don't know how this all works, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, all right, moving on. So this dark fiber for this Pan American one, and it's going to the family services thing, are we going to be connecting for the water treatment plant too?
So currently,
Okay, because this says wastewater.
correct, the water treatment plant.
The one that's on Northport Boulevard with Station 82.
No, that would not be connected. So this would just interconnect the wastewater treatment plant, Parks and Grounds facility to Family Service Center.
Isn't their service already up there?
Their services, we're trying to reduce the monthly overall cost
Okay.
of Frontier
Gotcha.
by eliminating one of those connections.
And this wasn't recommended last year, so city manager, can you help me understand what changed from last year to this year?
One of the bigger things is obviously the savings of what we need to offset this. And again, having projects that we can fund at some point, they weren't recommended due to money.
Is this going to also be connected to the new recycling transfer station?
Not sure where that is.
Where's that located?
That,
That's in
where the old
Pan Am
fleet
yard.
building used to be, on Pan Am.
Right next to the water treatment plant?
Where sanitation used to be years ago.
Next to the wastewater treatment plant? It's certainly something we could interconnect, yeah, absolutely.
So, city manager, do we need to update the CIP and costs to make sure that it's including the new trans? For the recycling transfer station? I mean,
We can look at that before the July meetings to see what that would do to this project.
well, it would make sense, we're right there.
Well,
Oh, okay.
the cost, because that station is just temporary, so at least looking to the future, so the cost would come into play, whether it be worth it.
Well, if we don't hook up the transfer station, then we have to use Frontier. Right?
Correct.
Okay, so if we're trying to save, okay. I look forward to seeing this in July. Page 680, video surveillance at Garden of Five Senses. Does this include the Boundless Playground
We're doing the Boundless Playground this year.
this year?
Yes,
This year meaning 18, 19?
yes, that's correct.
I have to double check, make sure we all. So Boundless Playground's gonna be done 18, 19, and this is for the rest of that area.
That's correct.
That's all I got?
Commissioner Luke, are you good? All right. Looks like we're done.
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Let's take a 15-minute break according to schedule. We'll be back at 2:15, so we're about 5 minutes ahead now.
Follow-up question.
We're back.
Sorry. Mayor, I got,
Follow-up question.
yeah, I noticed, I forgot to ask this. Price Boulevard in the old CIP, last year's CIP had, for dark fiber, and it was put out to 2021, $200,000, but I don't see anything in the CIP for this fiscal year for dark fiber for Price, and I'm wondering why and where did it go?
So I know it's still part of the project. I don't know what year that falls on.
You want the sheet from last year?
It's not the one that's taken out.
It was taken out. I think it was given to Public Works for when we do the price widening. It is now in, it's part of the CIP project for the price widening.
Okay, but the Price Boulevard does not reflect that. It does not have that new dark fiber added to it, so I just don't want it to get lost and forgotten or.
Get with you afterwards, and you and I will make sure that what you have is the same thing that they have.
That's fine.
And we handed out some supplemental.
Oh, I got a cheat sheet.
Oh.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, okay. There we go.
And I also have a follow-up to the question about the transfer station. We talked with Public Works on the break. There's no technology needs, so it's not something we'll need to investigate at this time.
Okay.
So, yeah, the sheets we handed out were for the capital acquisition plans, or as CapEx as you called them, that show the out years plans for the vehicles to be bought.
Can we get some holes put in it?
Sure. Hold it up.
We can do that.
Is that it?
That's all I had for IT. I just wanted to double check because if it comes out accidentally, it has a hard time finding its way back in.
Absolutely. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Parks. Start with you when you're ready.
Before I dive into, other parts of this, over on page 690, it's talking about, Mr. Lear, could you, there's a lot of question within the community as to why the parking lots, parking spaces were gonna be paid out of the contingency fee. And I know that we decided the amount of parking spaces a year ago, but the design and the price was not put in place when we had this budget. So that is, to my knowledge, why we were able to, pull it out of the contingency, because it was kind of sort of a change to the initial, because it was not initially in until we got to the point to build the spaces. Could you clarify?
Anybody to actually put the spaces in. The spaces were planned as part of the project. But that funding wasn't awarded to do that construction to anybody until we got to the point where we were doing it. That being said, we've, when we do any project, any capital project, there's a contingency amount. As the project goes along, you use up some of that contingency. You also free up the need for the contingency as you get closer to the end, because most of the things that contingency would be used for, which is typically unforeseen things, have already been identified at that point. We are far enough along, as you all know, with the aquatic facility to where we don't believe that we need all of the contingency to be reserved for unforeseen things at this point. So rather than fund the parking lot from somewhere else, we freed up the contingency money, and the same company that's building the aquatic facility also is the ones that we awarded the contract for the parking lot to. So that money was taken out of contingency, still in this project, and had we not given it to them and not taken it out of contingency, it still would have stayed in the same spot. The money, we would have just, taken the $400 and some odd thousand for the parking, found it as a different spot, and then this money would have gone back to replace it.
Thank you for clarifying. I just wanted that to be stated publicly so the public could have an understanding as to why. All right, over on 694, we're talking about little additives to various parks and trails and things like that. Something that some other cities and towns and that do is put bicycle air pumps along the trails. So just, I think that's something that we could look at as we develop, especially along the Heron Creek Trail area. I think it's called the Mayaca Greenway or something. Maybe those types of air pumps, just in there. Over on page 695, I am totally in the belief that this is not a medium priority, it's a high priority. Getting the children of this city addressed as far as sports, as far as utilizing the fields, having the light, having the shade and covering over those stands and stuff for those families, I think is vitally important. Again, this, I think we'll be getting some savings from the purchase of the Springhaven properties. I would like to see some of these things not put off, but actually be able to be addressed. We've got soccer players not being able to play soccer. We're putting in lights for one field. I believe there's 2 other fields.
There's a total of 2 fields that still need lights.
Yeah, so to me, doing it sooner rather than later helps our families within the community.
I don't know if there's a desire of the rest of the commission to have, because basically what you're looking, the way I hear you, is the 21-22 money. You want to see if there's a way we can move that up? Because the $250,000 in this year, it sounds like you want to see if we can do both fields, if I'm hearing you right. And we're more than willing to investigate that if that's something the body as a whole would like to do. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing for us to be able to come up with. I just want to make sure that I get direction before we leave that project from more than one.
I definitely would want to.
Can I ask a question? Since they're already mobilized, it would save money, right?
It potentially would. I have been speaking with Musco, and there would be some likely savings not having to come back and do another pole on the other side, so we might be able to save one pole as well.
I'd like more information on it, and I'd also like to know where we're gonna get the rest of the money. So,
Basically what I'm looking for is, do you want us to look into it?
I'm all for about getting information. I just wanna make sure that other projects and stuff aren't gonna be kicked out, and that there's going to be a savings for doing both at the same time. All right?
Thank you for doing that, Mr. Lear. And it's the same thing on 697. I don't see this as a medium. I see it as a high. Again, it's for our families with the children. It's shade out there for this. If you ever drive by there on the weekend and see the volume of our families that are at these parks playing baseball, soccer, football, it's just incredible. And so I think serving those families of our area are vitally important in making that as comfortable and applicable as can be for them. So I see that is within, the first year, but then there's something, I mean, do we need more than one, or is it just the one?
This is for 8.
It's for 8?
Yes.
Okay. But again,
This is for all of the fields though, so there's not a missing amount. So if I'm reading this right, this will cover the whole facility.
and you've got it budgeted. Okay, why is it a medium instead of a high then?
That was just, given all the other projects that are going on, that's where we put it.
Well, I know the mamas with the babies would love some shade over their babies, so thank you very much for addressing that. Same thing over with 703. Again, depending upon how much money we have to put out for those properties at Spring Haven, we might have some surtax left over. This is surtax that was gonna be taken out next year, but if we do have surtax being saved within that, I think enhancing these parks with restrooms is a very good thing for the families also. But that, I think, would have to wait until we see what happens with the purchase. Thank you. On 705, isn't that one of the paths of Legacy Trail? So can I have an understanding of what this is doing? I mean, I know it's put off for a ways. We're not looking at anything being done this coming year. But is this in case the Legacy Trail thing isn't approved?
No, this would be for the connector bridge that would be required to access the trails.
If the decision is made to have Legacy Trail connection go here, it will need the connector bridge.
I thought they were supposed to be producing a connector bridge with the path. It said to connect.
It does. And right now, it's still in, we don't know which, it hasn't been decided which direction they'll go. Right now, as you know, there is a connector bridge out that way. And that was jointly funded between the city and the county. So I know that in their plans, they would be looking to see if this one could be jointly funded as well. This commission, a couple years ago, actually put this in there to build the connector bridge. And then there was significant delay because there's a lot of conversation. The county doesn't own the other side. So until that gets resolved, there was no need for us to have it in our current year budget. So the money has been pushed out.
Before we get to that, in that year it was pushed out to, we may have some changes come forward because of Legacy Trail.
And that is true.
All right, then I skip over to 7-Eleven.
You get your Polar Pop?
Yeah. I've been putting water in my Polar Pops lately. This is that 63-acre park, and I know it's thrown way out. Personally, myself, if I were doing this, I would make it from a low to a medium, because that whole area out there deserves parks also. So that is just my 2 cents that I'm wanting to put in on it. I think I would move it up just slightly and be looking at it. I'd put it at a medium. I mean, that is a highly increasing population there, and they might have some teeny tiny parks that are set within their little home areas, but they don't have a park, so that's just my 2 cents on that. And that is all of Park and Rec for me. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
690, going back to the pool. City Manager, could you please give us an update? I don't like rumors on when we expect to have an opening. This way people will hear. I'm still hearing June, I'm hearing July, I'm hearing next year. So can you please put these rumors to bed?
Next year.
So everything in between is fair game.
That being said, I think some of the confusion, and even with like the change orders we send you all, obviously they have, if there's a change order and it's going to take time to do it, you'll see expected number of days added to the completion date of the contract. That number of days is in there for when liquidated damages start getting calculated. It is not when the project will be done. I guarantee you that's causing confusion of people. ultimately, I can't say that, that the project won't be done on that date. I can tell you that if they don't have it done by that date, then they have to start paying us. They are pushing, they are trying to get it done beforehand. I know that, a prime example that I always love on all the projects is you'll see rain days. They ask for those rain days, because they can't go out and work on a day that is pouring rain all day. For their own protection, they're going to ask for those days because they have to do it in a certain amount of time. They've been ahead of schedule. I believe they're still ahead of schedule. I'll let Sandy and Tricia pipe in on this because they're the ones actively managing the project with Derek. So, yeah, I can't give you an exact date at this time. I wanted to express to you what those number of days on those change orders mean.
Do you know what the change order date is where liquidated damages starts kicking in? Do you know what that date is?
It's in August.
In August?
Don't have the exact date in front of me. I don't know if anybody knows that date.
Month, as I remember.
It was August 8th.
The end of the change orders, was that the question? I'm sorry.
The date the liquidated damages.
Right now they have until when?
August 24th.
So what is the ETA to open?
We don't have one. We're moving forward and hiring staff and setting up training. We're hoping that it's going to be, if it could be the very end of July, that would be fabulous. I couldn't tell you because we need to have there's too many inspections that are dependent, opening is dependent on. So we're pushing forward and trying to be ready for, maybe we get into the beginning of August with a soft opening and then a grand opening right after that. But until I know those dates and until we get to the point where we can have them come in and do those inspections, I don't have a date for you.
So school starts.
Mm-hmm.
And the what?
The 12th.
Yes. So we have an aquatic center that we're hiring staff for to be able to open for the recreation and the pool, but it's sounding like the recreation's not gonna open except for just those weekends because school's gonna be in session. So are we hiring staff unnecessarily?
No, they won't start until we know what our projected opening date is, but we have to get them hired. We have to get background checks done.
Okay, so they're getting hired, but they don't have an official start date, so they're not collecting a paycheck.
The lifeguards, correct, the rec attendants, correct. For some of the other positions, like the head lifeguard, will start before the facility opens, just like our supervisor and assistant supervisor started.
City manager, or maybe mayor, can we have city manager give us like a bi-weekly update on the pool? Kind of like how we get a memo on Biscayne, that we get a bi-weekly update on the pool, so that way then we all have the exact same information to quell these rumors.
I will tell you what I find. I find that the people know way more than I do on just about everything going out in the city, whether it's businesses going online, going offline. They're like, hey, what about this? I'm like, I hadn't heard nothing. Then I asked, like, yeah, that's exactly what's going on. So I'm going to start asking everybody else. Because I agree with you.
There's definitely that
So
knowledge
that
out
being
there.
said, yeah, I don't have a problem with that if nobody else
Communication
does.
is,
You have a problem with that, Commissioner Luke? Are you all right with just providing an update, just creating an update?
I have no problem
I
with
mean,
every
what you're
2
talking about,
weeks.
maybe 1 or 2 more.
Exactly.
yeah, just so that way then we can, I'd appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, having Josh put it on Facebook would be
Yeah, that'd be fine
beautiful.
too.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll get it up, yep. Put it
There you
up.
go, you
Just
got your
a post
consensus.
with a couple sentences, hey, this is where we're at. Cool.
All right, thank you. So we keep talking about Springhaven land acquisition. If there's money left over, kind of want to make sure we get it land acquisitioned before we talk about excess money. Make sure we have everything in there. Do we have an update on that, city manager, where we are? Are we still just trying to negotiate?
It is a back and forth. We most recently, we made an offer on, there's basically 2 parties that own land out there. There's one person that owns, I believe, 5 lots, and another person that owns the big chunk. 5 lots we've put in an offer on. We've had back and forth with both people, but I think that we're at a good spot on the 5 lots. And the larger chunk, we got we did a market analysis, we were way off as far as what we wanted to pay and what they wanted us to pay. And it wasn't even, weren't even in the ballpark. So we went and got some better numbers on our end, asked them to do the same. We have made a subsequent new offer amount, and they're evaluating it.
Okay, thank you. Atwater Park, the next page, 692. So this is talking about, did we do a master plan on this, Atwater Park?
There's a conceptual plan, not a master plan.
We put names of all kinds of things.
Could I have a copy of whatever that plan is? Was it, okay,
It should be in the Park and Rec master plan, included in there. It's really just a drawing of what the layout would be, and it shows a very small community center and some additional courts.
so the Parks and Rec master plan has like one page of Atwater?
They
Basically-
referenced all the different
Okay,
future projects that we had, and I believe that's in there.
I'll double check, I have a copy, thank you. We built all that stuff without a master plan?
So what you're seeing right here on the page, this small picture, is really what it is.
Is what is?
Is what the conceptual plan is. It's showing you a building that represents a small community center, some additional parking, and courts. That's what was planned. That's part of that phase.
Okay, well, I don't know where this is in relation to baseball fields and stuff like that, so is that in the master plan?
It was in the master plan prior to this last one.
So I'll double check the master plan, and if I have follow-up questions, I'll get the city manager. I'll skip that. 694. What are you going to install, where are you going to install, and what's the details on this, for this 10,000 that's in prior years and 50,000 for this year?
Absolutely, we do an annual community needs assessment that points out things that are needed, so based on that, we try to target funds to the highest needs. We heard that security lighting at Blue Ridge Park was needed. We need to replace benches, that's just a standard. We also have found that soccer goals for Narramore are needed. So those are the big items.
Soccer goals for Narramore?
Mm-hmm. And for Butler.
So you're just
Right
gonna
now, they're
keep the
pulling them
10
back and forth.
You're just gonna keep the 10,000 in the kitty? Or are you gonna spend all 60?
We would spend all of it. This also has been used before for things that come up with the interlocal agreement, with items that are identified as CIP needs at the parks.
Thank you for that, because that's a little bit different than picnic benches and trash cans. So maybe a little bit more detail come July's meeting, break it down a little bit more. I would appreciate that.
Sure.
The field lighting, we already talked about that, sorry. Oh, real quick, Commissioner Luke had mentioned on page 697 about the shade structures. Did I hear you say 8 shade structures are going to buy the 160,000?
Correct.
Okay. So going to page 699, we've been talking about these acoustics at the Morgan M. Mullen Center for a couple of years.
Longer than that, trust me.
So, I need to make a little bit more information to be able to make a decision, because I thought we couldn't use surtax for upgrades. I thought we couldn't use surtax for maintenance and rehabilitation kind of stuff. I thought it had to be new projects, and if acoustics is already existing,
It's actually, well,
I think you can use it for everything, it's just not preferred to use it for
it
anything.
can be used for something like this. It's not supposed to be used for operating.
so it's operating expenses.
Yep, this would meet the definition though.
I don't know if we need to do both. I'll be honest with you. I think one over the other would be make more sense. I don't know which one, but to do both of them, if you're looking to be able to have a community event, you're not going to hold two different community events. They're relatively the same size, correct? The Morgansoul and Mullinson?
No, the Morgan is almost
A little bit big. I'm talking about the gymnasium. I'm not talking about the facility. I'm talking about just the gymnasium. Isn't it about the same?
It's about twice the size,
About
actually.
twice the size.
Twice, yeah, there's 2 courts in one.
Maybe a little bit more information, like breakdown of how much each one of them is gonna cost, because, you know, maybe we could do one this year and one next year. I'm just
We have a information memo.
looking at a
I
little
think-
bit of different options, because
I think we sent that out. There was a memo that went out,
On the
I
different
can't remember when it
costs.
was, for the acoustics.
Let's see.
I'll have to double check.
But I can jump onto that for the same reason that Chief was talking about, you know, that volume increasing as they wake them up. I mean, our staff that works in those gymnasiums with the kids and stuff too, I can see, you know, putting it in both of them is quite important. If you've never worked in a gymnasium with kids, you don't understand.
So this Langless Park on page 702. So this is for a park for the $100,000 for expanding out there. But we had a meeting with solid waste, and they're talking about using this area for a transfer station. So I'm confused. And I know this isn't until next year, but if solid waste is wanting to use this as a transfer station, and they have money, I think, in their CIP for that. I don't remember exactly what year it was slated for. Shouldn't we kind of get on the same page with what we're doing with this park and what solid waste is wanting to do, so that we're not butting heads? And they're planning it as a park and they're planning it for transfer, if it's gonna be both.
One is planning to, in answer to your question, yes, we will make sure that we're on the same page. But one is looking to buy the whole thing, and a portion of it could become a park. But we'll make sure that everybody is talking about using the same property for the same things, so that we don't overlap. I believe they are, but I'll verify with both of those 2 departments.
We had a very extensive conversation about this, and I have made it very clear that I do not support the solid waste moving their stuff to this area. It has been designated a park for many, many years. And I think there's other alternative options that solid waste will bring to that meeting that will be included with this, but will give us other things to do,
So this will probably have to have a lot more information for that July meeting, because, and I know there's no money in it for this year, but I didn't look at solid waste to see if they have money in it for this fiscal year, so we'll just leave that a big old question mark.
One of the things I can tell you, there's a June 25th solid waste item coming forward about finding a spot for the transfer station. And so the conversation will be where. Commission will certainly have input as body, whether it be this location or somewhere else.
I thought the city owned us.
Yeah.
I believe we already do, but it still doesn't change the fact that whether we make it a transfer station or it becomes a park or a little bit of both is something the commission will decide. We'll make-
Because somebody said something about purchasing, somebody was gonna purchase it, so are they gonna purchase it from the city?
But it would depend who's gonna do something with it.
Lease it.
If the city owns it, but solid waste were to want to use it, that's where it comes into a conversation. But there'll be more talked about on June 25th.
Commissioner Luke touched on Legacy Trail with that Deer Creek connector. I don't know what's going on with it. And it may not be necessary for this fiscal year 1920, but I really think we should be putting some money in sooner than 21-22, because if the county says, hey, we have money slated now to do this connector, we've got to make sure us as a city has the money available too. So I'm in favor of moving it up to 1920, putting some money in there, even if it just gets to be one of those carryover things. Because when this gets acted on, it's gonna, I think, happen fast between Legacy Trail expansion, the county, and I just think that we need to have some money sitting in there so that we can do something.
I think the initial focus of the project for the county is acquiring property in order to do the actual trails.
And improving existing kind of paths so that they're in better quality for trails. So their first look was either South Power Line Trail or the two trails that cut different ways through Deer Prairie Creek.
We haven't had that, just to be clear, we haven't had that conversation. We're supposed to have that conversation because the idea was to have additional trails, not to take the currently existing trails that are already being used and put asphalt on them. So I think that conversation has yet to be had. And the only problem with this bridge connector is that the areas are owned by various entities, Swift-Mud, and the county.
Florida
The Division of
Forest.
Forestry doesn't have a whole lot, but, point is that the county's been trying to get Swift-Mud, if I remember correctly, to give them the ability to get the trail system, and they're not exactly collaborating well. So it would be nice for us to have an update on that as well, but that's all within the county, it has nothing to do with our city.
No, and I understand that, but I think if we're going to be planning to connect, for that bridge connector, we need to start putting some money in there because $128,000 isn't gonna connect much.
I would move it up a year.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it into this coming year, but I would put it in 2021.
Yeah. So I don't know if the city manager needs direction on that, but I definitely think we need to move it up to 2020/21.
That's something the group wants us to investigate doing. Yes,
I don't support that, but I don't support putting any money towards it until we find out what the county's doing.
That would be me. Commissioner Emmerich?
I agree with that. We don't even know if they're gonna be down here, that quickly, in that time span.
Part of it is just having the money available so that we can get this bridge done quicker. So.
Yeah, the other bridge was a partnership, out where the power line is in Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. So earmarking, not this year, but the year after,
Having money
earmarking, we could go into a partnership if we do have something earmarked, so I'm in agreement with that.
Okay, did any one of you guys change your mind?
Well, couldn't we look at this again in next year's budget and then say, hey, we wanna move it up a year? That's what I'm saying, you can move it up at that point. I'm just saying, right now, I'm not into shifting anything right now.
I think by moving it up on paper, kind of gives it a little bit more of a priority to the county for when we have those negotiations. We could say, we have money slated to go in there, in fiscal year 2021, as opposed to saying, oh, we don't have money slated until 21, 22.
I think the county is well versed on the ways that government works and that you have the ability of shifting it over by year and doing budget amendments and so on and so forth.
And also
Not a
just
problem.
in reply of that, and I don't mean to speak over you, but in reply of that too, when Commissioner Luke said earlier, it's all about connecting. It should be on them to connect and not us to pay for that bridge in the first place. So, I mean, I'm speculating, I can understand if they're like, okay, we wanna get it done, we're gonna pay for it, we'll do it, I understand that. But I still think we have time, that's all I'm saying.
Well, if nobody else changed their mind, then there's no consensus.
So just moving on. The page 712 looks like an exact repeat of the other one that we'd already talked about with the amenities. Can we just keep it as like a rolling thing instead of creating a new one every year? And then just updating the CIP page? Is there a reason we have to do a new one every year?
Yes. Because last time we did it the other way, we were asked to do it.
All right.
We're fine either way, obviously.
Once before?
Because yes, it is the same as the other.
It's just park amenities, $50,000 a year.
We've gone back and forth a couple of times since I've been on here. We can go one way and then, it's not quite working, let's go back this way.
Last year's CIP, I just want to bring up a couple things that I noticed. Last year's CIP was for City Hall City Center improvements, and it was removed from this CIP. There's nothing about city center improvements that I could find in this CIP, and I think that's parks. I can't quite tell what department it is.
It was, and it was transferred to Public Works.
Okay. I'll have to double check to make sure, because I was trying to find it, and that's fine. Moving on, last year there was money for Butler Park Playground. I did not see that in this CIP, and I know that the bid hasn't been approved. I know that nothing has been moving forward. I didn't see it in this CIP.
The bid was canceled. We are redoing it. We're in the process of redoing it. It should go out to bid very
But
soon.
where is it in the CIP? I don't see it in the project.
So looking to finishing the next
There were other projects that were supposed to be finished for this year that were still in the CIP because they were kind of like pending. I just don't want it to fall off the radar.
No, it's not. It's almost ready to go back out.
So is it going to be finished this fiscal year?
That's our plan.
That's the goal, yes.
Okay. One more, and then I'll be done. That's it for them.
The playground that's supposed to be in addition to the aquatic center, that's already budgeted for and doesn't need to be reflected in here, okay. And then, the Dallas White one on page 698, we're looking at 250,000 in 1920 and then another 1.5 million dollars in 2021.
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
698.
Sorry.
Ultimately, $1.7 million.
So that was before the vote, correct? Because this is when you had it in the budget, now it's out of the budget because they decided on the P3.
It could be,
It's
this
still
will be
in thing.
utilized for the P3, is that what it is?
This was done before you guys had the conversation about the P3.
So it's still there just because.
It's still in there.
Right.
It hasn't been removed.
Per their vote, it kind of did away with it.
No.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, because it's not supposed to cost anything. It's a P3 project.
No, I said there's 1,000 ways it can be done.
It doesn't work
No,
that
just-
way.
No
Yeah.
to low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just wondering if we need to retitle this for a more generic version that it has to do with the upgrades to the Dallas Wake Park master plan or design, or however you want to word it, as compared to what was that?
She just asked me what page from that.
698. Because the motion was to have a P3 to not only look over the entire park for a design, but also for, building those facilities that exist today. So, I don't know if we have to rephrase this and still continue to keep the money in there, because I'm not sure how that P3 is gonna finalize. Some of it they may wish to have some sort of a donation, well, not donation, an investment from the city. I just don't know. I don't know how that would work.
And I don't think we're gonna know until that kind of plays out.
Exactly. So, I mean, I'd rather keep it in
That's what
there,
we'll say, I just assume.
but I would think that it needs to be reworded, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, obviously, it's the will of the commission, what you guys want us to do, but the project description already talks about a P3. We can certainly word it a little more.
Yeah, because it's about the ordinance.
Passed by the commission when they gave us the direction to go get a P3. And again, we don't know where that's gonna play out. We're putting out for a P3 since, this is already in there. It's not something we've ever had the direction to not do this. The P3 is the way to make this happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, ultimately, you could take the $1,750,000 out of there, you can leave it in there.
No, I'm okay with keeping it there. I'm just worried that it says once an ordinance was in place relative to P3, you know what I mean? Like, there's been things that have occurred already.
As I said, we can update the project description and justification.
That's all
Yeah.
I'm worried about. And then, the Mullen Center updates have been at least for 13 years. We've been talking about that.
That'd be 699.
Just a general
Yeah, she's just
comment.
kind of flipping through here.
And, I think that's it. I think everything else is pretty much out of the, year forecast, so, other than I agree with Commissioner McDowell on, was it the Langless Park? That really needs to be, well, I don't think that, I think there's alternatives to that park area, so I believe it should stay in there, but again, 2021, I don't even see it being, anything being done then, so, I'm done.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Nah, I think everything's covered.
Commissioner Luke? You have anything, follow-ups or anything?
No, I mean, Dallas White Park, the motion that was stated, in my opinion, did away with having a master plan being paid for by the city. Something this commission needs to do is pay attention to the way they make motions and what they do to themselves when they make those motions. So I don't mind leaving $250,000 of surtax in it to play this project out to see what rolls out in 6 months' time. But I'll just leave it at that. Sometimes we tie ourselves way too close.
Okay, well, thank you guys very much. We'll move
Thank
on
you.
to Public Works. Public Works, come on down.
How are we doing with time?
So I get right there. Police was here with fire. Nobody had anything for 'em?
Oh, I didn't ask any questions about the police department. I didn't know they were combined. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think it was combined by
I didn't know that.
safety or something like that. They were combined.
Did not know that. I thought he was just sitting because they were.
Buddies. He's like hanging out with one another.
One question. Nothing else, nothing else. Nothing else.
And,
I got CIP papers. Yeah, they do have one. Yes, and I got a question on both of those.
without having them on here at all. Either one.
Those two questions.
All right. City manager.
All right, well, now that Julie's come down for the 15th time today, one thing we know is she will get her steps today.
Carry my phone to make sure.
Yeah, get those swings in.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Okay, you want?
Oh, no. Ms. Luke, are you ready?
Sure. I'm not finding the page, well, I'm looking at 721. And when I came across 721, of course, I thought about the parking on the other side of the road because we had asked that that be part. But I did find it later. Do you know where that is at?
Yes, ma'am. It is on
you.
page
732.
732. Why mine
Thank you
doesn't have a
very
number, I'll never know, but okay.
All right, so we're saying other funding for that. Have we addressed that as to what type of other funding, or is that just unfunded?
It is
Yes,
unfunded.
it is unfunded.
It is unfunded. We have tried 2 years in a row to supplement the funding that is needed from the Florida Job Growth Grant, and both times have been unsuccessful. So what we're gonna have to do is identify other funding sources in order to be able to complete the parking lots.
All right, I'm just gonna state that I don't like kicking this down the road. I mean, that is parking on 41, that's vitally important for these businesses along 41. And if we keep being refused these grants, I believe we need to look at paying for these ourselves, especially the first side. I mean, they've been waiting for it for 3 years.
Yes,
I've
ma'am.
got restaurants way down a family table asking, when is the parking gonna be coming to them? Even the, what is it, the Lions or something? I mean, they just park all over the place because there's so many of
Yes,
them.
yes, ma'am.
We
If
have-
I,
What we gotta be careful about
Yes,
is
yes.
stating that putting parking in with public dollars for the benefit of a restaurant.
right.
It's not what this is, exactly.
Something we're not even allowed to do. If we're going to put in parking, we can't sit here and say we're doing it for this restaurant or this
Correct.
entity.
Apologize for sounding that way. What I was talking about is we have those businesses, no matter what the business is. 41 is our corridor for commercial. And if we want to enhance the commercial economic development of this city, and that's our so-called golden mile, we need to be doing something to enhance.
To make sure that we're, doing it correctly. Because it's very important, because otherwise the next business is gonna come and say, I'm not putting parking, and you do it.
The city and for our citizens to be able to go to these and be able to park.
Yes.
So I've been on here for 2 years now, and
Yes,
we've
ma'am.
been talking about this one, and we're denied every year. And I think it's time we step up, bite the bullet, and start addressing the parking.
Yes, ma'am. What I have done, in the meantime, I've done a little bit of research. I contacted John Elias, he's the new Public Works Director at Charlotte County, and I asked him, how did you fund the off-street parking across the street similar to how we're trying to do? First of all, what he told me is the situation that they have is probably very similar to what we have, is that a lot of your existing businesses that were constructed many years ago put in parking that is not, probably doesn't meet today's standards. So therefore, you have an inadequate amount of parking. So for those businesses, they funded the parking and landscaping improvements across the access road adjacent to 41 with some type of tax, like a gas tax or something like that. However, any new business going in has to pay for any parking facilities that are across the street. If they are unable to, on their property, that they're constructing the commercial business, if they cannot meet the off-street parking requirements on their property, and they need parking across the street off-site, then they're required to pay for that. So I've still got to do a little bit more research with our city to find out if I'm able to use any type of money, but I have started looking at other funding sources to do that.
Thank you. So
Yes,
when we
ma'am.
come in July, we might be able to hear what some of those findings are?
Sure, sure.
Can I
Yeah,
piggyback
sure.
off that? So I'm gonna go back to the Tropicare sidewalk.
Mhm.
There's $2.2 million. And I don't know what the commission feels as far as doing that sidewalk or not, of which there's still 4.2 that's unfunded, and we're supposed to be doing it this year. So I don't know what the commission's flavor is on doing the sidewalk on Tropicare, if it's a yes or a no. But if it does become a no, we can actually use that money for a greater need throughout the rest of the city. So it's a conversation we're gonna have to have about the Tropicare sidewalks.
Yeah, I think Tropicare sidewalks and parking on 41 are two completely different
Completely.
topics, because one is public safety, the other is business development and growth.
But it is also public safety for the 41 parking lots, because there's nowhere to park for anybody, especially with that new sidewalk. If people want to come and park and use that new sidewalk for waiting for the buses, it's not just for the businesses. The city manager made perfectly clear. It's to be able.
For a bus, they're not driving there.
Well, they could be dropping somebody off. We don't know. So, whatever. Thank you for letting me interrupt you. I appreciate that.
I mean, it is.
I was just trying to find money for
500
something else.
Yeah,
That's all.
517, well, might as well say 18,000, so however we can, I mean, go out and pick it off that money tree.
Way too many wants.
I know.
Talk to Alice White, see if she knows any new trees that.
Exactly. I'll prune that one.
Over,
736.
what does that do
To the MPO plans, does this change this? I don't know if this was developed before. MPO and FDOT had their conversations of what they want to do with Hillsborough.
This study is for the intersection only. So as far as what they would like to do with Hillsborough,
Oh, only
Yeah.
that behind the
Yes.
racetrack?
yes, ma'am, that intersection in Hillsborough and Cranberry. The actual intersection only, that's what this is pertaining to.
Too bad FDOT won't do that part. Tell them, come on down further. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 722, the piping and outfalls of Grid 205, which is by Mulgrave, Glen Allen, and Kingsley. Is that all done?
It'll be done at the end by the end of this year, fiscal year.
Is there any cost savings or project savings in that? I'm grasping at straws to try and get a parking lot.
She smiles as she shakes her head.
Huh?
5,000 going, I mean, it's being taken out, so that's the savings right there. Are you looking at 722?
Yeah.
What's the 5,000 in 1920?
Those are repairs and maintenance costs.
So it's still in there? Why is it in parentheses?
Well, because that'd be the negative, right? That's the deduction.
Yeah.
Expense.
having these pipings and outfalls done will save us in repairs and maintenance, because,
It's a savings.
yes.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. Jesus.
Saying
So San Mateo sidewalks, I think we've already touched on that, so I'll continue on.
Yes, ma'am.
And city manager, I hope I'm not going to be repeating this on page 728. They're talking about bridge construction. And then we have on page 743, bridge construction. So we have two different pages with two different bridge constructions going on, but what bridges, where, when?
This one's
Give me
Pan-American.
A little bit of an idea what, it says Pan American Bridge, but where on Pan America? 728.
And then this is the first one is a specific bridge, Pan American Bridge, that are gonna have some repairs done. The second CIP is for the bridge program. So every year, we receive a certain amount of surtax that we are able to utilize for repairs of bridges throughout the city. So we identify, and this is in the out years, it's just showing the surtax program. So in 2021 fiscal year, we will come back and tell you exactly what repairs we will be doing in that year with those surtax funds.
So could you please tell me where exactly on Pan American is this bridge repair being done? Pan American is a long road.
Okay, at Cocoa Plum and US 41, just after you get down off of US 41, as you're going north on Pan American, it's the very first bridge on the very first waterway. So you have
So it's
US
behind the
41.
water.
Yeah, yes, behind the water
Water
treatment plant.
treatment plant.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thanks, Jerry.
It's the one next to the yellow building.
Please, please. Please.
Jerry carries weight.
That's right. Kind of like Jeff Hutton.
That's right. Just, he don't even have to talk. He just sits down. It's like, whoa.
That's
On
right.
page
Low
7,
dominant stature.
730 is road rehabilitation. I get a lot of emails about, when is my road getting done? When is my road? How come my road wasn't finished yet? In the area it's been done, but not my road, my road. And we're supposed, this is for road rehabilitation, but what roads are being done in that prior years, current years, and future years? What does that plan look like? Because we have $5 million in prior years, but where were they? Where are they?
Right now, we're on our current year, 2019.
Oh, I just heard the thunder roll. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, on page 730, it says prior years, so
That's the 2019, which is what the year we're in right now.
I understand that. So what roads are being done in 1819?
Isn't that still online?
Yes. Go ahead.
Jerry Travers, Engineering Division Manager. For the 2019, I believe that this is the last year of the original 7-year program. And this year, what would include is the Cranberry from Cocoplum to Price, all that area along Cranberry on both sides. And the little piece that was left on the 2018, north of Blue Ridge along Chamberlain. So we're gonna do Chamberlain, is gonna be resurfaced this year. That little piece from Blue Ridge to Price, and then we're gonna take all that section of Cranberry on both sides. From Cocoa Plum to Price.
In
That
the next
section,
few
including
months?
Coldwater, including Cape Terrace, all that area is gonna be included.
In the next 4 months, we're gonna do all that?
We're gonna issue the contract, it will most likely run over into the next fiscal year.
So, Commissioner Carrison, you said this is online. Where is this online? Is it a map? Is it just a street listing? Where?
Go ahead, it's GIS, right?
Yes, we have a GIS map and we have listings of streets in alphabetical order.
And is this the 7-year program for the road bond, or is this the 7-year program for
No, this is
For
for
the
the
maintenance.
routine maintenance, yeah. Routine maintenance program. Which we've now,
City manager, could they send me a link to that? And does that link also then say what the roads that are gonna be done the next year and then the next year? Or have those not been identified yet?
no, ma'am.
When do you decide where those are?
Once the 2019 is out and bid and they start working on that one, then we will get into the 2020. We have some preliminaries that we have done in citywide, looking at mainly the main arterials, Northport Boulevard, we have Pan American, Biscayne, all these major arterial roads. And for the next year, we're gonna try to do, because there's some roads that will need a lot more than just mill and resurfacing. It will require some base reconstruction, like what we're gonna do in Tropicare. So we're gonna look into those roads also for 2020.
You already gave us the update on traffic here, so thank you. That was service. All right. So, Price Boulevard. How did I miss Price Boulevard? No, we're fine. There was something in Price Boulevard. There it is. 718. Looking at the funding for Price Boulevard, can somebody help me understand how you can use $1.4 million of sewer capacity fees for this project when there's no sewer out there?
18.
It has, in prior years, $1.4 million for sewer capacity fees are being used. There's no sewer out there. So how are you able to do that?
Well, there's not, and keep in mind, the amount in prior is just the amount that was budgeted in prior years.
Yeah, but it says sewer capacity fees.
Plan is that they would run sewer lines with the price widening. That has been the plan all along.
Hasn't
Okay.
it? They can't run sewer there. That's what they said in 2015 or 16. There's no sewer going in there.
Rick Newkirk, Utility Director. That is correct, everyone. That line was budgeted for the reclaimed water line, which we can use sewer fees on that. However, upon further review, that reclaimed water line will not be run down that area. That will be put in when we build the new Panacea plant. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go.
Good job, Commissioner
Yeah.
McDowell.
So there's the removal.
Whoop, she gets a 1.
10%.
10%.
10% the savings.
So now we just lost then, from what I'm hearing, we just lost $1.4 million on this project.
Well, but keep in mind, we also won't be spending the money
Either.
to run the lines.
It's a wash.
It doesn't impact the road. It impacts the project because you won't use money and you won't have the expenditures either.
This as part of that project to begin with.
It used to be two separate
originally
projects. It was
supposed
one
to.
in utilities and one in public works. We combined them.
2 separate projects, okay. So going,
Has to come out of 2 different pots of money, but I get what you're saying, the overall monetary amount now gets taken away, so does that mean we have to come up with that additional amount of money?
Because we won't have the expense.
We've also eliminated the expense.
Yeah.
She's out.
Because I think that's
It's a
what,
push.
I didn't
right?
see a CIP project for Price Boulevard sewer reclamation, whatever, in utilities.
Combined them into this one project so that you could see the whole thing all at once. If I believe it was either last year or the year before, they were 2 separate projects
They
in
were.
the CIP.
Okay, so based on the conversation we had with IT about the dark fiber, the dark fiber was in last year's CIP for putting it in for Price Boulevard. Is that included then with this project? Because it's not in the description for dark fiber.
And we're getting you the answer for that. I have not.
Okay, so I just want to make it full circle so we don't forget about that. Give me a second. And that's, one question is 735. And this has to do with the Public Works Facility Phase 2. So when I'm looking at this, it's 95,000 coming out of road and drainage, 95,000 coming out of solid waste, and 60,000 coming out of general government impact fees. And it appears to be like a study or something. Is that correct? It's going to be for a study. So if solid waste is looking for their own facility and moving out of that,
They're not moving out. That is only for the recycle center right now. The transfer station will be for the future, but the transfer station will only be for a transfer station. The administrative staff, the field staff, they're still in our new building. They're going to be located in the new building. There'll be limited staff stationed at either the recycle center or the transfer station. Not all of the staff.
Your collection vehicles, you want them right next to fleet because that relationship is integral to having a well-run collection operation.
okay. So you have, how many vehicles does solid waste have that go out on runs? What is it, 20, 40, 50? So you're going to continue to park 50 of the solid waste vehicles at the Chamberlain location?
Yes, ma'am. Minus a couple, I don't know.
But there,
No collection, all collection vehicles will be there, just whatever vehicles are necessary for the transfer
Correct,
station
the
or
transfer station.
or Frankie.
Frank Lama, solid waste manager. The transfer station would only have the 2 trucks and the 3 trailers at the transfer station. That's the only any kind of trucks that would be there. All the other trucks, the transfer trucks, like Monica said, they would stay at the site because it's near fleet.
but why do you have to have them near fleet? If they're running and they're working and they're fine, why do you have to have
You're
them near
right, you
fleet?
just, and the thing is, they could be working.
It's taking up valuable real estate to park a vehicle overnight to have them just go out the next day.
So, many years ago, I've been in this business 20 years, as Pete said
Give or take.
before, give or take, but we used to have it that way. Our trucks used to be over at the Pan Am site, okay? And then when we got too big for the Pan Am site, we moved out to Chamberlain. Well, the biggest problem was, if a truck wouldn't start or something was an issue, we had to call Pan American for them to come all the way out to the North Chamberlain site. So that was the big issue. We weren't close enough to them. So that really hurts. That's why you need to be together. Fleet and the trucks need to stay together.
And also, if I could add on to that, setting up your services, if you go out there and the truck is broke down, it may get immediate attention. It's very viable to have it that way.
It's
and I
possible.
understand it.
It sounds like that happens a lot, so I'll just leave it go. If it's only once in a while, then I would go
Listen,
back to my original thought.
Yeah, sorry, yes.
Okay.
Happens, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
I only have a couple more. Do you want me to keep going or wait?
If you got 2 more, go ahead.
Price Boulevard traffic light, city manager. At the high school. On page 737. So way back when we were brand-new commissioners, we had talked about putting, this was your idea.
This was one of my first
Yeah,
things.
exactly. So we were told, yeah, this is way back, early 2017. Hey, let's put a stoplight out at the middle school and high school. And we were,
2004.
Yeah, but that didn't count. I wasn't here.
I know.
and we were told that in-house staff could do this study, that we had staff that could do this study. And I don't know what is going on with putting in a stoplight, why it's so difficult, that now we have to hire somebody to do this study to put in a stoplight. So what's changed from when we were told we could have in-house staff to now we have to hire somebody?
again, Jerry Traversa. When this first originally discussed, I said, yes, we can do it, because it was, can we do the signal warrant analysis at the school driveway? And back then, I remember that I said, and it was me that I said, yeah, we can do it, I can do it in-house.
Right.
Of course, I will have to get all the information, traffic count, turning movement,
Exactly.
all that. What changed is that when the study for the pool was done, Spring Haven was still on the table, and that report for the traffic assigned 37% of the traffic to go on Spring Haven towards Glen Allen. So when Commission killed that project, I raised the question, now all that traffic has to come through Price. So the single signal at the school is no longer a viable scenario. Now, you gotta take into account the additional traffic for the pool, just 180 feet away from where you're proposing a signal. And, you know, based on my experience, without doing the study, the signal at Price in Spring Haven will be warranted first than the signal at the school. Now, this requires a lot more study, taking out all that. And like I said, I can do it, but based on other workloads that I have, it will take me a lot longer. And since we're working on getting the engineering library, I thought that this would be easier to, because we cannot do the traffic counts and the turning movement in-house. We will have to farm that out. Now we have traffic counters that we can put it, but still the turning movements, we gotta either have physical people there taking count or have a company that video the turning movements and give us all those counts to us. And then we'll have to do the analysis and do the signal warrant analysis.
So here's where I have an issue. Last year, we paid to have a traffic study done on Price Boulevard for the speed limit. And I'm sure those people that do the speed study could also do this. Isn't it the same kind of an engineer, or is there different engineers for speed studies and different engineers for traffic lights?
They could do it.
Well, it's really unfortunate, we just didn't have them do it all at the same time. We knew we wanted this stoplight put in.
I will have to go back and see the timing if, when we assigned the speed study, all the issue with the Spring Haven, because what changed the original scenario was the cancellation of Spring Haven. So, time-wise, I from the top of my head, I cannot
Well, I
say
think
yes.
looking back or something you can fix, but obviously moving
Yeah.
forward, you know,
Yeah.
try to
Yeah.
look at the
It's
grand
just-
picture of things.
It's just, this is something that was asked for in 2017 early, and it's now looking like it's not gonna be until 21, 4 or 5 years later, to put in a stupid stoplight. It's not
Well,
that
the first
hard.
step is to get the study, because the study will tell you if you need the signal and where do you need it. Because you are not gonna get two signals that close together, most likely, unless they're coordinated.
Gotcha.
And then the design, and then the construction if it's needed.
The other item, if I'm not mistaken, Jerry, correct me if I'm wrong, is we'll now have real data with respect to the amount of traffic generated from
Yeah,
the
I-
aquatic center,
Yeah.
especially in light of.
And that's what.
Too, we don't know
That's
that
true.
yet.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for reminding me.
Yes, sir.
Good point.
Because that was
Good
the
point.
other
That's
thing.
We
fair.
didn't think about the aquatics.
That's
Yes,
fair.
sir.
When we do these traffic studies and you do projections of traffic, you go by, and we have heard here in previous presentations about the adjustment factor and how people think that that doesn't work. There's nothing better than having true counts. And we were expecting to wait until the actual pool is open to actually see, because the model can say that, oh, only 2,000 people is gonna attend, and all of a sudden you got 5,000.
Right, that's fair.
So.
And when we first brought this up, that wasn't
Yeah,
even in our
that wasn't
purview.
even our- and you're right. Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I had, Mayor.
All right. Mr. Carson?
No.
Mr. Emmett?
Yeah, I just have one question, not for them though, but.
You want me to come back to you?
Just to reiterate with Vice Mayor McDowell about the Crop Care project, when does that come back before the commission and whoever make the decision on that?
The what? Can you say?
The Tropicare project?
The roadway or?
Multi-use path? When does that come back for us to discuss again?
There's two of them, there's a
Very minute.
road and then there's a sidewalk.
Multi-use pass, what do you say?
Multi-use path.
Just the path. We don't have
No,
any
'cause it's
construction
been brought up a
funded.
couple times about, you know, money's gonna be encumbered or not. You know, when do we have this discussion? That's all I'm looking for. Again.
Okay, so the design is almost complete, and we have all the, design and permitting, Jerry?
Permitting
Right.
from SWIFMA. We're waiting for the Army Corps of Engineers,
Right.
but it should be a simple letter from the Army Corps.
So that being said, although we do not have a funding source identified to construct it, to move on to construction, one of the other things that we need to take a look at is, when we had our neighborhood meeting with the citizens, we received in writing, at the meeting and afterwards, comments. So what I believe I said at the meeting, after the meeting, was that we would submit those comments to the commission for their review. Take a look at, do we want to proceed with the project? Do we want to, look for other funding sources to fund it? Do we not want to proceed with the project? So that's our next step, is to submit to the city manager's department for him to send a commission the responses we received at the citizens meeting.
And are we going to get all the emails that we have received over
Everything.
the last 3 years?
We can do that.
Exactly.
We can do that.
And the survey result.
happened on that single
We can-
solitary
and the survey
email?
We can get
results, too.
everything. We can get everything.
What
Because
survey?
We had a survey done.
I
So
don't
they
remember
were
that.
saying in that meeting that there was a survey done.
We didn't do any
I'd like to
survey.
see the
My
survey
knowledge.
results.
You did a survey?
No, we didn't do a survey.
Years
No, I
back.
think it was stated
Years
out
back.
there
Yeah.
that a survey was put out, and then they said, how many people got the survey? And somebody said, well, maybe only 100, maybe it was 500. They didn't
Are
have
they
a number.
talking about the city survey that
A
gets put
city
out?
survey went out. I'm not saying it did, but
Oh,
this is what they're
that's what
saying
they
out
said.
there.
I gotcha.
Is that a survey went out
Uh-huh.
to residents, but they didn't have the numbers on how many, if they wanted to have the path there or not.
Survey out.
No, but that's what they're saying. They're
Did they
saying it took place. People, you know.
Did they say it did take place, or they
They
think
said
you
it
should have
did.
conducted a survey?
Said,
Yeah,
so I wanna make sure I get the right day, is
Because we had like 3 different days.
yes.
So, my understanding is the people in attendance stated that a survey was put out by the city?
Correct.
It wasn't staff that said a survey was put out by
No,
the city?
no, it was citizens.
Okay.
This is what they're saying. A
Well, I have
survey
another
went
one,
out.
I have another commissioner
But-
saying
but-
that staff said it, so.
Well, this is what I'm hearing, so this is from my point of view.
Now, what I recall was that they said before you guys go and do a project this size and costing of money and so forth, you guys should have surveyed us, the residents out there, to find out who really wants it.
Because they wanted to say like show
Right,
hands
and
with
Yeah.
then what was said.
Yeah, at the meeting.
But what was printed.
Oh, it was different.
translated
I
to
gotcha,
a different-
I gotcha. Yes.
But you get multiple
I understand,
citizens
I understand what you're
engaged,
saying, right.
and these are questions that they're asking, so I'm
Right.
just
Oh, no, I
trying to get
agree.
to the bottom of
Yeah.
it. You know, my question was, when is it coming before us, because this money, whether it's, yes, we're going ahead with it, or no, we're not, affects $2 million in this budget. So I just wanna see where we're at on that, on when it was coming back to us to make this decision and put
Okay.
it to bed.
I gotcha.
That's all I'm curious about.
I thought it was already to bed since we had a decision, and now all of a sudden we're changing our minds.
I didn't think we had a decision, I thought it was to come back and give us information,
No.
because I still had questions about that multi-use path at a further date.
Years for this multi-use. And I don't know as it was a survey that specifically talked about that project. I think it was an overall sidewalk type of, when you look at the entire city, the complete streets and stuff. I think there was something attached to that about that
Okay, we'll
multi-use
check.
in a survey type of atmosphere. That's what I believe it was. I believe it was back several years ago.
Several years? Okay.
Commissioner Emmerich? It's still your floor.
No, I was just asking when it was gonna come back to where we were gonna discuss it, so somebody saying it's already put to bed, I don't believe that we voted that we were going ahead with the project or not.
Well,
for the
when we-
multi-use path.
When we did the budget last year and put it as part of the capital improvement, the multi-use path, you voted on making the multi-use path as part of the
projects and the capital improvements. So it has been vetted, it has been, we discussed for 3 days. I think we had 3 meetings on budget during that year. Then we discussed it again last year for 2 days. And then we had a commission meeting where we actually had the whole budget come back to us and yet discussed it again. Then we had the engineering contract come, right? And we discussed it again. Then there was something else. I think it had something to do with the path alongside of the reconstruction of the road or something. That came before us again. So to say that we have not vetted this, or that we have not had this discussion, how many times have we discussed it? It's what, 7, 8 times? Just saying.
Yeah, I remember last year, this multi-use sidewalk, I'm gonna call it a sidewalk because it's actually what it is. This sidewalk was in the CIP last year, and we had talked about, do we really want to do the sidewalk when the road needed repairing and fixing first? That was the bigger priority compared to the sidewalk. And then by the next budget meeting, after taking all of that conversation and finding out that the surtax money came back higher, that they were actually able to do both. Now, at the neighborhood meeting that was held here at City Hall, I do believe it was staff that said, we did a survey. And then the citizens said, well, who did you survey? When did you survey? How many responses did you get to that survey? And that's when it was, well, we don't know. So I do remember hearing that and that being part of that conversation at that meeting here. So if a survey was done, maybe it was one of those just general citizen surveys. I don't know what survey was mentioned or what survey was conducted.
I think it was that citywide survey of gathering what you want to see in the city type of thing that was done several years ago. They used to go out to all the people in the city. I remember those types of things. I clearly remember the discussion last year of budget because I had in my mind what Commissioner Carazone was talking about. Since I have been in office, I just been being bombarded about these people afraid of these school children out there not having sidewalks, you know, and they're out on that road. So when the talk was going on about swinging the money from the sidewalk to the road itself, I'm like, oh my word, we're leaving these sidewalks out again for the safety of these children. And then again, what you said, Commissioner, or Vice Mayor, was we thought we found money for both.
And we did, didn't we?
Yeah, that's why we're able to redo the road this year coming up and then do the sidewalk, so.
Well, we still have unfunded funds for the sidewalk, though.
Yes.
Right, but that'll come back.
We put money in, and see if I can help out a little bit on the funding side. Yeah, this was put in last year during the budget. We put in money for both this and for the road. We had savings on the road bond project that is being used for the road. And there was roughly $2.5 million put in for the shared use path, sidewalk, whatever you want to call the thing, the non-road project.
The non-road.
Now, we get some better numbers, it's been designed 100%, we've been working on the design and everything. It's gonna come back as more money than what we thought it was gonna be. So that's why there's the other funding that's not funded, because that was not included in last year's budget. Now we have that put in here as an other funding source, because we have not identified that $4.25 million of what it would take to build that in the, along Tropicare. That being said, yes, it's had multiple meetings, there's been, there's the meeting here, but there's also been multiple budget meetings, multiple commission meetings where this has been talked about. At the end of the day, we're going to get you all the information from that meeting. I'll find out whether there was a staff done survey. Yes, we do an annual survey of a statistically, chosen group of people. that's supposed to be representative. It was, that would not surprise me to see that where the survey that was discussed. We certainly have those. Question is, when we get you all that information, there's $4.25 million short to make this project happen. During this budget process is one opportunity to make a decision. We've done this before, as Jerry just brought up, kind of how projects like the pool at one point died in the budget process. It's been resurrected, and now it's almost complete. Springhaven died died, came back to life, died, came back to life, currently is dead. So, at the end of the day, this project, if you all don't approve it in the budget, it's not gonna happen. I mean, and that will, in this instance, free up almost $2.2 million, or if the commission decides they do want to do it, then we have to find $4.25 million.
A year.
Exactly. One way or another, this project, it's in the budget as it is, with a hole for funding, but it's in there because, to date, the best information we have from the governing body is we're doing this. We approved a design contract, we're going forward with that. We paid $443,000 to have this project continue to move forward. And, right now we know we have a hole in it. It's an opportunity for commission to continue to move forward with this project or not. But we'll, in the meantime, be getting you the information that Julie was just talking about, that we said we'd get to you all the results of the meeting, God only knows how many emails all of us have received of, this is the best project since sliced bread, and it's also the Book of Revelation is about to open up out there if you do this, and it's about that far apart. So, depending.
Necessarily have an automatic meeting on that, correct? Just get us the information. If we choose to have a meeting, then we'll request it.
We'll have a meeting. If you don't, then what I'll need to know through the budget process is, do I leave this in or do I take it out? And as it stands right now, I'm leaving it in because you all told, this was, put this in, so we did. And some projects I will take in and put out. If it comes as a commission direction, it's not coming out any other way than the same way that it got in there. I kind of like my job a little too much to do something like that, and that would just be dumb.
I just got one little wrench to throw into that plan, real quick. It's a small one. Has anyone, I know we're going from Ponce de Leon down to Toledo Blake. We are not doing from Van Camp to Toledo Blake. And we had talked about the safety of the children and everything out there. Have we looked at, we're looking at X amount of dollars to do from Ponce de Leon to Toledo Blake. What if we just vamped it back to a regular sidewalk and did the whole way all the way down to Van Camp? Has anybody looked at those numbers? Not saying that's the way to go, but have we looked at those numbers to see what that cost would be to incorporate the whole area as a sidewalk other than a multi-use path?
No, we have not, because we had a lot of meetings telling me to make it.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm new.
So- No, I
so
know.
get that excuse.
No, I'm just telling you.
I'm using it one time, but I wasn't
For the
here
fifth time
throughout
today?
those. I wasn't here for the last budget. I wasn't here through those
Yep.
beginning meetings. I'm just going by the last few that we've had.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this, that's
Yep.
all.
Appreciate you getting involved now.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's happening now, time.
Better
I'm
late
waiting
than
now.
never.
At the end, short answer is no. Because we talked about multiple options when this was started. And I get you were not here then, so that's why I'm telling you now is multiple options were already looked at. We haven't re-looked at numbers to see, well, hey, by the way, what if we made it a regular sidewalk? What if we made it something else? This was the direction we were told to go. After having the options of which one do you want? Do you want a 4-foot sidewalk? Do you want a 6-foot? Do you want a multi-use path? Commission evaluated the options at the time, and now that we know that it needs another $4.25 million to get what was asked for, if the commission wants us to look at something different so that we can come in possibly at the funding level that we have currently budgeted, that's something we can do. but no, we have not done that because of the direction we were given in the first place.
Well, we meet again Thursday, you'll have them by then.
Certainly not.
No, I'm just kidding. No, but thank you, I just wanna look at options when it
Yep.
comes to this.
And that's something we would need the direction
I got you.
of the group.
Thank you very
Yes, and then we're gonna move on to utilities.
I understand, but
Yeah,
it sounds
go
like
ahead.
he needs an answer as to what consensus to give him on this. Has an estimated probable, has an estimate of probable cost already been given on this project by the engineer?
Yes.
Is that what these figures are? Okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't just a number pulled out of the air, it was an actual engineer record.
When you send the memo out, can we see that breakdown too? When you send the memo out to us of what Julie's gonna report to you, can we see a breakdown of that too? Thank you.
So because this project is 8 feet wide, multimodal, I'm with Commissioner Emmerich on this. If we're gonna proceed on this, I'd kind of like to see what it would cost to do maybe the 6 foot wide and go all the way to Van Camp. Get a few different options out there as opposed to just sticking with this. What?
No, I
I'll
was
wait
just
till
thinking
you're
out
done.
loud, I was just thinking to myself, go ahead.
He wasn't talking to me.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking. I was working through my own thought, go ahead.
So I'm with Commissioner Emmerich is what I'm trying to say, is I'd like to see some variable options to do it for just the safety of the kids and having a pathway to walk on, and that's it, instead of,
I will see what we can get you with that. I don't want to make any definitive promises because some of these changes could be significant and require a lot of work. Design. And I also want to keep in mind that part of what's driving this cost is a bridge, exactly. And whether that bridge be 8 feet or 4 feet isn't going to cut the cost in half. Building a bridge, period, is severely driving this cost.
And I will venture to say, taking 2 foot off the width will not drag the cost all the way down to what you're saying. I'll bet you the cost will still be more expensive.
Yes.
It's 2 foot off the width isn't gonna cover the
Basically
cost.
looking at that bridge right at the creek there, correct? And a sidewalk, you can just veer it up to the creek, walk across the creek like they do now, and then back to the sidewalk. You wouldn't need a bridge. Look at that savings right there.
It's a safety option too.
Roll cages.
I have to fix the fjord.
I think we
Fjord there.
actually had, if I may, I think we actually had, that all proposed to us. And we talked about a sidewalk, and then we talked about just some sort of impervious surface and making it this multi-use path so that we could have not only, the walkers to the bus stop, but people who were riding bicycles and people who were on their horses utilize the path as well. And we only said one side of the road, and the one side was specific so that there was least, I think I counted like 9 driveways that would be affected, if that. The reason why we didn't include up to Van Camp is that it's really a safety issue, and there's no throughway traffic that goes all the way to that end. It's not as heavily utilized as it is from
Maybe
Ponce
not
all the way.
traffic-wise, but what I'm hearing is there's a population of children that are waiting for their buses out there as well in the morning.
Right, but the
So-
bus is on that side of Ponce. They don't have to walk the traffic. The most
So it's
traffic
local
is
traffic.
from Ponce to Toledo.
Right, no, I understand that, but it's still walking up and where they're standing. Instead of standing in grass, they'd be on the sidewalk. They would not have anything to stand on except for the grass for their bus stop. See what I'm saying? That's what they were asking about.
But the people that would be walking down from Ponce beyond won't necessarily be standing on a sidewalk either, because most of the bus stops are across the street. So they'd have to walk across the street from on the other
see what
side
you're
of
saying.
Tropicana and standing in the grass.
I see
It
what
was
you're
just
saying.
getting from one side to the other to get to the bus stop.
What I'm hearing too is a lot of it is the drainage
and these kids are standing in the street because the swale or whatever you wanna call it is full, so they're, yeah, so that's part of that
I just have two
multi-use
quick
also.
follow-up questions. Last year's CIP, there's bridge rehabilitation, and there's a list of probably 8 different bridges. I don't see it in this current CIP, and some of these bridges listed are in my general neighborhood, and I haven't seen any work being done on them, and I'm just wondering, are they finished? Are they still being worked on? Are they going to be done?
It's coming in July for the approval of the contract for the railings and the remaining of the bridges of that list.
So it's just railings? It's not for regular maintenance and repairs of the bridges?
No, the ones that we're gonna be doing is on this contract is the railings, and we have got the inspections from DOT. Every 2 years, they do inspections on the general bridges, citywide. And, so far, none of the city bridges are in need of major, repairs except that one on Pan American near the water treatment plant.
All right.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we're gonna take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back and handle utilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Woo-hoo. Oh.
Blocked from the day he was born.
You almost said it.
I almost did it.
You almost did it.
Yes, we have changed this.
I'll
Mr.
explain it.
Newkirk is going to.
This is
I'm
where we
just-
get it. This is in the
Do we have
changes.
to address him with a mister in front of it too now?
All right, here we go. All right, we're back. We are going with our utilities CIP. So, wow. Utility staff, and I'll begin with Ms. Luke if she's ready.
You know, I don't think I had a question on utilities.
If I may, I would.
Sorry, we've been opening up with questions first, but I think there's
Well,
something you want
yes,
to tell us about.
What was just passed out to us, last week, we just got our structural analysis back for the water treatment plant, if everyone remembers. We did that to make sure that we did not invest a lot of money in a structure that needed a lot of work. Come to find out, we have some damage to our flocculator. So we have to rebuild our flocculator. So what this is
For
showing
public
here.
consumption, what is a flocculator?
Okay,
Good job.
it is a
Those that don't want to
cement.
flock you now.
It's a cement structure with,
Just want to remind everybody we're on record.
He said flock.
I know.
you later.
I know.
It's a cement structure with like a paddle wheel that goes down the center of it that stirs up the alum that's in there to mix it, to help treat the water.
Water, wastewater.
This is water.
Thank you.
At the water treatment plant. So it came back that that's roughly about $575,000 to replace that. Our engineer that did the study has recommended that we do not put that part of the plant back online. So what we are asking here is, we've had some money in some other projects, mainly one of them was the sludge press, to push that out for a year and invest the money into repairing of the flocculator. Due to the fact that the sludge press, because we'd only be running half the plant, would not produce enough sludge to press. So we're asking to move that out, repair the flocculator, and get the plant back online, which will probably take about a year to do. And that's only half the plant. We're still running a half a plant and the complete RO plant. So the plant is up and running, it's just not running on both sides of the plant. So it only makes sense to invest the money to repair the flock right now, and then move the sludge press out for 1 year. So that's what this insert that I just gave you, the changes are.
Makes sense.
Pay now for a flocky later.
He'd rather flock us now than flock us later.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to move on because I'm gonna drag us into it.
Get in trouble.
Yeah. Stay, you know. So because only half of the water plant is going to be working, does that mean then we will have to rely more on Peace River?
Not necessarily. It will put down our production a bit, but with the rainy season coming up right now, that is a plus. We've got excellent water right now, and the plant is running at full capacity right now, except for that half a plant. I don't know how many millions of gallons that would put us down.
Well, our whole plant is 4.4, the capacity, so this would be, so we're down to 2.2, but that's on the surface water side. So we can also produce about 1.5 from the RO side. So we can theoretically, still provide enough water for the whole complement of what our needs are right now.
Well, that timed out pretty good because you just brought the RO back up.
RO came back online last week.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're off Peace River now?
No, we're still on it a bit.
Okay. When are we going to get off off Peace River?
There's a contract where we can't,
No.
right?
Right now, we're getting our water from Peace River. That's what I'm asking, is when are we going to stop getting our water from Peace River?
Well, I would say it would have to depend on our water quality. Rainy season's coming. We would put it this way, the minute we can produce enough water at our plant where we don't depend on the authority, we will do that.
Because that's expensive. And
Oh, yes.
we're only getting,
Yes.
gonna be able to have half and half. We need to make sure we got that accounted for our capacity with the Peace River. So,
The side note, that was the whole point of annexing Orange Hammock, was to create another water system from that property, and then we could remove ourselves from Peace River because of the growth. And here we are.
They got dead somewhere.
Now, just on a side note, that surface water plant was built back in the 50s, so the structural analysis that came back was very favorable. So that plant has been running since the 50s, and this is probably the biggest investment on the surface water plant that has ever been done. So it came out, the study came out to be very favorable for the city.
did they give an ETA for life expectancy of the plant? I mean, is it something that they say is gonna have a lifetime of another 20 years, 40 years, 5 years?
What I recall reading, if I may, Jennifer Grosher, Assistant Utilities Director, is, with these improvements, this is one piece of the improvements. The other page that Rick handed up was the rest of the improvements that we kind of anticipated having to do, and they confirmed a lot of our projects in there. So with those changes that will need to be made, they said about another 50 years in that plant.
Wow.
And in that study, it came out, this one, the one I'm talking about, the Flock Basin #1, that was the one that needed to be taken care of immediately. All the rest gave ranges between 5 to 10 to 15 years. So, and we've got that programmed in our CIP for the next several years moving forward.
Excellent. Thank you for these.
No, it had already been passed. She was.
And then he kind of filled us in on these sheets. I just have a couple questions. Page 762. This is for the water transmission from the plant to Ortiz.
Mm-hmm.
So is there water available there?
Right now, there is no pipeline there right now. Or, no, there is a pipeline, we're enlarging that pipeline. We broke this down into two pieces. We call it the little one and the big one. The little one is complete, and this
You and your
one,
calculators and your little and big, come on.
so, this one, this pipeline here.
Who needs a
will-
frosty when we've got this?
This pipeline here.
Who needs a frosty when you got
Mayor, this pipeline here will make
Mr.
it
Frosty.
consecutive 16-inch pipeline throughout the whole thing.
Okay.
16-inch leaving the plant all the way to Ortez. Then Ortez up to the West Village is all 16. There was the small piece of it, that was not there. We put that in. This one here that we're talking about, it goes to an 8 to a 6, so we are just gonna make it all a 16, so it's a straight shot.
Gotcha. So by having that straight shot, can we mandate anybody to hook up, or can they hook up if they want to? How does that work for the people between the water plant and?
The majority of those homes there is a line in that section that runs down Saragossa, through that back alley, that little alley on Saragossa, and they are hooked up to that line already.
Okay, so what about from?
Like Caddy Carts and all Mary's Beauties, they're all hooked up already.
Okay, so they
to a
already
line.
have, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Water.
Water.
Water, but not sewer. Okay. There's so 768, page 768. This is the Madagascar area.
Yes.
So we're waiting on a discussion about possibly connecting to the interchanges instead. And I'm just wondering about this being in CIP for Madagascar. This isn't the study, correct? This is the actual implementation?
So this is just the first year of the CIP funding. There is another page that has the rest of the years in there. And if it turns out that commission directs us to revise this and put funding towards, the interchanges, then we would revise this page before the next commission meeting. We do intend to get that memo to commission by the end of June, I believe, that it will answer those questions from the last discussion that we had on it. Now, or commission may decide to take the funds, the surtax funding from another source, or this, whatever is decided, we will implement and revise the pages and get them back before July.
So is this, okay, so without knowing what's in that memo, this 1.2 million, is it for the actual construction, or what is this actually?
So surtax is just, we're told how much revenue of surtax we will have on an annual basis to extend water and sewer. And that's the dollar amount that we were given to count on for surtax for
Next year, or the neighborhood expansion.
Remember when we had the presentation on the neighborhood expansion program to the Madagascar, it showed you a certain amount in each year for the next 5 years, I believe it was, of what was coming in for neighborhood expansion. That's what this number was. It's planned to do that neighborhood construction. That's what it was. Like I told you earlier, we have the surtax planned for all the out years. This is how much was planned to come out of surtax for neighborhood expansion when surtax was implemented, and then subsequently adjusted right after it was passed. But that is for construction. Keep in mind, construction will not happen, one, before we come back to commission, but two, it's, I believe, was a $5 million construction to do that neighborhood expansion, if I'm remembering right. So $1.2 million wouldn't be enough. The plan is to accumulate the money, which if you look at the other project as well, which is on page 779, you'll see the out years. So it shows you that it would be designed in 2021. And construction subsequent to that. Again, we have to accumulate the money in the surtax fund before we could even start the construction anyway.
It's all on one page.
We had that discussion once already?
Twice.
This is ridiculous. Got to flip between 15 million pages. I'm honestly, I would never have conceded to that, so, thank you.
There was a group of at least 3 that did.
Been changed.
It's ridiculous.
I'm glad she brought that up because I had that marked but on a different page. Didn't we say when we were discussing this at the previous meeting that if we did, connect out to that corridor, 75 corridor, that they would have to pay us back anyhow?
Yep.
Okay. So to me, the sooner the better to get that out there, if we're gonna have the money come back to us anyhow, so, thank you.
Consensus to put it back on one damn sheet? We have a new commission here.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you, yes, please. It's ridiculous having to flip.
I mean, I don't care either way.
Carry it away.
Are you good with it all on one sheet?
Yeah, I'm it on one sheet. You want to change that next year though?
In the back of the room, she's like, whatever, just tell me what you want.
Now Vice Mayor is now.
For the 4th time.
3 for 3 today. She's got 3 wins.
Whoa, let's stop now. Mic drop. Quit while we're ahead. last round?
Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I feel like that was a bigger win than the last one.
So you're stopping while you're ahead?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
I'm good.
All right, I'm coming back for the last round.
No, getting that,
All right,
well, the previous before that one, yes, I'm good.
well then, we are finished.
Thank you very much.
But we do need NDS and Frank Miles up here. He just thought he was out.
For his project, and the police chief for his.
For his project.
Thank you for remembering me. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
Hey. I'll make sure somebody can sit on. I almost made another joke. I better just stop joking.
Yeah.
Because it's just getting worse and worse.
Changing other guards, would you flip to 634, please? Line, how do we have a carryover of the Northport Aquatic Center? I know that's general fund, that's why I was hitting it right now.
Right now, there's, I believe, general fund money in the aquatic center for, if I'm not mistaken, it's an IT-related portion of it. So that was in the current year's budget, so it's carried over because the project's not done yet.
Okay, all right, thank you. It's always better to go, toward the end, to hurry up.
Okay, so my question is on page 716, and it's about neighborhood signs. And I appreciate the signs being in there. These are the neighborhood signs. Question. I guess the bigger question is why is it on the CIP when it's under $50,000 instead of an SLA?
The surtax shows up in the CIP.
Okay.
50 is the generic rule, surtax must be in there.
So we're gonna use surtax money for neighborhood signs.
That is the plan.
And how did you guys arrive at this 15,000? Because I remember us having a little conversation of wayfinding signs. And we thought it would be like this really minuscule price tag, and when we got the actual numbers, we all went, what? So how did you come up with that number?
We did some, Frank Miles, Director, Neighborhood Development Services, planning staff, we made some calls, and we estimated the design would be about $2,000, and then this is just for one sign.
For one sign?
Just for one sign, correct.
One sign?
One sign, correct.
So-
15,000 for one.
Okay,
They put in for
Design and
3.
implementation or just design?
No, the construction, the cost for the sign is
Okay.
15,000. The design, I believe, was 2. And originally, this was in here for 3. And I believe it was also originally in the general fund. And so I knocked it down to 1, and then we also were able to move it over to surtax. So if you go back to what was originally requested, it was 3 of them, and it was 45,000.
okay, but how do we know what was originally requested? Because we're still waiting to have the conversation.
Requested by the department. Me.
Oh, thank you.
So the way the process, just, they all put submissions in, goes to finance, finance looks at them, then it comes to me. I have lots of red pens and little stickies. And like I said, this was originally in the general fund, and I was looking to balance the general fund's budget. I'm like, all right, I get commission wants to do these signs, but we're gonna do them a little slower due to funding. And then finance, in their infinite wisdom, said this, could come out of surtax. So that also helped balance the general fund's budget. So I'm telling you all this mainly because if you want to do 3, I'd be okay with the funding side coming out of the surtax. I had a hard time with it coming out of the general fund.
So how did you, because we had asked for a larger discussion as to where these signs are, what signs are gonna be replaced, which ones are on city-owned property, which ones are on private property. When is that conversation gonna happen?
find out when that's coming to you all, but we would still, we're putting them in the budget, so that if you said go ahead and do it, we have them.
Do you have a location for this one sign?
No, we do not. I mean, it would be-
Not until we have that meeting.
Okay.
Right.
You know, we've identified where all of them would be, or which ones are the signs. I forget how many there were off the top of my head. But when we
They're-
have
it's
that,
part of the neighborhood revitalization.
Right.
5 or 6. I want to say there was 6 to 7, at least in the neighborhood revitalization.
it's not choosing one, it's choosing which one comes first.
No, I understand that, but by the looks of this, you're doing one a year.
Well, there's only so much money a year.
I'm glad I asked and had that conversation. Thank you very much.
We'll have the bigger.
Conversation, and then ultimately the commission will decide which one, the order in which they get done. We'll make recommendations based on the quality of signs that are there now, but
I mean, I would agree the 3 signs, you know, it was a good amount. I know where you're coming from because you're cutting budget. I really hate to make it just one. I mean, even if it's 2, you're not picking the winner. You know,
and keep in mind,
Well,
that's why I stated originally this was in the general fund, and I didn't want to kill the project completely and knock it down to 1. Putting it in surtax, it wouldn't be as painful for me to say, yeah, let's put 3 back in there.
right, but
The conversation hopefully sooner than our July meeting.
can I just add one thing? Because I just want to jump on the same page as where Commissioner Luke is. You've got areas out there that have been abandoned completely by the city for 5 years. And some of those signs are completely dilapidated. And yeah, that may be the one, but out of 7 or 8, you could have 5 in the same condition. So how does that one get picked? You know, that's my process that I can't understand, because it was the city's responsibility all along. Yes, it just came back, yes, we're going back into this program, but I think we need to be a little bit more heartfelt going forward into it, and maybe doing 3 and then 3, and let's get caught up in a couple of years. That's the only thing I'm looking at, because it is our neighborhoods and it's our citizens that we're trying to give them pride.
Actually, what I would like to see is that survey that we did in that meeting and everything was 5 neighborhoods. I'd like to start with the 5. And instead of picking 1 out of those 5 or 3 out of those 5, because you're still, you know, got 2 of them left behind, I'd still like to see the 5 get it. That's 60,000, right?
75.
75,000 then.
Being just-
75,000.
I think that'll be the bigger conversation that you're gonna bring forward to commission. Did we ever get the insurance check for the one for Country Club Bridge?
I'll check with risk.
Something else that was part of that, so.
Dealing with it on and off.
If they have, if the insurance has already paid for that sign to be replaced, well, then we need to replace that sign.
Yes.
Not have that be one of the ones. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
All right.
I like the variety of signs. I mean, and I know that will come back too, but I know I have my favorite.
That's all I have for, that's the only one for neighborhood development services.
Frank?
Now, with the signage, I got everything out that I wanted to, but I'm looking forward to that lengthier conversation, and we'll go from there.
And I would also add, with the city, I guess within that larger discussion, I guess the city commission needs to determine if that is the role of the city government to provide neighborhood signage for each of these various neighborhoods. We have probably 67 plus neighborhoods that you're potentially looking at, so.
We should decide whether or not that wants to be a policy for us to.
Exactly.
And I can understand that, because we do have certain neighborhoods that were set up in the past. So those are our historic neighborhoods. Now, going forward, we can have neighborhoods apply to become onto this program, and boom, 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 whatever the process could be, you can add neighborhoods down the road. I'm just saying we need to fix the ones that are out there now and then we can go forward.
Well, and
I agree with you.
Some of the programs I'm familiar with is we set up, actually, the city I worked for, we set up a grant program where it was a sharing between the homeowners association or the neighborhood or the subdivision, whatever you want to call it. In the city, we had a partnership, and we paid for part, but they also had some skin in the game too, because there's maintenance and planting flowers and all the costs that are associated with keeping those signs and.
And you will get those partnerships, because even in the neighborhood that I'm talking about, we went to the city to have them buy the sign. We'll do the landscaping, we'll do the maintenance, we'll do X, Y, and Z for that sign. We just need the sign. So all those talks can go down the road and be, you know, quantified by the chair, or by the board here, and then we can go from there.
There you go.
Okay.
Are we doing the budget or just the capital improvements? I want to be clear. Okay.
But thank you, though. Thank you for your time and understanding.
He technically wasn't scheduled for today, but
I just want to make sure.
sure. You good?
That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Wait, yeah, I got skipped, but my questions, I don't know as they necessarily are capital. On page 647, compared to 653, one of them is Parks and Rec, the other one is Department of Environmental, so I believe that's Neighborhood Development. That's Walking Wood. Under the Myakka.
She's still asking for you, Frank.
Yeah, I got some things for you. The Myakkahatchee Creek Corridor Land Acquisition. On one page, it's zip carryover. On the other page, it is 513. Is that because it's two different departments, or?
Actually, it's because they're the project originally was funded in two separate places. The money in the impact fee fund has been used up in that project, but there's still money in Fund 170. If you notice, they're both.
What I had said, is it because it was in two different areas? All right, thank you. We still need to address those properties, purchasing them and not leave off with them. On 641, the sheeted lots type stuff. I said in the meeting where the S-lot list has been abandoned, so obtaining properties is just done at this point. There's some citizens who will be bringing some stuff forward, but right now the city has nothing on S-lot, so these sheeted lots, I think, need a definite larger discussion also.
What?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Sheeted lots is different than S-Lock.
Correct. But
Okay.
to me, it all ties in because of projects that we may want to do. You can have affordable housing on some of these sheeted lots. We can look at them, we can sell them.
Yeah, but there's,
So-
the problem with that is that there's been a previous lawsuit between us and the county. The county takes these sheeted lots, they give a certain percentage per the agreement, and so that's already been defined, and that agreement still exists today. I was the only one vote against it, because I think we have every legal right to it.
It's a larger conversation needs to be had because we got a list of what ones that we can have. So we need a definite, larger discussion on that. The S-Lock was taken off by previous city managers is what I was told.
S-Lock?
What is lot?
I thought that was a county program.
It is.
So how can a city manager take away a county
Well,
program?
it was done in the past. So as I said, it's a larger conversation that probably a previous one, not this one.
Yeah, I think we need a memo update on what that's about.
S-Lock or for sheeted lots?
I would say both.
Lost me at hello. On this deal.
June 25th, we're going to have a presentation concerning S-Lock and some certain citizens, particular citizens. All right, the last thing is I have a huge question with 638, and that's the tree fund. 638, and I know that is
Excuse me.
capital improvement, so is this a topic for another day? I stated in the meeting that I was gonna bring this forward, so.
I have the same question about the tree fund that I thought we were gonna have when we.
On Thursday?
Yeah.
Thursday? Okay, we'll bring it forward Thursday then. And my very last one is 649, and this does not have anything to do with neighborhood development. The money that we're gonna be giving the county for River Road, I mean, this is just transportation, is it placed in here, or, I mean, is there anywhere in the budget, aren't we giving them like 2,000 a year until we hit 2 million a year?
Budget amendment come before you all for the original $2 million payment out of the current year. And then will come in as half of what we collect in the West Villages for impact fees until we hit the $6 million. So, and I don't believe that's in here right now, but it will be before you get the next round, because also that number will change based on the new impact fee rates. So we'll get you something before the July meetings.
It was in the budget somewhere. Thank you for bearing with me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miles.
Look until Thursday.
We're ready.
All right, so mine is on page 715. So I understand this is on a police station construction.
Yes.
All right, and I know it's way out there for $33 million in 23, 24. But it prompted me because I said, gosh, I remember this from last year, and actually a couple years, where we had a police station renovation. And we had in 2017, 18, $40,000 in surtax. And then in 18, 19, we had 400,000 used in surtax. And I'm wondering, and then we had slated another 4 million for this fiscal year for surtax.
So
I'm wondering, where did all this money go? Because I don't see anything in prior years, and why did it go from a?
the original $40,000 is actually out of the general fund.
Okay, oh,
Sheet,
Yeah,
but it was a
it does.
typo because the original was spent out of the general fund. We had this conversation last year on that. The 400,000 was supposed to come from surtax, was to start the renovation, or actually to do the design. We had a feasibility study, that was what the 40,000 was. That was when we designed. Well, when we got the feasibility study, it also came with a price tag that is a little more than the $4 million that was in there. By a little more, we'll just say it's $29 million more.
where's the feasibility study?
So that could be listed on here. It's not, because they're creating a new project in out years. So the $400,000, the $4 million all went back into surtax and is available in an out year. So this project, and this is something that the chief and deputy chief are going to be presenting to the commission soon, the results. They're actually waiting on one more piece, or a third option on what we could do to expand the police station. But right now, the price tag is way beyond that money to come up with, and way more than the $4 million.
So did the feasibility study cost $440,000?
No, it costs about $53,000.
So where's the rest of the money?
$400,000.
No. If 440 is what was already allocated, and if we only used 50,000 of it, where's the rest of the money then?
It's in the surtax and available to be reallocated.
Why isn't it in the surtax for police station renovation, so we can have the discussion to, the money was already allocated for a police station, whether it be renovated or replaced or demolished or whatever. Why did the money just go back into the general surtax instead of a specific
It
spot?
wasn't anywhere near enough to cover it. And we can put it back in there. It's not going to get us anywhere as far as being able to fund this. And if it comes up that it's after we have the larger conversation, if we approve a $33 million police station, it's the $400,000 or the $4 million is really would be a down payment. So it's a larger conversation that we need to have. Freeing it up in surtax was a choice to make it so that that money could be available for other projects.
What is their impact fees they've received though? I mean,
They've been used as time has come in to buy police vehicles as our police department has grown.
100%. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it as often as I can, especially for police and solid waste. So the $390,000 has just been already reallocated based on this budget? That's
Reallocated yet, if I'm not mistaken.
It was just put back into the balance.
It's in the fund balance in the surtax, so it has not been reallocated.
We have a fund balance for surtax?
Every fund has a fund balance of some sort, until it's completely spent up.
Was that one of the sheets we just got today?
That's a fund balance policy. I will I'll get you the bigger sheet on the surtax, which actually is in here.
Help me out.
Look at page
654?
Starts on 654, ends on 657. Year's beginning fund balance and the ending fund balance.
So we have $3.8 million carried over from fiscal year 18-19 to 19-20. Part of that 3.8 is this 400,000 for the police station.
And if you look at the end of 1920, you're gonna bring in $16 million and you're gonna spend 10. Some years you bring in more than you spend, other years it's the opposite. You're one right now. We're spending way more than we're bringing in 18-19.
3 million.
In 18-19, you spent, I don't know off the top of my head, but I know one project alone was quite sizable. We have a $12 million project in the 18-19 budget. So I mean, it's just an example. There are some years that you spend more than you bring in surtax.
So where's the 18-19 column?
Not on here because that's the year, it's, when this is approved, that year will be already over.
That's why we get the HDE budget. It should be in there.
It'll show you how much came in and how much we spent.
Is there an HTE to match up to the surtax page?
Fund 306 starts on page 193. And goes through page 205.
What page to those two?
Starts at page 193. Shows you, if you look in the 18-19 adopted column, you're bringing in just a little under $11.5 million from surtax revenue. And then go all the way to the end of it, which is page 205. And it shows up at 18-19, you're spending almost $13.5 million.
So how do we have it carried? That's estimated beginning balance of 3.8 million.
Since the life of the surtax, we've brought in,
Oh, all those previous years, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, well, we spent a lot this last year, there was
prior to this year,
nothing for 10 years almost.
Well, there was a lot of
we
money.
spent, but it had accumulated, correct. We had the ability to fund that $12 million project.
The purpose,
Exactly.
that's what it's there for.
Yes.
So we're doing what we're supposed to do. That's what it's there. Why you put it aside, these capital expenses.
I know I'll be seeing that one later on.
Well, thanks for that. Appreciate that help there, Chief.
Glad to be part of the team.
Nothing for him. I do have a question.
Before you go, Chief, I'm gonna go down the line now. Commissioner Harrison, anything for the chief?
Yeah, we don't have a capital, bucket, you know how we have a capital bucket for government, or at least it's something that we brought up in 2016 about having some sort of a capital fund balance fund for all the different areas, one of which would be general fund. We don't have a capital fund that we put, well, no, I'm thinking like the building, there should be something that we put a percentage into that bucket like we do with all the others that would help with.
We suggested that last year of actually doing a study this year, and that's what we talked about this morning, was removed from the budget last year of, she said no.
Apparently not here. You sure?
It was probably the
That was
first.
a photo that the deputy chief took of us sitting next to each other that I see very frequently.
Actually, I think
I
it
can't
was
answer that, man.
3-2. I think it was 3-2 to say no.
Physically, I just don't remember that.
Heather, I'm not commenting on.
That was probably early morning, first item. you know.
That would have been not a good idea, really.
That's why.
I mean, I may have voted.
Did you vote? You said no.
Well, that would make sense, because I could have sworn we discussed
We
that
had
in
a big discussion
2016.
about it.
Okay, okay.
Big
all right.
discussion about that.
Well, that sucks. Because just think, 2 years now, we could have had some money in there. All right.
Anything else?
No.
Mr. Emmett, everything for the chief? Chief, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for your help on that.
Fire Chief Howard Stubb.
And Chief, he didn't come here to help you. No, I don't know.
No. Well, that's because he's the white collar worker, isn't he?
I'm sorry, Chief, did you need me? He just woke up, that alarm just gradually woke him
That was awesome.
Yeah, he got his back rub, okay. All right, all right.
That's what it was.
That was Parsons.
Okay. All right.
I have one final question. City Manager, under the tab, Capital Improvement Program is where I found this tree fund on 638. It talks about an operating capital outlay. I'm not finding any pages in the back. So what is that 50,000 in the budget this year for operating capital outlay for the tree fund?
They put aside in case they needed to buy like a right-of-way or for land acquisition.
I believe that's the correct statement, but I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Thank you. That tree fund is definitely a huge conversation because it's not even being followed. What is in, what it's supposed to be doing currently.
It's financially reduced.
What's that fund that they keep stealing away? The
Tree fund?
No, in the federal government.
Oh, the slush fund?
No. Sidorsky or something like that.
Oh, that's a
fund.
state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they keep.
Sadowski.
Sadowski. Yeah, they keep taking away instead of spending it on what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's the same kind of
And that's-
in 2002.
Well, this is.
Page 13.
So it's not really a.
That's it.
Man.
It's not really a capital.
Right?
It's not, because it's skippy, but there's nothing in there.
I haven't got that.
I'm one page away.
I'm like 13.
There you go, I'm there.
I'm at 20, hold on, it would be,
Okay, yeah, there's an SLA that's on page 118, but it-
So we gotta go back to the
giving you all the options of where to find it.
118 now?
17 and 18, yes.
17 is what I'm showing. And I have the copy of the, ULBC about what this money is supposed to be used for.
Indoor sports court repair.
This is gonna be discussed on Thursday then?
If you see, I mean, really that whole SLA is summarized in the very last line. Oh,
Oh, I get it.
without a doubt meet the definition of the tree fund.
Get it.
That
So,
would, that would,
Well, that's what it's $50,000 is there for, is purchase land for the preservation of trees.
that will. But the arborist's vehicle, and the arborist's salary and all of that doesn't.
Yeah, that's been.
That was all put in there.
Yeah,
Been in there
For
for a long
years.
time, and it was.
that was part of the origination.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
You can buy tools, equipment, anything, or taking care of trees. Now, maybe it's being used a little bit too much in that aspect and not enough in the planting of the trees, but that's further discussion.
Buy a tool for a salaried person, which I think needs to be out of general fund anyhow. But if you can do that, why in the world can't you purchase mulch or maintain the plant when it specifically says that you maintain the trees?
I think we looked at it, and the only reason why, when we developed it and changed, and made sure that the maintenance and the employment was in there, was kind of based off of the county's and the state's use of public land monies, is that the employees and the maintenance are all taken out of those funds as well. So we just kind of lined it up the same way.
I thought it was done because we went through a recession and we needed to find funds to pay for some of the discussion, I believe I heard.
Yes.
Back in the day, when we had
A little bit of both.
There's a
So
little truth to that.
the definition was what Commissioner Carasone was saying. That's where we got the definition, is to make it in line with the county and state. Moving the salary out of the general fund into the tree fund was a recessionary move, because it was either funded out of that fund or let them go. And that was the decision made at the time, is that was a way to preserve keeping an arborist, helping keep us to be Tree City USA, or cut the position, because the commission was in a position at that point in time of, we were cutting positions, and that was one of, in order to keep it, we funded it out of the tree fund.
I think it's something that we need to look at. We're not in a recession right now, and I think doing it properly is what we need to do, and utilize the tree funds for what it was designed to be used for.
I believe last year or the year before, we did look at that, and we added a second arborist, and said both of them would be funded 50% out of the general fund and 50% out of the tree fund.
We weren't totally out of what we were coming through the recession at that point either, and we were trying to divert, taking it from the general fund.
So, I mean, ultimately, if the commission wants it, it can be funded out of either one legally. The policy decision is up to you all, whether you want to fund it out of the general fund or out of the tree fund.
Andrew, can I let Mr. Miles weigh in here? He walked all the way up here.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, it was a long
Couldn't
trip.
see you.
It's a long trip for him to make for
I
nothing.
know, right?
I think he needs more staff, period, anyhow. I mean, his department is so huge and they're so busy.
Here, Mr. Miles.
100%.
One thing too, just to add on to what Commissioner Luke was saying, back in the day when they did accept the salaries, I do believe it was at a 50%.
Correct.
Back when it was either keep the arborist or lose it, I think
Then we went to 100,
we went
right?
50% with general and 50% with the tree tree fund because we were in that recession and that was a need.
Yeah, and then
the commission
the
decided at the
recession
time, we needed that asset and that's how it went with the tree fund.
I would, like Frank Miles, Director of Neighborhood Development Services, I would add just for the historical information that I received about the arborists and the salaries, et cetera, it was a split between various funds because of the recession and that, but there was also a concern expressed by the commission, and which one, I don't know, but the concern was there are fines that are levied by the arborists, and somehow that could be construed to them fining and getting money for their own salary.
Right.
Oh, like a
That's
conflicting
right.
interest.
Yeah, so, I mean, I just bring that up
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that was one of the things that somebody had mentioned.
I do remember that.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, maybe since we're having this conversation on Thursday, so we can have a really well-rounded conversation, maybe we could have city manager come up with showing how much money has been coming out of the tree fund for the arborist for his vehicle, you know, a breakdown of what all has been coming out for the past 3 years, we'll call it. Can't do anything prior to that. Just to get an idea of what money is coming out of there for the past few years, unless it's already in the HTE. But does it break it down based on salary, by equipment, by mulch, by?
Guess is that it does, because the salaries will all of the personnel will be the arborists, and you have 16, starts on page 135, as far as the expenditure side. 2 full years and the current year.
135 says building, it doesn't say tree fund.
175.
115 is the tree fund, it is part of the building department. It's, yep, yeah, page 135 in the HD hotel.
Said
It
175.
starts on 134, I think. If you look above, it says tree fund revenue, and then, yeah.
This is on 134, the expenditure start on 135.
Uh-oh, here comes back up.
And I know for our discussion, you all would ask for some historical revenues and expenditures, and our friends in finance pulled that together, I believe, for the past 7 years, so.
Yeah, there
we've got all
were
that.
public record
Yeah.
requests, and it was,
Yeah, these guys pulled that out for us.
yes.
Was that sent to us by email?
So is it?
I sent it to Frank for his presentation on Thursday.
Ignore that one. The page before, on 134, says tree fund.
So is this sheet for the tree fund? The one that says building, is that for the tree fund?
Starts with 115, it's the tree fund.
Okay, so,
115 is the tree fund.
okay, so,
Page 135, you'll see, I'll just deal with the very first column. 16, 17 actuals. We spent $66,309 on personnel. That would all be the arborist, and I believe in that year we only had one. Then you have operating expenses. You had a cell phone, so that was $1,055. On the next page is how much we paid to buy trees. $115,844.
sorry, where? Oh, I see it, in the actual, sorry, I see it.
Then you have 3 lines of fleet. Those are stuff done for his vehicle. Promotional activities would have been stuff for like Arbor Day. Payment to the general fund for the costs of running that department. You know, somebody has to do his payroll, all the other things, everybody pays for those services. Fuel for his vehicle. Uniforms. Minor operating equipment, I don't know off the top of my head what we bought for minor operating equipment that year, but it was, could have been his computer.
Thinking it was minor.
Yep, tools.
I am sorry. I mean, it just seems so silly to me to be paying for personnel out of a tree fund where it's supposed to be taking care of trees and not an arborist personnel. Maybe it was the salvation to keeping the position during the recession, but personally, I think it needs to be put properly so that the intent of the tree fund is restored to what the people wanted it to be, for trees. And we suck it up and put that arborist as an employee, not a tree.
And if I may, Mayor, I mean, we're spending close to, I'm gonna say $50,000 for a tree fund, but only 20,000, I'm sorry, for the personnel, for the arborist, but only 20,000 is allocated to install trees.
Right. And that was the
And
purpose it was designed.
the violations have gone down so much for collecting in the violations, when we all know there is massive violations going on that are not being caught, corrected, or fined appropriately. I mean, the clear cutting that happens without permits, I get those emails along with everybody else weekly.
And we address those.
Then why isn't it reflected in the fine violations?
Get a ton of time to
But if
make
it's,
it right.
no, it's after the fact. They clear cut it a lot. It's an after the fact. They didn't have a permit, and all we're collecting is like a year to date so far, 1,500.
I will venture to say, out of 100 emails I get, at least half of them don't know whether or not they have a permit or not. They just
That's
didn't see
true.
it or what have you.
And we've said it over and over again to put those permits out. the
Yeah, which you are
boxes out.
supposed to. You're supposed to do that.
I
I
don't-
had mine tagged on a tree, but
No, remember we went through this, that Scott Williams was here and said, no, they don't put the permits up when
Yes,
they do the
that's
land
right.
clearing, remember
That's
that?
right.
And that is
And
the
we told him
biggest
he had to
problem.
have them out.
Right.
The application even says this permit must be posted before you can clear.
And he's like, no, we override that, we say they don't have to because the machinery will just knock it down.
Well, that's why we appreciate Mr. Miles.
I don't know what that means. But I do think that the majority of the complaints we get, there probably are permits, they just don't see them or know them. I'm not saying all of them,
Yeah.
But there's a lot of after-the-fact clearing that is happening illegally because they're the weekend warriors.
Well, to speak to the point that Mr. Miles brought up, I mean, if you're pulling the salary out of the fund that the fines are being put into, it does give that appearance that you're fining people in order to feed your funds so you can pay your employee. I mean, I already spoke my piece. I think we need to correct the way it's being accomplished.
When this comes before us, can we get, not only the information that's been requested so far, but definitely the enabling legislation, as well as what changed to and when, and
I don't know off the top of my head if there's been any changes in the legislation. It was, you know, like I said, the person wasn't funded out of there, and then the decision was made in, I think it was 2009 or 10. And the position into this fund. It was, and it was, you know,
so it's always been allowed for the time we started this fund.
Did it start that way? It went that way, it went partially back. We doubled the number of arborists from 1 to 2, and reduced the funding coming out of the tree fund from 100% to 50%.
Did we have an arborist when, didn't it take us many, many years to get the arborist?
Arborist started in May of 2008.
Thank you. So,
And he and I started the exact same day.
so we only had a few months. Maybe we only had a few months of his salary, and then when it came to the next year, because it took us so long to get him, I don't know, I really want
Well, back
a
in the day,
link to
because
that meeting, I guess.
I was in the process of the tree fund as it was originally.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day, being in landscaping, and it existed prior to having an arborist.
Mm-hmm.
It existed in the sole purpose of replenishing trees throughout the city. It amassed a pretty good amount. Now, I wanna say we were well over $1 million in fines back then.
Oh.
Because we weren't using it you know, to the full potential, because we did have a lot of projects going on, but, you know, we also got a lot of funding from Sarasota County with the street tree program. So they were giving us trees, we were helping maintain them along with Alice White and People for Trees. We all worked as a group together. But once we got into that crunch, then we had a list of what it could be used for, everything from A to Z and what it could be used for. When we got into that crunch, we looked, hey, you can use it for salaries. So that's when it was brought up to the commission and said, okay, we'll do 50-50 right now to get us over the hump, because we didn't want to lose the assets that we had at the time. Now, it was also available to use for equipment. You can use it for this, that, and the other. I don't have the list ahead in front of me. But then it just seems like they've taken more and more on that side. And like you said, a lot less has been spent on trees. But I think with what you're proposing with the tree preservation fund, is that looking to buy land and then planting trees out there, which is part of the concept that we had talked about way back when as well, but now it's coming to fruition. So it's taken a long process is all I'm saying, and there was a lot of variables in there.
And we also need to have a tree inventory. We also need to develop an annual tree management plan, which we do not have. And actually now we only have one arborist, and he's overwhelmed right now and trying to do inspections and review plans, and we've got another arborist hopefully that we're going to be bringing online. So we moved the arborist function out of the building department and moved it over into code enforcement, where I think it rightly belongs. But we've got to do a better job at working, I think, with our Parks and Recreation Department as well as Public Works Department to replace trees that need to be replaced. We also need to plant new trees, and then there's a question of maintenance needs to be determined. What is maintenance? Some folks say is mulch maintenance, is irrigation maintenance. Well, then do you put bushes in? Do you not? I've heard very many different interpretations, and I think that needs to be clarified by the commission.
Along with trimming and everything else. Yeah. Everything else falls under that.
Because I'm told by the Public Works folks that the service levels will increase if maintenance is included, so that makes that cost go up. So, I mean, all that needs to be determined, and it's a good time to do it because we're looking at the tree code.
And just to add on to one thing too, what you're proposing too is something that was proposed back then too, but it was also supposed to be proposed and self-sufficient from the tree fund, to where it did not come out of road and drainage funds, this, that, and the other. So if you had staff doing your preservation site with this, that, and the other, it wasn't supposed to hinder other things. It was supposed to have been done with the tree fund. I just don't think we're there yet monetarily wise to where we can be self-sufficient. So if we work together with general fund and the tree fund to get these programs going, it may be an asset to the city. It's just a different way in how the money's going to be spent. So that's what we need to decide on how we want to spend it. Is it just going to be impacting trees going in? Or do we want a tree preservation project for the future, and what's it going to cost, and how do we look at that? So, sorry, but I was there in day one, and we're going over it today. So I just wanted to add that little history for it.
That's me.
Thank you.
So code enforcement, is that a subdivision of building? Is it a subdivision of planning? Where, or is it its own little division in neighborhood development services?
Code enforcement, formerly property standards, is its own division within.
And what account is code enforcement? General fund? What I'm wondering is, because the arborist does code enforcement for those after clear cutting weekend warriors, but they also go out prior to the development to say, hey, you can't cut this tree down because it's a heritage tree or whatever. So maybe it should be half, well, this is in building. Code enforcement is in building, it says?
I'm not sure. All I know is code enforcement is NDS.
524?
When all of this in the computer system was set up, it would call the building department. Development services. It used to be called the building department. That's why building is written at the top of that. We're working to see if we can get that fixed at this point or not. But that's why it says building at the top of those. I get it.
Especially if we're trying to find stuff. You guys know what it all is, we don't. We use it too. So maybe it's code enforcement and planning, or code enforcement and building, because they're going out to inspect. So,
I see where you're heading with that, where the salaries are coming from.
yeah,
I mean,
because
that's-
it's not just code enforcement, because their duties are across the spectrum of building and planning. It's planning,
correct.
building, and code enforcement.
That's correct,
They fit across all three of them,
that's correct.
so.
And that's where I'd put it. I'd take it out of the tree and I'd do it right.
So,
Utilize this conversation on Thursday.
You
yeah,
got
are
it.
you gonna bring, the city manager knows what information to bring forth for the Thursday's conversation? Okay.
All right, and we have King Court will be here in about 45 minutes, so we are adjourned.